December 25, 2003. Italy. Milan. Milanello. It was Christmas Day, and all levels of AC Milan's teams were on their holiday break. The Milanello training base, which was usually bustling with life, had fallen into an unusual silence. There were no more fans gathered outside the base, and no more clamor of training within. Yet at this very moment inside the Milanello gym a young man was grinding away drenched in sweat as he trained with relentless intensity. His name was Yi Xian from Longwa. He was a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been a football player captain of the Longwa youth team, playing in the number 10 role. Because his father was a devoted Milan supporter, Yi Xian would joke that he had been a Redan Black diehard fan since he was still in his mother's womb, and that he was born knowing how to sing the Milan club anthem. On May 23, 2022, when the Rossoneri defeated Sassuolo 30 in the final round of the league, and after 11 long years once again lifted the Serie A championship trophy, Yi Xian became so wildly excited that he fainted on the spot and died. When he regained consciousness, he discovered that he had somehow traversed into the summer of 2003 in Italy, becoming a member of AC Milan's reserve team. At that time, AC Milan were a constellation of stars, a team that could justly be called a galactic powerhouse. Within the squad were countless world-class players such as Maldini, Cafu, Shevchenko, Inzaghi, Rui, Costa Seedorf, Pirlo, Gattuso, Dida, and Nesta. On May 28, 2003, at Old Trafford they had defeated Juventus on penalties to claim that season's Champions League title. That summer they brought in the Brazilian golden boy Kaká, further strengthening their squad as they set their sights on a historic treble. For Yi Xian to join AC Milan's reserve team at such a moment was truly like standing upon the shoulders of giants. And as is the way with transmigrations, a system naturally came with him. Yi Xian was no exception. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host on obtaining the King of Football system. As this is the host's first binding with the system, you receive a novice gift pack, a star skill Messi's shoulder drop. Once this skill is successfully unlocked, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Messi. Yi Xian. He remembered that Messi made his La Liga debut on October 16, 2004, and scored his first La Liga goal on May 1, 2005. In that match, Messi came on in the 87th minute, receiving a pass from Ronaldinho and delicately chipping the ball into the net. Which meant that in the summer of 2003, Messi was still grinding away at La Masia, and the world had yet to know of this future king of football. He burst into laughter. He had actually obtained Messi's shoulder drop. This was the dribbling divine technique that would one day wreak havoc across the footballing world. If he could use it now, then he would become the owner of the signature move. From then on, there would be only Yi Xian's shoulder drop in the world and no Messi shoulder drop. Yet while dreams were rich, reality was brutally stark. The first time Yi Xian attempted this move in an internal scrimmage with the reserve team, he ended up humiliated. Not only did he take a heavy fall, he almost pulled his groin. Yi Xian, what on earth are you doing? Get up now. The reserve team head coach Ivani barked at him. His teammates meanwhile erupted into gales of laughter. Haha, I told you people from Longwood don't know how to play football. Table tennis might suit them better. Our club must have seen the immense market potential in Longwa and brought this kid in just to make a token appearance. Have you forgotten? Longwa lucked their way into the World Cup finals last year. Even though they lost all 3 matches without scoring a single goal, they seem to have gotten pretty full of themselves. And now they're sending young players into top leagues just to level up? Level up. Did you see that clumsy attempt at dribbling just now? You really think he's going to develop into anything? He's more suited to guarding the water cooler. Who cares? He's only got a 1-year trial. Worst case, they just send him packing when the time's up. I'll bet you anything he'll be gone by then. A bunch of blonde, blue-eyed foreign players brazenly reveled in mocking. Though they all seemed to look alike, they actually came from various countries, each one a standout among the young players of his homeland. Yet only a scant few of them would truly manage to establish themselves in the Rossoneri ranks. AC Milan in that era was simply too powerful. Yi Xian did not remember how he had learned Italian, yet he found he could both understand and speak it fluently. Perhaps it was a boon from the system. But why then could he not use the star skill granted by the system? Was there some kind of manual? Ding dong. Friendly reminder: Messi's shoulder drop may appear simple, but it actually demands sufficient leg strength, as well as a high degree of flexibility and coordination. At present, the host's scores in these 3 attributes have not reached the minimum requirement of 60 points needed to unlock this skill, and thus it cannot yet be activated. When the minimum threshold is reached, the skill will automatically unlock. So that was it. Yi Xian summoned the system interface in his mind to check his attribute scores, and was instantly dumbfounded. Strength, 47. Flexibility, 46. Coordination, 47. Damn, he thought, I really am an all-rounder. These 3 attributes are perfectly balanced, and not a single one even reaches 50. He looked at the rest of his stats: shooting 49, passing 50, heading 43, dribbling 48. It was enough to make him not want to look any further. Only 2 attributes reached the passing line: speed 60 and stamina 60, both barely scraping over. There was nothing for it. Since the system had set the rules, all he could do was drag each basic attribute up to the passing line first. Yet improving these fundamental skills was easier said than done. From the start of the new season in August to Christmas, over the course of 4 entire months, Yixian had trained relentlessly with the reserve team, hoping to raise his basic attributes as quickly as possible. At the very least, those 3 required to unlock Messi's shoulder drop. But his foundation was simply too weak. Within the team, he was nothing more than a token presence. He sighed. Once he had been captain of the Longwa youth team, a leading figure among his peers. It was only upon arriving in Italy that he truly understood what it meant that there is always a higher sky and a stronger man. There was no helping it. The overall standard of Longwa football was simply too weak. Fortunately, his speed and stamina were at least presentable. In every training session, he ran himself ragged, willingly playing the supporting role for his teammates. Only this kept head coach Ivani from considering sending him back early. Over Christmas, the team had a 2-week break. While the other players returned to their respective countries to celebrate, Yixian alone remained at Milanello, throwing himself into frenzied training. The 4 months he had spent swallowing his pride had not been in vain. His 3 key basic attributes were already close to 60. If he used this holiday to push himself a little further, perhaps an entirely new world would open before him. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host on reaching the minimum threshold to unlock Messi's shoulder drop. The skill has been successfully unlocked. He burst out laughing. At last. From now on there would be no Messi shoulder drop in this world. Only Yixian's shoulder drop. Yixian was pondering how to make Yixian's signature shoulder drop go down in history when the system suddenly host. Upon unlocking your first star player skill, you receive an additional reward, a 15-point boost to your basic attributes, which can be freely assigned to any single base attribute. What? This system is unbelievably generous. There are even benefits like this. Yixian carefully reviewed his current attributes and recalled the process of Messi's shoulder drop dribble, then finally decided to allocate all 15 attribute points to his shooting. After all, such a formidable dribbling move usually ends with a shot, yet his shooting attribute was only a meager 4. With shooting stats like that, it was very likely he would dazzle with his dribbling only to completely fluff the final strike. If that really happened, it would be utterly humiliating. As he willed it in his mind, his shooting attribute immediately increased by 15 points, leaping straight to 64. Yes, that score should be decent enough. At the very least worthy of the legendary status of Messi's shoulder drop, and no longer doomed to end in anticlimax. There were still 7 days before the end of the Christmas break and the team's regrouping, and he was determined to seize this remaining time to advance even further. He could barely wait to see the astonished looks on his teammates' faces at the next training session. 7 days later, the Milan reserve team assembled again at Milanello. Yixian, did you spend the entire holiday at the base doing extra training? The one speaking was Abate. In Yixian's memories, Abate was the only player from this youth batch who managed to secure a spot in the senior team, and he was also Yixian's closest teammate at the club. Yes, we people from Longwa never had the custom of celebrating Christmas, and I don't really have any friends here in Italy, so I simply stayed at the base for extra training. Before Abate could reply, another voice cut in. Yixian, doing that is completely pointless. Think about it. Your foundations are so poor, what difference can an extra 2 weeks make? You might as well take advantage of the holidays to enjoy the exotic charm of Italy, so you'll have something to brag about to your compatriots when you go back in half a year. Yixian glanced back and saw that the man dripping with sarcasm was his arch-rival Pavadish. This Croatian seemed born with a prejudice against Longwa and was even more disdainful of Yixian. Over the past 4 months, Pavadish had seized almost every training session to mock and ridicule Yixian. Whenever his jokes crossed the line, it was Abate who stepped in to uphold fairness. However, this towering, broad-shouldered giant had indeed made Yixian suffer bitterly in scrimmages. Yixian usually played as the right winger in a 42-31, while Pavadish operated as a defensive midfielder. Given Yixian's ability, he was always placed on the B team representing the substitutes, whereas Pavadish was often on the A team. As a result, the two of them frequently clashed directly on the pitch. Each time, Yixian was crushed by his opponent's strength and could barely lift his head. To say nothing of anything else, Pavatich's sheer physical power alone was something Yixian simply could not match. Whenever that massive frame leaned into him, Yixian immediately felt as if a sack of flour had been thrown onto his back, leaving him completely unable to move freely. Aside from a bit of speed, he had no truly standout technique. Once the opponent seized the advantage in physical duels, even his speed could no longer be brought into play. He had no choice but to rely on his superior stamina, constantly running off the ball to circle around his opponent. Over time, he developed a psychological shadow of Pavadish whenever they shared the pitch. But today he seemed full of confidence. Haha, you really don't need to worry about me. I dare say I'll be staying in Milan for a long time with plenty of chances to enjoy Italy's local scenery. As for you, I fear that once your one-year apprentice contract expires, you'll be swept right out the door. Pavadish widened his eyes theatrically as if he'd seen a ghost, and said with a laugh, Yixian, did watching us all go off for Christmas scramble your brains? Otherwise, how could you spout such nonsense? Planning to stay in Milan for a long time. What for? Sweeping the streets or begging along them? You can't seriously mean staying at AC Milan, can you? That's exactly what I mean. What, you don't believe me? Why don't we make a bet and see who gets the first professional contract with AC Milan? Do you dare? Dare? Why wouldn't I? But let's set the terms first. The loser has to be punished. Howie. The one who loses has to call the winner dad 3 times. Dare you? Fine, it's a deal. Just wait. Tomorrow on the training ground, it'll make you doubt your very existence. At the same time on Viatorati No. 3 in Milan, the headquarters of AC Milan, in the office of General, a bald man sat behind a broad imposing desk, none other than AC Milan's vice-chairman and general manager Galliani. Seated before him were 2 middle-aged men. One was the reserve team's head coach, Ivani. The other, stocky and kind-faced, was the first team head coach Ancelotti, affectionately known by Longwa fans as Impang. Ancelotti, I called you over in such a hurry today to discuss how we might strengthen the first team's defensive presence in midfield, Galliani said directly. Ancelotti paused for a moment before asking, so has there been some progress on that? In a way, yes, but not through external signings. We're looking to tap into internal potential instead. You mean promoting from the youth ranks? Exactly. But as far as I know, there doesn't seem to be anyone in our various squads who can truly fill that role. We have just discovered someone in the reserve team. Who? Yi Xian. Who? Yi Xian. Who is? Ancelotti was left stunned. Ivani cleared his throat and said, well, Yi Xian is from Longwa. He's currently on trial with my reserve team on a 1-year apprentice contract. From Longwa. How is his level? How should I put it? His technique is average, but his fitness is decent. Running is his strong suit. Since you managed to mold someone like Gattuso into a midfield enforcer, perhaps you can train him up as well. Ancelotti pulled a wry face at Galliani, and after thinking for a while asked, is this the chairman's idea? Galliani gave a bitter smile. Yes. You know, the chairman is currently working hard in his role as prime minister, and many people are looking for a way to force him to resign. If we can arrange for a Longwa player in the first team right now, it would greatly help in winning over those Asian votes. Don't worry, it's not as if you must actually put him on the pitch. Just having him train with the first team will be enough. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? Ancelotti's greatest strength lay in his ability to follow the owner's wishes to the greatest extent possible, while still keeping results from deteriorating too much. Since Galliani had clearly said this was Berlusconi's decision, how could he oppose it? As Galliani had noted, it was merely letting the boy train with the first team. He turned to Ivani and said, all right, then he'll come over and watch your training session tomorrow before deciding. The next day at the Milanello training ground No. 2, the AC Milan reserve team began their first training session after Christmas. At Milanello training ground No. 1 is undoubtedly reserved for the first team, while training ground No. 2 is dedicated to the reserve team. The training started with a 20-minute slow jog warm-up, followed by stretching and various training drills. These included ballless exercises using equipment and various ball drills, such as passing, shooting, and group coordination, interspersed with impromptu explanations and demonstrations from head coach Ivani. However, these were not the highlights of today's training. The real showstopper was the final session, a practice match. As per usual, head coach Ivani divided the team into 2 squads. Team A consisted of the regular starters for the reserve league, while Team B comprised the substitute players. Players like Abate and Pavoletti were in Team A, while Yi Xian was undoubtedly assigned to Team B. The practice match will last for 40 minutes with assistant coach Gali serving as the referee. Everyone should remember that you just came off a holiday of over 10 days, so your physical condition may have decreased a bit. Therefore, be cautious with your movements during the match to avoid injuries. As Ivani was giving instructions, a small stir arose among the players. Look who has arrived. Yi Xian turned to look outside the field and saw a round, robust figure with gray-white hair ambling. Coach Anchi. No, he isn't wearing glasses. Oh my, isn't that the first team head coach Ancelotti? Isn't the first team also resuming training today? Why is Ancelotti not directing the first team's training and instead come here to see us? Right, the first team is supposed to play Bologna in 3 days. Time is tight, so how does he have the leisure to watch us? Oh my, could he be here to scout for talent? What? Are you saying he plans to pick someone from us for the first team? There is indeed a possibility. Why else would he leave his own team to watch our practice match? Hey, now that you mention it, it does sound plausible. Perhaps he really is here to observe players. But who could it be? Ha ha ha, stop speculating. If Ancelotti is genuinely here to scout, that person could only be me, Pavoletti. Who in our team is better than me? Ancelotti stood on the sidelines wearing a thick down jacket and a woolen hat with his hands stuffed in his pockets, exhaling white puffs of vapor with each breath. The chilly Mediterranean wind blew in from the west. Indeed, winter in Italy was quite cold. His face remained as calm as ever, silently observing the upcoming match. Except for Ivani, no one knew the true purpose of his visit. Before leading the Rossoneri to the pinnacle of Europe in May, Ancelotti had never won a major tournament, whether with Juventus or AC Milan, and had even been humorously dubbed the eternal second by fans for failing to secure league titles at critical moments. However, after winning the Champions League to vindicate himself, this slightly plump guy from his playing days surprisingly remained so low-key, which is quite rare. Perhaps it was precisely because of his calm demeanor that he later became one of the most successful coaches in Europe. As assistant coach Gali blew the whistle, the match commenced. Team B kicked off first. Forward Pali passed the ball back to defensive midfielder Tichetti, who quickly returned it to center back Gani upon seeing the opposing forwards rushing in like wolves. Team as forwards pressed forward quickly and Gani, playing it safe, booted the ball upfield. Pali rushed to contest the first touch, but was overpowered by the opposing defensive midfielder Pavoletti, who headed the ball back into Team B's half. Though Pavoletti could be somewhat mouthy, his skills should not be underestimated. At 19 years old, standing at 185 meters and weighing 83 kilograms, he was quite noticeable at the defensive midfielder position. While his organizational skills were average, his interception ability in midfield was outstanding, and his frontal defensive skills were his hallmark, forming a natural barrier in front of the two center backs. In regular practice matches, Team B found it quite challenging to break through his defenses. Today, with Ancelotti on the sidelines, this kid certainly wanted to showcase himself. After several rounds of back and forth, Team A finally gained control of the ball in midfield. Abate, playing as a right midfielder for the reserve team, held the ball on the right flank, calmly observing his teammates' movements. The team's center forward Haksu had already entered the opponent's penalty area, engaging with the two opposing center backs. The attacking midfielder Cameroonian player Fuga made a quick forward run with the opposing defensive midfielder closely trailing him, creating a momentary vacuum in the center. Instead of following the usual practice of going along the sideline, Abate suddenly dribbled towards the center, penetrating deep into midfield. The opposing player was momentarily unsure whether to follow or not. If he followed, it would leave his left flank exposed with no protection in front of the fullback behind him, making it easy for the opponent to exploit. If he didn't follow, the defensive midfielder on his team would be pulled away and the rotating positions wouldn't be established, putting the midfield in a passive position. On the sidelines, Ancelotti nodded subtly. This maneuver is quite clever. In a flash, Abate had already advanced to midfield with the ball. Even when he later joined the first team, technique was never Abate's strong suit, speed was. Indeed, Team B's positional rotation in midfield was poorly organized, leading to momentary chaos. By the time the attacking midfielder reacted and tried to drop back to cover, Abate had already assessed the situation on the field. Fuga made a lateral run to the left, providing Abate with a passing angle, while also creating space for a potential dribble forward. The opposing right back moved in to cover, leaving a huge gap on the flank. Meanwhile, the left midfielder Lipski was making a high-speed run along the sideline. This was a great opportunity. Without any hesitation, Abate executed a ground ball diagonal pass to the empty flank, providing ample lead for his left midfielder to gain speed. Lipski immediately understood, sprinting at full speed. Once he received the ball, he could either cross from the byline or cut in to collaborate with his teammates in the center, which was extremely dangerous. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yi Xian, who was playing as the right midfielder for Team B. Yi Xian shadowed Lipski like a phantom, fiercely competing for speed to prevent him from cutting inside. Moreover, during his pursuit, he deliberately engaged in physical contact to slow down Lipski's run, while also disrupting his ability to deliver a comfortable cross. After a strong contest of 30 meters between the two, Yi Xian finally escorted the ball safely out of bounds. Goal kick. Lipski muttered in frustration, while the players from Team B offered encouragement to Yi Xian. Great play. Since Yi Xian was the only Asian player on the field, Ancelotti knew his identity without asking. He raised an eyebrow slightly. This kid's speed is quite impressive. In fact, after 4 months of dedicated practice, Yi Xian had significantly improved his strength and resistance compared to before. However, he had grown accustomed to being ignored by his opponents during training, which had left him lacking in self-confidence. Now that he had unlocked the skill of Messi's shoulder drop, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence, allowing him to unleash all his energy. Watching Lipinski return to his defensive position in frustration, Pavatic mocked disdainfully. "Kid, did you have too much fun with your girlfriend over the Christmas holiday? Your legs seem weak, unable to handle even this soft-footed crab from the Dragon Country. If you dare waste such a good opportunity again, watch out for my penalty." This kid really doesn't spare even his own teammates when his ball hog temper kicks in. The match continued. The goalkeeper of Team B, Zakharov, opted not to boot the ball long, but instead passed it to the center back for a gradual build-up. After a few passes, the ball found its way to Yi Xian's feet. In previous training, Yi Xian usually played a negligible role, rarely receiving the ball, and even when he did, it was either a back pass or a lost possession, becoming the terminator of ball control. Over time, his teammates lost confidence in him, and he lacked self-confidence as well, leading to fewer chances to receive the ball, relying only on relentless running to create space for his opponents, playing the role of a mere supporting player. But today was different. His first display was so impressive that it ignited his confidence, and he even began to spread his arms near the midfield asking for the ball. His teammates sensed his different aura today, so when he made a run into space, they naturally passed the ball to him. However, just as he intended to stop the ball at his feet, he heard a rushing sound behind him. A stout thigh wedged between his legs, and a powerful force slammed into his waist. The person behind him exerted a sudden force, catching Yi Xian off guard and flipping him to the ground. Beep! The referee's whistle sounded. Foul! Yi Xian rolled twice on the ground and looked up to see his nemesis Pavatic. "Damn it, I thought it would be you, you bastard." Pavatic aimed to teach Yi Xian a lesson, provocatively challenging him despite knowing he committed a foul. I thought you had developed some skills these days, but you're still just that soft-footed crab. I've said it before, football is a man's sport. All you Dragon Country folks are soft-footed crabs completely unfit for this game. You might as well go back to Dragon Country and play table tennis. Shut up, you fool, oh, keep talking like that, and he'll have— Seeing Payvatic utter such insulting words, Gali quickly shouted to stop him. Payvatic walked away sulkily, still muttering curses under his breath. Yi Xian was pulled up from the ground by his teammates, and the anger within him was boiling over. You idiot, it was one thing to look down on me, but to insult our entire Dragon Country is something I cannot tolerate. Alright, I didn't want to acknowledge you as my brainless son, but now it seems I must become your father. Payvatic's blatant provocation did not go unnoticed by the players of Team B, who all felt a bit displeased. They were usually fringe players, never winning in training matches and rarely getting a chance to play in the reserve league, feeling somewhat inferior. Competitive sports are inherently cruel, and everyone is used to it. However, it is rare to see someone like Payvatic openly insulting others while dragging in their country. Today Ancelotti made a rare appearance to watch the game. That is the ultimate goal everyone fights for. How could they easily back down under the eyes of the future boss? Thus, everyone suddenly felt a sense of unity against a common enemy, and their fighting spirit intensified like never before. The match continued. Team B directly lobbed a free kick into the opponent's penalty area, where it was headed away by the opposing center back. After a scramble for the first ball, the ball landed at the feet of Team B's defensive midfielder Serie. Yi Xian made a faint run down the wing, then suddenly curved back towards the center after shaking off his direct opponent, creating a clear passing lane for Serie. His dominant foot was left, and kicking toward the right was more suitable for an inward cut. However, in the past, he was a terminator of ball control, so his teammates rarely passed him. But today, with his strong fighting spirit and notably different mental state, Serie had no hesitation upon seeing his passing lane and directly passed the ball to him. Yi Xian received the ball and turned around only to see a massive figure suddenly blocking his path. Payvatic. Hee soft-footed crab, I can take the ball from you without fouling. Yi Xian smirked slightly. Come at me. He let his right shoulder sink to the right side, his whole body feigning a movement to the right, while his left foot followed the body's momentum to take a step right, as if he were about to use the inside of his left foot to flick the ball and break through on the right. Payvatic watched closely, sneering disdainfully. Soft-footed crab, you think you can outpace me like this? You're too naive. Let's see how I can defend you properly. He shifted his weight to the left, stepping out with his left foot, preparing to block Yi Xian's path to break through with the ball. What the hell is this? Then he instantly sensed something was wrong. Yi Xian's left foot didn't touch the ball at all. He merely faked a move, then shifted his body weight to the left, lightly nudging the ball left with the outside of his left foot, instantly shaking off Payvatic's defense. Realizing he had been deceived, Payvatic hurriedly tried to adjust his balance and keep up with Yi Xian's rhythm. But how easy was that? Yi Xian's movements were far too fast. Payvatic was tall and heavy, and as he tried to forcefully adjust back to the right after shifting his weight to the left, he instantly lost his balance. His long legs seemed to tangle together like braids, and the next moment, he was pushed back, falling flat on his back. Meanwhile, Yi Xian had already breezed past him like a whirlwind, charging straight toward the opponent's penalty area. The players of Team A were all stunned. What? Yi Xian actually shook off Payvatic's defense on the spot, and even made him fall. How is that possible? Payvatic's defensive capabilities are top-notch in this team. If Yi Xian had used his speed to break through Payvatic while running, that would have been understandable, but to shake him off like this is simply unbelievable. Not relying on speed and entirely using feints to fool his opponent is an exceptionally rare sight. Is Yi Xian going to cheat? While everyone momentarily lost focus, Yi Xian was already charging toward the heart of Team A's penalty area. The defensive line of Team A was still astonished by this incredible scene, and no one rushed to block Yi Xian's breakthrough route, allowing him to approach the edge of the penalty area unimpeded. By the time they thought to block him, it was too late. Yi Xian glanced at the opposing goal, swung his left leg, and took a powerful shot. The point of contact was perfect, striking the ball with his instep. With a loud bang, the ball flew out like a cannonball, creating a faint whooshing sound. The goalkeeper of Team A, Lima, didn't have time to react. All he heard was a soft whoosh, and the ball was already Ancelotti frowned slightly as he glanced at Ivani not far away. Old friend, are you sure this kid is a template for Gattuso? Yi Xian scored a goal. He did it all on his own, relying solely on his personal skills, without any collaboration. This is not only his first goal since arriving at Milanello, but the process of scoring was unbelievably spectacular. The teammates from Team B erupted in cheers, surrounding Yi Xian to celebrate passionately. Yi Xian, that was brilliant. What an incredible goal. Yi Xian, that dribbling move you just pulled off was so cool it completely stunned me. Exactly. I've never seen you display such strong dribbling and shooting skills before. Did you do some special training during the Christmas holidays? Haha, not only have I never seen Yi Xian's amazing dribbling before, but I bet no one has seen Payvatic in such a daze. Everyone then noticed that Payvatic was still sitting on the grass, looking utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Did Yi Xian's feint just leave me in the dust? No way, this must— What are those idiots from Team B so happy about? Wait, how could they have scored? And it was Yi Xian who did it. I can't understand, I truly can't. While Ancelotti stood by the sidelines with seemingly no change in expression, he was actually replaying the entire process of Yi Xian's goal in his mind. That kid's feint was incredibly clever. His dribbling move was quite ordinary. Anyone who has undergone even a little football training could pull off such a feint. On the football field, there are countless dribbling moves that are far flashier and more dazzling than this one. However, Ancelotti had never seen anyone execute such a simple move with such finesse and perfection. He was like the most seasoned assassin, already understanding the principle of simplicity. Striking effectively always comes from the simplest and most direct methods. And the biggest secret lies in one word: speed. Quick changes in center of gravity, swift foot adjustments, and the utmost control of body movement to leave opponents bewildered. Yet Ancelotti knew that to achieve such a level of perfection with this simple feint required an incredibly powerful skill set to support it. Leg strength, balance, and coordination are all indispensable. How could this kid from the Dragon Country possess such abilities? Just then the match resumed. The center forward of Team A, Hakshu, kicked off from the center circle. This young man from Serbia, although he never made a mark at AC Milan, stayed in the mainstream European leagues and spent his career in mid to lower tier teams in La Liga until retirement. He passed the ball back to Pavatic and turned to charge forward. Pavatic observed for a moment before distributing the ball to the right to Abate. Abate is the star player of this Milan reserve team and their main attacking focus. After receiving the ball, he noticed the opposing left midfielder closing in for a tight mark and calmly passed back to the central defender, then made a run towards the center to collect the ball, while leaving the outer flank open for the right back. Their tactical scheme was already very well practiced, so they executed it effortlessly in the match. The players from Team B were highly motivated at this moment, with several players closely marking their respective opponents. The four defenders were also positioned accurately according to their tactical requirements. Meanwhile, the players from Team A, having rarely experienced conceding first, were fully focused and ready to respond. After all, they were playing under Ancelotti's watchful eye, who wouldn't give their all. After several exchanges, the ball came back to Abate's feet. The formation of Team B had started to show signs of looseness due to the continuous pulling from the opponents. There is still a noticeable gap in strength between the two teams. Abate passed the ball to attacking midfielder Fugia, while he made a quick advance along the right flank with the right back also speeding down the sideline. This is a double winger tactic. The right back, named Garcia, hails from Spain, and his career highlight was when he played for the La Liga team Zaragoza. Fugia turned with the ball, quickly assessing the situation before him. His center forward Hakshu had already inserted himself into the opponent's penalty area, competing for position with the B team's center back ready for a wall pass. Meanwhile, Abate and Garcia on the right had already found space. Fugia made no further adjustments, using the instep of his right foot to pass the ball forward to Hakshu, and then followed up to receive the ball. This was aiming for a wall pass. The holding midfielder from Team B noticed Fugia's intention and closely marked him, trying to prevent a two-known wall pass with Hakshu. Hakshu did not stop the ball upon receiving it. Instead, he flicked it back with the instep of his foot, while turning to run behind, directly penetrating into the gap behind the center back. He was simply too naive. Clearly seeing that Fugia was tightly marked by the opposing midfielder, he still insisted on trying a two-known combination, which was utterly dismissive of the opponent. However, Team B's players quickly realized they were mistaken. Hakshu's target for the pass was not Fugia, but because Team A's right back Garcia was pressing strongly from the flank, Team B's left back could only move wide. With Team B's holding midfielder pulled away by Fugia, Abate was now making a forward run down the right flank. Hakshu had seen all of this and was aiming for a two-known wall pass with Abate. This was clearly one of their well-rehearsed tactical combinations. As Abate was about to receive the ball unmarked, one of Team B's center-backs quickly advanced to try to block Abate's pass. Unexpectedly, Abate neither stopped the ball nor broke through. Instead, he directly curled a half-high diagonal pass with his right foot into the penalty area, perfectly targeting Hakshu's head. Hakshu had just flicked the ball back, then turned to run straight into the gap behind the opposing defense, already occupying a favorable position. With Abate's diagonal pass, Hakshu anticipated it perfectly and leaped up high. The timing of player and ball was impeccable. With a soft thud, Hakshu executed a header goal. Their previous combinations were so cleverly executed that the off-the-ball runs left the B team's goalkeeper completely unprepared, not even able to make a save. Moreover, Hakshu's header was perfectly placed and powerful. Thus, the goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net behind him. 1-1. Seeing this goal, Ancelotti nodded quietly on the sidelines. Interesting. From the initiation to the final goal, every aspect was meticulously designed, without a hint of hesitation, and the players executed it flawlessly. The center forward performed a back towel 1-2. The right midfielder cut in while the right back overlapped, forming a dual-wing strategy. The attacking midfielder made a forward run to provide cover for Abate. Abate sent a high ball for the tall center forward to head in. All the tactics were clearly rehearsed, clean, and efficient. It seems the training level of the reserve team is quite high. The match continued. After Team B kicked off from the center circle, they passed the ball back to their half, while Team as midfielders pressed forward, initiating a high press. They equalized in a short time, their morale soaring. Haha, it seems that the goal scored by Team B was purely a fluke. If we had just paid a bit more attention, you would have revealed your true selves. Team B's defense was in chaos, and they could only clear the ball forward with a big kick. After a few aerial duels, the ball unexpectedly bounced to Yi Xian's feet. Seeing Yi Xian gain possession, Pavadic's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn it, I let you play around earlier due to my carelessness. Let's see if I can shut you down this time. He moved swiftly towards Yi Xian, ready to create a unknown confrontation. But Yi Xian had different thoughts. You idiot, do you think you can challenge me again after getting schooled earlier? You're just in time. Let's see if I can completely dominate you this time. While thinking, he charged directly towards Pavadic with the ball. The players from both sides were momentarily stunned. Wait, is this going to be a unknown duel? In past internal matches, these two had faced off multiple times, but Yi Xian had always been defeated without exception. They were clearly not on the same level. However, it was surprising that Yi Xian had just pulled off a successful counterattack, humiliating Pavadic to the Mediterranean, leaving him in disgrace. Even more surprising, Yi Xian had kicked with confidence, deliberately opting for a unknown against Pavadic. In fact, he had many options, and could easily have played cooperatively with his teammates. Whether passing sideways to the holding midfielder or back to the defender behind him would have been much safer choices, but he seemed overly confident, having decided to handle the battle solo. Even Ancelotti couldn't help but widen his eyes in curiosity. What other skills does this kid possess, or will he replicate that previous dribbling move? Yi Xian took a couple of steps towards Pavadic, who slightly crouched, bracing himself. Joking aside, this kid's fierce demeanor as he charged over was indeed quite intimidating. Yi Xian lowered his center of gravity, his right shoulder dropping to the right, his entire body leaning to the right. So it's that move again. However, this time, unlike last, his left foot did not quickly flick over the ball. He merely leaned to the right. In Messi's signature dribbling move, he doesn't always use the outside of his left foot to dribble past opponents. He often leans his weight to the extreme right, and suddenly uses the inside of his right foot to flick the ball left, quickly connecting with his left foot to complete the maneuver. Yi Xian thought to himself, since I just used the first move, it's time for something new. Seeing Yi Xian's different dribbling motion, Pavadic indeed felt a bit uneasy. Damn it, Ancelotti is here to see my performance. Oh, I just embarrassed you, so I absolutely cannot mess up again. Otherwise, my chance to get promoted to the first team will be completely ruined. Thus, in response to Yi Xian's feint, he merely separated his legs, slightly lowered his center of gravity, and maintained less than 2 steps distance from Yi Xian, waiting for his next move, without making a premature action. This was a seasoned defender's experienced approach. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If Yi Xian's feint was just like last time, Pavadic would remain grounded and not lose his balance, thus not falling for the trick. If Yi Xian truly intended to break right, Pavadic was confident that with his speed and strength advantage, he could easily position himself to block Yi Xian's breakthrough. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Yi Xian leaned to the right, but did not reach the extreme state of last time. Suddenly, he stumbled, as if about to fall. What the hell is this? Yi Xian, are you here to make a fool of yourself? Not only was Pavadic bewildered, but even Yi Xian himself looked flustered. He felt a sharp pain near his right knee as he leaned right, seemingly unable to bear the pressure on his knee from the extreme tilt, leading to an instinctive stumble, while the ball lay between his legs, completely ignored. At that moment, Pavadic clearly saw the situation and quickly extended his right foot to poke the ball away from beneath Yi Xian's feet. Not only that, he also deliberately used his knee to push against Yi Xian as he stole the ball. With Yi Xian's already unstable center of gravity, the push sent him tumbling backward onto the ground. Haha, Dragon Country kid, I told you that you were only fit for playing table tennis, but you didn't believe me. You got lucky once, but now your true colors are showing. After saying that, Pavadic charged directly into the opponent's penalty area. Why did he clean sweep that quickly? The players of Team B were also waiting to see Yi Xian perform an astonishing act again, but they were shocked to see an unexpected twist. He not only failed to perform an amazing feint to get past Pavadic like last time, but instead was easily dispossessed by his opponent, and that clumsy feint reminded everyone of his performance when he just joined the team. By the time everyone reacted, Pavadic had already charged into Team B's penalty area. Team B's players rushed to set up their defense, but it was too late. Pavadic, with his eyes set on the goal, charged forward with the ball, while center forward Haksu suddenly made a diagonal run to the left front from the center. This run put Team B's right center back in a difficult position. If he didn't follow the run, Haksu would create a gap, and if Pavadic passed the ball, Haksu would have a clear chance to receive it facing the goalkeeper directly. If he followed to mark him, Pavadic would drive straight in, threatening the goal. Just as he hesitated, Haksu had already run into the gap between him and the right back. Ultimately, he made the decision to mark Haksu. Perhaps our holding midfielder would recover in time to mark Pavadic. But once the towering Pavadic picked up speed with the ball, it was like an out-of-control tank, nearly impossible. Team B's holding midfielder desperately chased from behind, but was blocked by Pavadic's powerful body, unable to stop his breakthrough or seize the ball at his feet. In the blink of an eye, Pavadic had already entered the opponent's penalty area. Team BS left center back hurried to assist on defense, but Pavatic suddenly unleashed a powerful shot, just as he entered the penalty area. The shot was perfectly executed with a loud bang. The ball shot like a cannonball straight towards the opponent's goal. Team BS goalkeeper made a desperate save, but still couldn't prevent the ball from drilling into the top right corner of the net. 2-1. Team A had instantly taken the lead. Haha, I said Yixian was just lucky earlier. Now his true self has been. He's just a guy who plays table tennis. He doesn't know how to play football. Pavatic shouted arrogantly. The other players, seeing Pavatic's seamless transition from stealing the ball to scoring, especially Yixian's facepalm-worthy feint, felt at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Yixian sat dazed on the lawn, his confused expression mirroring that of Pavatic from earlier. What happened to Yixian's shoulder technique? Why has it suddenly become ineffective? System, you can't play with me like this. If it comes to it, I'll just call it Messi's shoulder technique. Just then a ding-dong sound echoed in his mind. Reminder to the host, since you have just unlocked the star skill, each skill can only be used once every hour. In the future, every time you successfully use a star skill in an official match, the system will correspondingly reduce the cooldown time. Additionally, completing random tasks from the system will yield extra rewards. Yixian was utterly bewildered, only able to use the star skill once an hour. The entire match lasts only 40 minutes. That means I have no chance to use the star skill in this match. What can I even do then? System, are you a benevolent system or a scam system? PS, to ensure the story appears realistic, a cooldown time for skills has been introduced here. As the protagonist's abilities grow stronger, this will eventually become unlimited usage. Dear readers, please be patient and keep reading. Thank you for your support. At that moment, Tichetti, playing as a midfielder, rushed to his side and anxiously asked, Yixian, what's wrong with you? Weren't you playing well just a moment ago? Why have you suddenly gone weak? Striker Polly also came over, pulling Yixian up from the ground and asking, that dribble you did was amazing. Keep going. Why did you suddenly lose your strength? Yixian didn't know how to explain, bitterly smiling inside. I want to keep going too, but I just can't do it. Well, that move. I just mastered it not long ago and am still not very proficient with it. Seeing Yixian's cowardly demeanor, Pavatic, who was celebrating nearby, became even more exuberant. Haha, did you all see that? I told you the people from the Dragon Country are just not cut out for football. They need to watch us Europeans. Look at me, Pavatic. While shouting, he deliberately glanced at Ancelotti, who was watching from the sidelines, and turned to show off the number 8 on his jersey, as if to say, boss, take a good look, I am number 8, just like Gattuso's number. Tichetti is the core of Team B, and also the temporarily appointed captain on the field. The usual underperformers of Team B have great respect for him. Seeing Pavatic's arrogant celebration, Tichetti's expression suddenly darkened. Yixian, our Team B, is used to being bullied during training. Today we finally took the lead and had a good start, and we can't just give up easily. That's right. Yixian, that goal you scored earlier really boosted the team's morale. We can't let this rare spirit dissipate so easily. Other teammates gathered around. Exactly, a team seems to think we're just a bunch of amateurs who they can easily defeat. I've been feeling a bit indignant about that for a while. And that Pavatic acting like a football tyrant, looking down on us as if he's better than us. I've never liked him. Yixian, we rarely have such high spirits today, and Ancelotti is here to watch our training. You can't let everyone down. Tichetti said seriously, Yixian, you performed excellently in both offense and defense. Even if your dribbling skills are still unpolished, you still have your shooting skills right. Even if your shooting is unstable, your speed is still there, right? If you can't get past defenders, look for opportunities to shoot. If you can't shoot, use your speed and stamina to defend. You will always be able to assist the team. Now that we have come this far, I won't allow anyone to be cowardly. Today we will fight Team A to the end. Yixian's eyes suddenly brightened. Tichetti is right. My shooting attribute is already 64. Just looking at this skill alone, I have a chance to be a starter in a Serie A relegation team, let alone in the reserve team. Also, my stamina and speed attributes are both 60, which has always been my strong suit to stay on the team. Even without Messi's shoulder technique, what does it matter? Worst case scenario, I can't get past defenders, but I can still find opportunities to shoot and use my stamina and speed to make runs, creating chances for my teammates. At the very least, I can help the team on defense. Pavatic is already trying to ride over me, and if my teammates aren't cowardly, why should I be? This isn't just about me, Yixian. This concerns all of us from the Dragon Country. Thinking of this, he let out a cold smile. Brothers, don't worry, Yixian will definitely not be cowardly today. I will fight Team A to the end. The match resumed. Striker Polly kicked off from the center circle, and the ball was passed around orderly in Team B's backline. After taking the lead, they quickly conceded an equalizer, then lost the second goal because of Yixian's blunder, causing some panic. However, everyone quickly united in thought and regained their composure. The morale surged again. Every player on the team was very active in movement, providing more cover for the ball holder and calling out loudly, "Hey Polly, I'm right here, pass it back. Tichetti, I'm here, let me have it. I'm here, pass me the ball." Looking at Team B's spirited appearance, Pavatic wore a disdainful expression. "A bunch of fools, I really don't understand what you're so happy about. Do you really think you can turn the score around? Or that you can make a comeback? Alright, you don't seriously think Ancelotti would take an interest in you, do you? Don't dream that fat guy is here to observe me. Tchetti received the ball in midfield, scanning the situation on the Yixian suddenly accelerated from near the right sideline, charging forward along the right flank. Meanwhile, right back Soriano sped down the sideline. Striker Pali was grappling with the opposing center-back in the opponent's penalty area. This scene felt so familiar. It was exactly the same wing play tactic that led to the first goal against Team A. Want to learn from us? Not that easy. Pavatiki sneered, focusing entirely on preventing Tchetti from passing to Pali, blocking any potential wall pass move. To his surprise, Tchetti didn't pass to the striker, but instead made a diagonal pass to his right. This was exactly the running line of Yixian. Want to do a give and go? Too naive. Team's left back had already seen through Yixian's intentions, preemptively moving to cut off Yixian's running line. As soon as Yixian got the ball, he would instantly intercept it. However, what the hell is this? He was surprised to find that Yixian had no intention of holding the ball and had deliberately let it slip. Soriano, to his outside, was perfectly positioned to receive the ball in space, heading directly down the sideline. Team's left back sensed something was wrong and realized that the gap behind him was being exploited by the opponent. He quickly abandoned his marking of Yixian and turned to chase Soriano, while Yixian showed no signs of slowing down, quickly darting into the opponent's penalty area. At the same time, Pali turned sharply, inserting himself into the gap behind the opponent's center back, ready to receive Soriano's upcoming cross. He was running toward the back post while Yixian was heading for the front post, forming a double threat at the goal. The two center backs from Team A sensed danger. One turned to mark Pali, while the other moved laterally to contest Yixian at the front post. At this moment, Soriano had already broken to the end line, and the opposing fullback had yet to recover, giving him enough time to observe the situation in the center. Suddenly, Yixian, who had been sprinting at full speed, came to an abrupt stop. This sudden halt caused the opponent's center back, who was contesting him at the front post, to lose his balance, creating ample space for Yixian to receive the ball. He spread his arms, signaling Soriano to pass him the ball. Soriano understood and made a backward triangular pass into the center. The ball reached him. Yixian did not stop the ball, but instead struck it powerfully. The force was fierce, and the contact spot was precise, striking perfectly on the outside of his foot. The ball swirled with a noticeable outward curve, cutting through the air with a whoosh toward the top right corner of the opponent's goal. A shooting attribute of 64 is no joke. The opposing goalkeeper was initially distracted by Polis' run to the back post, and now Yixian's sudden stop caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared for the save, as he could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the top corner near the goal post. 2-2. Team B has equalized the score. Team B has surprisingly equalized the score, and it was Yixian who scored. How is this possible? This time it wasn't just Pavatic who was shocked, all the players of Team A were astounded. Outsiders may not discern the details, but they all knew in their hearts that just now Yixian received a back pass, without stopping the ball, and took a direct shot that found the net. It appeared simple, yet it was anything but. The judgment of the pass speed from Soriano, the control of the touching point during the shot, the choice of shooting angle, the application of footwork, and the power exerted. All were indispensable. A slight error could result in a shot that was too high or a wayward attempt. For someone like Yixian to strike with such precision and power was indeed a rare feat. With such footwork, even a team striker Hoxu would struggle to replicate it. Pavatic stared wide-eyed at Yixian, wanting to explode in anger, but momentarily unable to find an excuse. At that moment, Team B's players surged forward to surround Yixian, celebrating exuberantly. Yixian, that shot you just took was absolutely brilliant. Your footwork was incredibly precise. Exactly. If I had taken that shot, I would have definitely missed. I never imagined you could shoot so accurately without stopping the ball. Yixian, you've improved so much in just one Christmas holiday. Did you undergo some secret training? What kind of training was it? Share it with us so we can all benefit. Yixian, how come your shooting technique is so smooth? No, so slippery. No, so fluid. No, Yixian, your shot was quick, precise, and ruthless. I dare say it's even better than what our strikers can do. Holly remarked. Hey, you can praise Yixian all you want, but why drag me into it? Just then Pavatic, who was red-faced with anger, finally reacted. He's cheating. That kid Yixian must. He has been with the team for 4 months, and in previous training matches he hadn't scored a single goal. How could he suddenly be dribbling, shooting, and scoring now? Cheating, he must be cheating. Yixian couldn't help but laugh at his anger. So what if I haven't scored in 4 months? Countless great strikers have experienced goal droughts lasting several months, let alone me, a youth training player from a foreign land. You say I'm cheating. With dozens of eyes watching me, how could I cheat? Did I score with my hands? Or did I bribe your defenders to let me score? Or am I using some special medicine that guarantees goals? Pavatic suddenly had an epiphany, and in a fury pointed at Yixian and shouted, exactly. He must be on drugs. He's definitely using some performance-enhancing substance. Team Doctor is the team doctor here. This kid must be on drugs. We need to check him out. Before Yixian could speak, Abate couldn't help but interject. Pavatic, stop embarrassing yourself here. Performance-enhancing drugs can only enhance physical abilities, stamina, and explosiveness. What drug can improve shooting ability? Besides, when have you ever seen someone take performance-enhancing drugs during training? Instead of wasting time looking for excuses, why not focus on how to regain the lead? Abate was feeling conflicted. He was Yixian's best friend on the team, and seeing his good friend suddenly come alive dribbling and scoring back-to-back goals, he wanted to offer his heartfelt congratulations. But since it was a match, they couldn't have a scheme unfold before the game was over, right? Just then Payvatic was being ridiculous. He deserved to be put in his place. Seeing it was Abate, Payvatic swallowed the curse that was on the tip of his tongue. If it were anyone else, he would have definitely lashed out, but Abate was a born and bred Italian, having joined AC Milan's youth academy at 13, a true youth training star. Thus he could only glare viciously at Yixian, who was celebrating nearby, only to unexpectedly catch Yixian's provocative expression. "You little brat, just wait, I'll make sure to give you a beating on the field later." On the sidelines, Ancelotti observed the entire sequence of events and subtly raised an eyebrow. This kid's shooting technique is quite intriguing. Interestingly, he's actually a left-footed player. He mentally reviewed the current first-team players at Milan, realizing they were all right-footed, with not a single authentic left-footed player among them. Seedorf, Shevchenko, Kaká. Though all of them could use both feet, especially Seedorf, whose left-footed shooting ability wasn't much inferior to his right, but his dominant foot was still the right one. Unless absolutely necessary, he preferred to play with his right foot. Other midfield and forward players like Inzaghi, Rui Costa, Pirlo, Gattuso, Ambrosini, etc. were all completely right-footed and rarely used their left feet unless in dire situations. The only attacking player who used his left foot was the Brazilian Rivaldo. However, this lean Brazilian had a slower playing style and required possession of the ball, not excelling in off-the-ball runs. Such a playing style would slow down the entire team's offensive and defensive pace, conflicting with AC Milan's current overall football strategy, leading him to quickly become a marginal player. According to Ancelotti, Galliani was currently working on a transfer deal to sell Rivaldo in the winter transfer window to save on his hefty salary. The only remaining pure left-footed attacking player in the team was another Brazilian, Serginho. This guy was fast, skillful, had sharp breakthroughs and strong attacking power, but he was a pure winger and couldn't handle any central positions. At first, Ancelotti had tried to make him play as a winger, but soon realized that this position couldn't exploit Serginho's long-distance sprints and breakthroughs. If he were placed in the midfield, he was strong in attack, but weak in defense, easily losing his defensive position and causing uncertainty for the team. Moreover, in the left midfield position, who could compete with the Dutchman Seedorf? Ultimately, Ancelotti decided to fix this Brazilian left-footer in the left-back position. This way his attacking nature could be fully unleashed, showcasing his long-distance sprinting and dribbling abilities, and he would have the versatile Seedorf in front of him to cover his back. Furthermore, if things really went south, there were still Nesta or Maldini. And the two goals he just scored, one was from utilizing his personal dribbling ability to score, and the other was a set-piece shot relying on precise positioning and accurate footwork. Such a young man seems to truly have a certain development potential in the first team. With a whistle from Jelly, the match continued. Team A and Team B alternated scoring like a game of chess, tying the score at 2-2, a scene that had never occurred before. The players of Team A were now filled with rage, their fighting spirit at an all-time high. This was an issue of pride for everyone, especially with Ancelotti watching from the sidelines. Whether or not he noticed them was secondary, they simply could not allow Team A to be outplayed by Team B. After Huxa kicked off from the center circle, he quickly sprinted forward, followed closely by three attacking midfielders charging into the opponent's half. The ball was passed around simply in midfield before being sent forward, while the two defensive midfielders and the entire backline pressed forward aggressively, pushing their defense up significantly. They committed a great deal of manpower to their attack, and if they lost possession, they immediately launched a counter-press. High pressing, aggressive playstyle. It seemed Team A had been thoroughly provoked, aiming for a quick resolution to score a third goal and take the lead. Once the opposing players gained possession, their four attacking players would relentlessly press the ball holder in the defense, leaving the holder with no time to observe their teammates' movements, forcing them to simply clear the ball out of danger. Such clearances would often be easily intercepted by Team A's defenders, who would immediately regroup for a new wave of attack. The situation on the field was completely under Team A's control. However, it seemed Team B's players were mentally prepared for this scenario, remaining calm amidst the chaos. After all, although Team B had previously scored 2 or more goals against their opponents in competitive matches, those instances were due to Team A's complacency, when leading by a large margin, allowing Team B to sneak in a goal. It was the first time both teams had directly engaged in a 2-2 scoreline. Thus it was entirely expected that Team A would be anxious to regain the lead. Team B's players were unified in thought, retreating en masse to defend, creating a solid wall in their half, and guarding resolutely. Each player exerted their utmost effort to mark their corresponding opponents. Regardless of how the opponents moved, they pursued like shadows, leaving no room for attacking opportunities. However, there was a noticeable disparity in individual capabilities. While one position might hold its ground, not every position could defend adequately. The players of Team A were now fully focused, each member displaying utmost spirit. They recognized that if they did not give it their all today, victory in this match would be impossible. Everyone was highly proactive and engaged, making numerous off-the-ball runs to provide support for their teammates in possession, creating openings. In football, there is a saying, tactical movement comes from running. With more off-the-ball runs, the opposing defense would struggle to maintain their shape, as there would always be a transitional issue in zone defense. With too many positional exchanges, it was inevitable that defensive responsibilities would become unclear, leading to confusion. Thus, faced with Team A's relentless offensive onslaught and numerous intertwining runs, Team B's defense finally revealed vulnerabilities. After a few unsuccessful attempts at penetrating through the center, Team A instinctively passed the ball to the right to Abate. He was the core of the team's offense, a star player, and during such a crucial moment, they naturally relied more on his. Abate calmly controlled the ball, while the right back Garcia quickly surged down the flank. Abate and Garcia exchanged several passes along the flank, seemingly determined to tear open a gap on the. However, no one noticed that Abate had been secretly observing the left flank. Suddenly, he executed a diagonal long pass, sending the ball to the weak side. Oh no, the attack from the right was merely a decoy, a ruse. The player on the left had already made a stealthy run. Team A's left winger cut inside, drawing away Yixian's defense, while the left back surged forward, forcing the opposing right back to focus solely on the flank, neglecting the central area. The tall striker Huxu battled with an opposing center back in Team B's penalty area, while the attacking midfielder Fugia slipped into the heart of Team B's box, attracting the attention of another center back. At this moment, one of Team A's defensive midfielders, Megat, quietly maneuvered to the left side of Team B's penalty area, making eye contact with the distant Abate, waiting for the right moment to strike. In that fleeting moment of shared gaze, Megat suddenly burst into action, sprinting forward just as Abate delivered a diagonal pass. Multi-pronged attacks and late runs from the back were the tactical design for this phase of Team A's offense. At this point, the frequent off-the-ball runs by Team A's attacking players had created a convincing illusion of a feint, causing many of Team B's defenders to stray from their designated positions. Suddenly, Abate unleashed a long diagonal pass, while Megat surged forward from the back, finding himself in an unmarked position. The ball soared towards him, and Megat had already stepped into Team B's penalty area. He effortlessly controlled the ball with his right foot, shooting with his left foot without any need for adjustments. A ground strike. He was also a left-footed player. Team B's right center-back noticed the alarming situation and lunged in an attempt to block Megat's shot. The ball skimmed off him, bouncing high in an odd arc, continuing its flight towards Team B's goal. At this moment, Team B's goalkeeper had already fallen to the ground, making a move to block Megat's shot. Seeing the ball soaring in a high arc, he realized it was too late to rise and attempt to save, leaving him helpless as he watched the ball fly towards the goal. Could they really be overtaken by their opponents like this? Just then a figure suddenly appeared. It was Yixian. He sprinted towards the goal with whirlwind speed, determined to save the ball before it went in. All his teammates were watching as the ball headed for the net, but he refused to give up. Football is the war of peacetime. The goal represents one's home, one's country. Behind the door lies my family, my nation, my friends. I cannot give up no matter what. He flew into the penalty area, appearing to be a step too late. Although the ball had slowed down significantly due to its deflection, it was still half a step faster than him. However, Yixian had no intention of giving up. Just as he reached the small penalty area line, he suddenly leaped into the air, throwing himself into the space. In midair, he fully extended his body, his left foot reaching out to its maximum extent, expanding his defensive area as much as possible. Just as the ball was about to enter the goal, the tip of his left foot flicked the ball upwards. The ball flew out from just about a foot above the crossbar, resulting in a corner kick. Everyone was stunned. Oh my, Yixian had actually saved a certain goal. This could easily be equated to scoring a goal. If that were the case, he had already achieved a hat trick today. This was simply incredible. But where did he even come from? It turned out that while marking the opposing left winger, Yixian had been keenly observing Abate's ball control and the movements of other A-team players. He and Abate were good friends. He had previously heard Abate mention that if the attention of the opponents was drawn to one side, suddenly switching the ball to the weak side would yield an unexpectedly good effect. Thus, when Abate looked towards the left flank, he had already preemptively anticipated that Abate might initiate an attack with a long diagonal pass, so he had started moving into the penalty area early to provide support. To his surprise, he had actually saved a certain goal. All of his teammates surrounded Yixian, celebrating passionately. Meanwhile, Ancelotti approached Avani with a slight smile, asking, "Hey, has this kid not played in the reserve league yet?" Avani shrugged and replied he hasn't played yet, but his previous performances were not like this. Ancelotti chuckled. He may be inconsistent, but I feel this kid might be a hidden gem worth digging into. Let's do this. If we have a significant advantage in the next match against Bologna, let's give him a chance to shine. After saying this, Ancelotti adjusted his coat collar, muttering, "It's so cold today," and strode away. Inside the arena, the young talents of AC Milan's reserve team were experiencing contrasting emotions. The players of Team B surrounded Yixian in the center, celebrating wildly. You patted his head, I kicked his butt, and the goalkeeper even grabbed Yixian's shoulders and shook him vigorously, almost breaking his slender neck. Well done, Yixian. Your save is equivalent to a goal. If it weren't for that kick of yours, we would have fallen behind. Exactly, Yixian. I never expected your sprinting ability to be this strong. You managed to catch up to the clearance from so far away. How did you spot Megot's backline insertion? I didn't think your vision would broaden after half a month of Christmas break. With a goal and an extreme save, you really stole the show today. Ha ha, if you keep performing like this, I worry Payvatic will get a hernia from stress. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the scene on Team A's side was completely different at this moment. Most of the players were holding their heads in their hands, lamenting the loss of such a guaranteed goal opportunity. Abate almost rushed over to congratulate Yixian with the players of Team B, but at the last moment, he forced himself to hold back. After all, he was currently a player of Team A, and doing so would clearly be inappropriate, definitely inviting animosity. Only Payvatic was utterly furious. His eyes bulged like copper bells, glaring fiercely at Yixian, who was surrounded by the crowd. Damn it, why do you look so annoying? Scoring 2 goals was one thing, but now he even made an extreme save. What do you know, Ancelotti is here, and it's like putting a chicken feather on sheep dung. Can you even imagine it? I tell you, Ancelotti is here to evaluate me, nobody else should even think about it. Why did Ancelotti leave? In the following match, the players of Team A tried their best to take the lead. After all, Team A and Team B were evenly matched, and such a situation had never occurred in this reserve team before. If this got out, it would be too embarrassing. However, Yixian's extreme save completely ignited the fighting spirit of Team B's players. They united, running desperately on the field, fiercely covering for each other, using their bodies to block various shots and attacks from the opponents, turning the match into a scene reminiscent of a Champions League final, managing to withstand the opponent's bombardment and preventing Team A from scoring again. With a whistle from Gali, the match concluded, and the score settled at 2-2. At the moment the whistle blew, the players of Team B once again surrounded Yixian for a passionate celebration. He was the absolute hero of the day. Without him, the match would never have ended in a draw against their opponents. At that moment, most of Team A's players, led by Abate, also came over. During the match, everyone was opponents, but after the match they became teammates. Yixian usually kept a low profile and was humble in the team. After all, he had no reason not to be low-key. His abilities did not allow him to be otherwise. Most of his teammates still held him in high regard. Yixian, your performance today was simply spectacular. It was as if you were playing with cheats. Yes, that dribble of yours completely stunned me. Without any flashy moves, you managed to achieve such an effect purely through frequency and rhythm. I don't think I've ever seen such a dribble before. And how about that shot? Not stopping the ball, but striking it on the run with the outside of your foot. That technique is incredibly difficult to master. If you're not careful, you'll either miss it or shoot over. To be able to produce such quality shots is no small feat. Hey, what shocked me the most was that extreme save. The ball had already bounced into the air. Everyone thought it was a certain goal, but only he did not give up sprinting back from so far to make the save using such a reckless diving action. Not to mention that this save prevented a certain goal for us. The key was that this save completely ignited the fighting spirit of Team B. I feel that after that save their players had red eyes, looking as if they were in deep suffering, as if they weren't playing football, but fighting for their lives. I dare say if it weren't for Yixian's save, we definitely would have taken the lead again later. Kid, honestly, what secret training did you undergo during this Christmas break to improve so quickly? Everyone was praising Yixian, each adding their own words of praise, making him feel quite embarrassed. Just as he was thinking about how to downplay it, a sudden angry voice interrupted. You idiots, did you hit your heads too hard? How could you praise a kid from Dragon Country like this? He cheated, I tell you, he must have cheated. Otherwise, why did he not perform before and suddenly excel when Ancelotti was watching training? Is there really such a coincidence in the world? I tell you, Yixian, don't think that just because you showed a little face today our bet is still on. I will make you call me daddy. Ouch, who kicked me? Just as he was boasting, he suddenly felt a heavy kick on his butt. Angrily turning his head and about to curse, he awkwardly transformed a curse into boss. Due to the abrupt change, his pronunciation sounded a bit strange. It turned out that the one who kicked his butt was the head coach of Ivani. You fool, is it not enough to embarrass yourself today? Instead of focusing on training and matches, you're just messing around. If you continue to act up, I will assign you to Team B for tomorrow's training. Ivani always had a poker face during his playing days, looking serious at all times. At this moment his expression was tense, scaring Payvatic into a shiver. Especially that mention of being sent to Team B completely terrified him. Boss, I understand. I won't mess around anymore. I'm leaving. Watching Payvatic nearly run away in fear, Ivani signaled the other players to leave the field, leaving Yixian alone. Kid, your performance today was truly stunning. Not only did others find it incredible, even I was a bit shocked. To be honest, what kind of special training did you undergo this past half month to suddenly have a breakthrough? Yixian pretended to be modest and said after a long pause, there's no special training. I was just practicing according to what you usually teach. I might have been a bit excited seeing Ancelotti here, so I performed exceptionally today. Ivani smiled and said, oh, so it sounds like you have aspirations for the first team. Of course, not just me. Which one of us in the reserve team doesn't have aspirations for the first team? It's just that my previous performance was too mediocre. I have no idea when I would get a chance to join the first team. Kid, when is joining our AC Milan first team ever been about waiting for your turn? If it were about seniority, Paolo Maldini wouldn't have made his debut in Serie A at just 16 years and 6 months and 25 days old. And Albertini wouldn't have made his debut in Milan before turning 18, nor would he have replaced the current coach Ancelotti as the mainstay of Milan's midfield at 20. You must know that was the era of the Dutch trio. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly sparkled with different light. He knew those two people Avani mentioned. Which devoted fan of the Red and Black Army wouldn't know about them? In your era filled with stars, although the Dutch trio shone brightly, the Italian homegrown players represented by Baresi, Costacurta, Tassati, Donadoni, Ancelotti, Marcello, and Avani also sparkled. And these two young talents from Milan's youth training, Maldini and Albertini, shone like two brilliant pearls. Coach, do you mean I also have a chance to join the first team? Of course. As long as you train seriously and maintain performances like today, I guarantee you will soon get your chance. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed he heard something in Avani's words. Don't worry, coach. In every future match, you'll see performances from me like today. Yi Xian could undoubtedly maintain his performance, just like today. Although Messi's shoulder drop can only be used once every hour, which feels a bit unsatisfactory, it ensures he can utilize it in every match. More importantly, his shooting attribute of 64 points truly belongs to him. No system, no restrictions, he can use it as many times as he wants. He was confident that with his current shooting ability, he was undoubtedly unmatched in the Milan reserve team. Thus, after some contemplation, he had firmly decided to fully leverage his advantages in future team matches: speed, stamina, and strong shooting ability. Run more during the game, make more cuts, and take more shots. Find the best opportunities to use Messi's shoulder drop skill. This way he could ensure that every training match maintains today's standard. On the training ground the next day, Pavatic seemed much quieter than yesterday. He could ignore what others said, but he dared not take Avani's warning lightly. If he were really demoted to Group B by the boss, it would be no laughing matter. However, although his mouth was much tighter, his eyes were not idle, as each glance cast at Yi Xian radiated a chilling aura, filled with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Yi Xian would have died several times already. However, when it came time for the group confrontation, he realized that his intimidating gaze had no effect at all. That kid Yi Xian was actually even more active than yesterday. Over the past 4 months, Yi Xian had merely been a bystander on the field, a terminator of ball possession with teammates never actively passing to him. The few times he got the ball were nearly accidental. For example, after a scramble, the ball unexpectedly rolled to his feet. However, after yesterday's game, everyone suddenly realized that this kid from the Dragon Kingdom was actually a hidden gem. He possessed a tremendous energy that perhaps even he himself was unaware of. Consequently, during the game, everyone had begun to pass the ball to him actively. After yesterday's game, Yi Xian's confidence soared, and he thoroughly analyzed his strengths and weaknesses. That is to run more, cut in, and shoot, leveraging his strengths of good stamina, speed, and strong shooting ability, minimize ball control, and dribbling to avoid exposing his shortcomings in these areas. Therefore, when teammates passed the ball to him, he usually opted for a simple give-and-go, never lingering too long on the ball, and then made runs into the opponent's penalty area ready to receive the pass again and shoot at the first opportunity. In the past, such actions would have surely drawn harsh criticism from his teammates. Idiot, when you leave your defensive position to make a run, who the hell is going to cover for you? But that was no longer the case. His shooting ability had been showcased yesterday, earning the trust of his teammates. So when they saw him suddenly utilize his speed to make a run for a shooting opportunity, the fullback and defensive midfielder behind him instinctively covered for him. On the contrary, the players of Team A were not mentally prepared for his change in playing style, so his first attempt at this tactic yielded results. The defensive midfielder Tachetti from Team B controlled the ball, glanced around at his teammates' positions, and noticed Yi Xian making a lateral run to the front position, shaking off the close interference from the opposing winger. In the past, even if Yi Xian found a gap, Tachetti would not have passed him. But today he hesitated not at all, pushing the ball directly to Yi Xian. Idiot, how dare you actively make a run for the ball? Just wait, and see if I can knock you over, and let you know that I am the godlike presence in this team. Pavatic was furious and moved laterally to try to intercept the ball at Yi Xian's feet. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian did not let the ball linger at his feet. After controlling it, he directly passed the ball to the Italian young midfielder Cassini, then suddenly took off, charging full speed toward the opponent's penalty area. What? He actually wants to make a 1-2 with the midfielder. You're thinking too simply. Pavatic accelerated to chase back, attempting to obstruct Cassini's pass back to Yi Xian. But unexpectedly, Cassini did not make a wall pass with Yi Xian right away. Instead, he controlled the ball, quickly turned, and passed the ball directly to the forward poly before the A-team's center back could close him down. Ha ha ha, you fool. Just because you had a sudden burst of performance yesterday, do you think your teammates will start actively cooperating with you? Dream on. You're still an ignored presence. Pavatic chuckled inwardly and slowed down his pursuit of Yi Xian. But Yi Xian did not stop. He continued to sprint at full speed, racing along the right flank toward the heart of team as penalty area. Haha, I told you you're a fool. Your teammates are already preparing for a strong attack through the center, yet you're still making pointless runs along the flank, wasting energy. If you want to brush up your presence like this, you're truly foolish. What? Suddenly Pavatic saw an astonishing scene. Team B's center forward Polly shielded the ball with his back against a center back from the opposition, then suddenly used the inside of his foot to gently tap the ball to his left front. That was exactly the path for Yixian's run. At this moment, both of a team's center backs had been drawn out, and the left back had yet to recover in position. Yixian charged in at high speed, perfectly receiving the ball. He took a step forward, already penetrating the opponent's penalty area. The goalkeeper of Team A hurriedly moved to his left, blocking the near post. Yixian was advancing along the flank, and the angle for the shot was originally small. Now with the goalkeeper covering the near corner, he was left with only a slight angle to shoot for the far corner. This angle for the shot was extremely difficult to manage, requiring precise footwork and high accuracy. If the shot angle was too wide, it would go wide of the goal. If the angle was too narrow, it would fall within the goalkeeper's range. If Yixian took another step forward, the shooting angle would shrink even further. In that case, his opportunity to shoot for the far corner would be completely lost. Therefore, he had only a fleeting moment to take the shot. The goalkeeper's actions and choices were absolutely correct, no mistakes. Yixian also did not hesitate. He glanced up to observe the goalkeeper's positioning, rotating his body to the right to open up the angle for a shot with his left foot as much as possible. Then with the inside of his left foot, he took a curling shot. The contact point was extremely precise, with the entire inside of his foot tightly wrapping around the ball. As a result, the ball sped off quickly with a tricky angle and a noticeable inward spin. The goalkeeper made no reaction, merely watching the flight path of the ball with wide eyes. With a soft whoosh, the ball had already spun into the net side mesh. What? Yixian scored again. As the ball hit the net, everyone was stunned. Yixian scores consecutive goals. Moreover, each one is with a different shooting technique. A single goal might be a fluke, 2 goals in a match could be luck, but scoring consecutively with such high involvement is undoubtedly beyond mere luck. This goal was initiated by him. Although he only made the first pass and finished with the last kick, during the other moments he was sprinting at full speed. But everyone could see that it was his tireless running that drove the entire process of this goal. Or rather, his run from the back planned the final route for his attacking midfielder and striker. He is undoubtedly the chief architect of this goal. The players from Team B rushed to him, surrounding Yixian to celebrate joyfully. Team B is leading again. With Yixian around, this lead has become almost routine. Meanwhile, the players from Team A looked bewildered, their faces filled with disbelief. Even Pavatic stood with his mouth agape, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Is this real? Did Yixian really execute a planned attack? And succeeded? From his lateral escape from the opposing winger to a feigned two-known cooperation with his attacking midfielder, and then using his movement to create a passing lane for the striker Polly, everything was evidently planned and thought out. Is this still the same Yixian who used to be a mere bystander? And on the sidelines, Fanny subtly nodded in acknowledgement. In the last match, he unleashed a powerful shot with the outside of his foot without stopping the ball, and now he's curling a shot into the far corner with the inside of his foot. Completely different techniques, yet he executes them with such proficiency. This shooting skill seems even better than the team's regular forwards. Amidst the bewilderment and shock of Team A's players, the match resumed. They barely understood what had just happened, only feeling that Team B seemed to have undergone a miraculous transformation, as if they were an entirely different team. Those substitutes who once seemed to be of little value suddenly appeared to have improved drastically, and they became confident and united. Each player's movement became light and filled with intelligence, responding to each other frequently, and even when mistakes occurred there were no complaints, but rather an immediate effort to run back and cover for teammates. This significantly boosted their fighting spirit, seemingly transforming them into a team that is difficult to defeat. The players from Team A tried various offensive strategies, and at one point even managed to besiege Team B, but they just could not break through their defenses. All these changes stemmed from Yixian's presence. It was precisely his continuous scoring that filled Team B with such confidence and cohesion. As Team A launched a chaotic assault on Team B, with no success, the ball once again reached the periphery, landing at Yixian's feet. This time it was entirely unintentional, just a routine clearance. Haha, how effortlessly the ball seems to come to me just by standing here. Truly a treasure found while stumbling. Yixian controlled the ball and turned. His movements were steady and filled with confidence. Seeing Yixian receive the ball at the edge, several attacking players from Team B immediately sprinted towards the opponent's half, as if they firmly believed Yixian would surely lead this counterattack to fruition. Yixian was about to push forward with the ball when he suddenly noticed a sturdy figure closing in on him. Pavatic, my goodness, how old are you? Why is it always you? Pavatic's eyes widened, his muscles tense, as if he had a mortal grudge against Yixian. This isn't just playing football, if this feels like a fierce contest. Yixian smirked slightly, showing no signs of panic. I'm not afraid of your tackle, I'm just worried it won't be fierce enough. Suddenly, he let his right shoulder drop to the right, bending his right knee, and his entire body leaned to the right as well. Pavatiki felt a jolt of surprise. Oh no, here it comes again. Internally, he believed this was just a feint from Yi Xian. All he had to do was maintain his balance, and not let the opponent easily shake him off, and Yi Xian's feint would naturally collapse. But Yi Xian's rightward movement was executed to perfection, his body leaning to the right to the extreme. Pavatiki had no doubt that if he made no move, Yi Xian would surely use his left foot to nudge the ball to the right and break past him on the left side. Thus he had to act, needing to position himself before Yi Xian slipped past him on the left. So he moved, just slightly, tipping his weight to the left. And that slight tilt was fatal. Just as he shifted his weight, Yi Xian suddenly swung his body back to the right. No one could explain how he managed to do that, because his body was clearly leaning to the right to the extreme. But he accomplished it effortlessly. In a flash, his body darted from the right to the left at lightning speed, gently nudging the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, then swiftly connecting with the inside of his left foot. Like deep-fried meatballs. Pavatiki had no idea what had just happened. Yi Xian had already zipped past him like a breath of fresh air, charging down the middle with the ball. At this moment, several tall defenders from Team A were still in Team B's penalty area, desperately chasing with their heads down, leaving only 2 midfielders behind in their own half. They wanted to block Yi Xian's path, but the 3 attacking players from Team B had already stormed into their half. Together with Yi Xian, it formed a 4-on-2 situation. The 2 defenders dared not advance recklessly to block, only able to retreat, while fighting, which was exactly the scenario Yi Xian wished to see. His dribbling skill was average. If faced with a block, he might lose the ball. But with the opponent retreating, they provided him with enough space to maneuver the ball, making it easier for him. After all, he was fast. He charged forward with big strides, and the 3 attacking players in front of him each created a very suitable pass. As he reached the top of the penalty area, the 2 opposing defenders had already retreated into the box, with no further retreat left. They were clearly not true center-backs, lacking coordination. Yi Xian suddenly pushed the ball with his left foot to his left front, perfectly passing it through the gap between the 2 defenders, sending a comfortable through ball to the striker Polly. Polly controlled the ball facing the opposing goalkeeper directly, an unknown opportunity. The goalkeeper had no choice but to rush out, attempting to block Poli's shot angle. Polly lifted his right foot, making a motion to shoot to the far corner, but at the moment his right foot made contact with the ball, he suddenly twisted his ankle, directing the ball into the near corner of the goal. 2-0 Team B leads, and Yi Xian effortlessly notched an assist. The players from Team B gathered together once more to celebrate passionately, while head coach Fanny silently nodded in approval once again. Well done, Yi Xian, you have earned the right to sit on the bench for the reserve league in Serie. 2 days later, 10 o'clock in the morning, Milan Nero 2 training ground. The Milan reserve team held their last training session before the official match. Today's training was primarily focused on warm-up exercises, including light jogging, stretching, and small-scale passing drills, with no high-intensity training or competitive segments. With a match against Bologna scheduled for 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Avani would not be foolish enough to exhaust the players. The city of Bologna has produced many football legends, including the renowned bald referee Collina, famous across Europe and even the world. Additionally, this city was once home to a powerful forward who later made a name for himself in the Apennines, the unstoppable Bobo Christian Vieri. This super striker, nicknamed the Tank, would later earn accolades including an Italian Footballer of the Year award, a Capocannoniere in Serie A top scorer in La Liga, a Toyota Cup champion, a UEFA Super Cup champion, a Winners' Cup champion, a Serie A title, and 2 Coppa Italia titles. His robust physique, unparalleled left-footed shooting ability, and overwhelming impact made him synonymous with the archetype of a powerful striker for a considerable time. During his time at Atletico Madrid, he once scored 4 goals in a single match, yet unfortunately, they lost 45 to the relegated Team Salamanca. Aside from his dazzling performances on the pitch, Vieri's off-field exploits also provided fans with much to talk about. In those glorious years, he and his good friend, the famous AC Milan star known as Super Pippo Inzaghi, were dubbed the Dark Lords of Italian romance, captivating many football beauties in Serie A. No matter who claimed to be the football goddess or football saint in front of these 2, they would all shed their inhibitions bobo to bobo. Through the sea of flowers, not a blade of grass touched them. Many people do not know that Vieri was actually born in Bologna, but he was not a product of Bologna's youth academy. He spent his youth training with the Serie C team Prato. In Bologna's football history, the most famous star is undoubtedly Roberto Baggio. Though he only spent 1 season in Bologna and his aim was clear, to secure enough playing time to catch the last train to the 1998 France World Cup. During the 1997-1998 season, the former Zebra Prince made 30 appearances, scoring 22 goals, and providing 9 assists, averaging over 1 goal contribution per match, leading the team to an impressive 8th place in the league. Though it was just a brief season, Roberto Baggio's name is forever etched in the annals of Bologna FC. In the current year of 2003, the star of Bologna's team is none other than the 3-time Serie A top scorer Giuseppe Signori. Unfortunately, Signori is now 35 years old, a veteran past his prime. Bologna's youth training system, like their first team, has always appeared lukewarm in Serie A, lacking noteworthy talent and presence. Aside from Mancini and Pagliuca in the 70s and 80s, their youth system has not produced any stars. Of course, if Yixian had arrived a few years later, he would have witnessed the brightest moment in Bologna's youth training. Their youth system produced two brilliant stars born in 1991, one in attack and one in defense, both shining brightly. Forward Borini, who joined Liverpool during the Rodgers era for $12 million, was later selected for the Italian national team, participating in the 2012 European Championship. The other youth star is even more famous Michelangelo Albertazzi. This blonde boy, once hailed as an ancient century prodigy and the best successor to Paolo Maldini, enjoyed an unparalleled youth football career, having captained both the Italian U17 and U20 national teams. Unfortunately, since joining AC Milan, he has exhibited a plummeting trajectory akin to a free fall, managing to play only one match for the Rossoneri in the Coppa Italia, while spending the rest of his time on repeated loans. Before turning 30, he found himself without a club, which is quite lamentable. Now both of them are only 12 years old, and the current Bologna reserve team is filled with ordinary players lacking any standout stars, while AC Milan is playing at home, instilling great confidence in their victory. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the whole team arrived at the tactical analysis room, where Ivani would conduct the final tactical briefing for the team. Our formation is 4,231, with the two wingers being crucial tactical pieces. When defending, you need to quickly return to your positions, occupying the midfield spots on the flanks to protect the fullbacks behind you. At this point, the formation resembles more of a 4,411. The opponent's attacking methods are relatively straightforward, often delivering high balls from the flanks into the box for the tall striker to contest the initial touch, so you two wingers must work with the fullbacks to cut off their crossing options. The attacking midfielder must also be vigilant in tracking back, contesting the ball at the feet of the opposing holding midfielder. The two defensive midfielders should divide their duties, with one blocking the ball carrier and the other providing cover to protect the center backs behind you. During attacks, everyone should vary their movements, especially the two wingers. I assure you, this afternoon their tactic will be to defend tightly and wait for counterattacks, so the midfield and defensive lines will likely be heavily fortified. Penetrating directly through the center will be quite difficult, and we must first open up the flanks. The fullbacks and wingers need to be clever, moving around more. You can't just cling to the flanks, as that makes it easy for them to read your movements. You should frequently switch positions. Wingers can drift more towards the center, trying to push their flanking defenders inwards, thus creating space for the fullbacks to make overlapping runs. However, at this time, the defensive midfielders must pay attention to protecting the space behind the fullbacks. In short, you must remember that if the opponent is overly defensive and you cannot break through, you need to combine various tactics. You can feign an attack through the center, first compressing the opponent's defense into the middle and then breaking through from the sides. Alternatively, you can initiate an attack from the flanks to thin out the central defense before making your move through the middle. In any case, don't rush, stay steady. The moment you score the first goal will be when you truly pry open the lid of the can. Ivani's tactical analysis was very thorough, and beneath him, Yixian listened with extraordinary focus. In the past few months, although he had merely been a bystander in training, he listened intently to every tactical explanation from the head coach. Although players are categorized into starters and substitutes, as well as A and B teams, the tactical philosophies across all teams are the same. In his view, this might be the only fair thing he could strive for at the moment. Hence he treasured it deeply. He believed that opportunities always favor those who are prepared. You never know when he might get a chance to turn his fortunes around and step onto the field. Understanding the team's overall tactical approach is no different from the main players. Isn't that a good thing? Ivani's tactical analysis concluded. Alright, now it's time for you to have a good lunch and a proper nap. Upon hearing Ivani's words, everyone shared a knowing smile. Ivani had a habit of announcing the starting lineup and the full squad for the official match on the morning of the game. In his words, revealing the list early allows everyone to have a peaceful lunch and a restful nap. Now I will first announce today's starting lineup. Abate, Haksu, Pavatic, Fog. The list of 11 players was revealed without any surprises. It was precisely the 11 members of Team A from the internal match. Such scenes had become commonplace for everyone. From the perspective of overall strength, Team A's players were indeed slightly superior to Team B, so unless there were injuries or suspensions, these 11 individuals were generally the starters in the official match. Next, let's announce the substitute players. Pali, Tassetti, Soriano. At that time, FIFA had not yet reformed the squad size, and only 18 players could be included in the full squad for each match. Aside from the 11 starters, there were 7 players who could sit on the substitute bench, strictly adhering to the standards of a senior team. Among them, at least one spot had to be reserved for the goalkeeper, so only 6 regular players could sit on the substitute bench. Soon Ivani had read out the names of 6 players, leaving only one spot for substitutes. These 6 players, just like the starting lineup, were all expected regulars. They included Team B's captain Tassetti, center forward Pali, and others who were all outstanding figures in Team B, both in terms of skill and reputation. Would the last spot bring any surprises? Avani deliberately paused for a moment, quickly scanning the face. Oh, could there really be a surprise? The players already familiar with the coach's temperament suddenly sensed some signal from this pause and glance. The last player to enter the full squad is Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian. Hearing this name, everyone immediately erupted in a commotion. All eyes turned to Yi Xian. This kid has been with the team for over 4 months now, and he had always been a bit player. How could he suddenly be selected for the 18-player squad? However, in an instant the confusion and doubt in everyone's eyes seemed to fade away. Indeed, Yi Xian's previous performance had been quite mediocre, but ever since the Christmas break, he seemed to have opened up his meridians, completely transforming himself. Recently during the matches he had scored and assisted in every game, dramatically boosting Team B's fighting capability. Now it had become quite challenging for Team A to win in the internal matches. Such performances fully deserved a spot in the full squad. Alright, that's it. Hurry up and have your lunch, and you can rest a bit. We gather at the field at 2:30 p.m. sharp. After issuing the command, Avani left the tactical room with several assistant coaches and fitness coaches. Congratulations, Yi Xian, you finally have a chance to sit on the substitute bench. As soon as Avani left, Yi Xian's teammates from Team B rushed over to congratulate him. In the past few days, Yi Xian's performance had subtly won them over. In their eyes, his opportunity to enter the full squad today was entirely earned through his own efforts. Well deserved. Thank you everyone, but it's just entering the full squad. Oh, whether I get a chance to play is still uncertain. Don't underestimate entering the full squad. Oh, only sitting on the substitute bench provides a chance to play. It's a significant first step. Exactly. Bologna is a weak team. Let's aim to score a few goals early, secure the victory, and give you a chance to get on the field. The one saying this was his good brother Abate, who came with Team as players to congratulate Yi Xian, including seeing his rival come over to congratulate him. Yi Xian was momentarily stunned and didn't know how to respond. What are you looking at? I used to dislike you because your skills were too poor, feeling you didn't deserve to wear the Milan jersey. I have always been, but to be fair, your recent performance in training has significantly improved, and you indeed deserve to wear the red and black jersey and earn a place in the full squad, so I have to congratulate you, Yi Xian. But don't get too cocky, it's just entering the full squad. Getting on the field is what really— Also, our bet is still on. I don't think I'll let you off easily. Yi Xian smiled. It turned out that Payvatic, who seemed fierce and intimidating, was actually quite genuine. Alright, since you are genuinely happy for me, I might consider letting you off the hook. Before Yi Xian could finish his sentence, a ding sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, for completing a random system task recognition from teammates. Earn star skills super long shot guaranteed card. This skill allows shooting from any angle within 30 meters of the goal, with a guaranteed goal every 3 shots. The initial cooldown for this skill is 1 hour, and the cooldown will gradually decrease as system tasks are completed. Additionally, the host receives an extra reward of 5 points in basic attributes, which can increase any basic skill. Then on Yi Xian's system panel, the option for Messi's shoulder drop appeared, and the cooldown duration changed from 60 minutes to 55 minutes. He understood that since he completed a random system task, the cooldown for this skill had been reduced by 5 minutes. Great. Now I can activate 2-star skills. Although I can't use them freely due to the cooldown, I can use each once during a match. That's enough for me to make an impression. What delighted him even more was the additional 5 points in basic attributes. No matter how good the star skills are, the real increase in personal strength is the true essence. As the saying goes, skills should never be underestimated. Where should I allocate these 5 points in basic attributes? Suddenly, he recalled the incident during the internal match when Payvatic knocked him down. Got it. My current ability to withstand contact is too weak, only 49 points, and am still far from the— Although the reserve players are young and the physical collisions are not as frequent as in the senior team, having no physical ability is still unacceptable. With this thought, Yi Xian instantly increased his contact ability to 54 points. Alright, I'll start my first reserve league match from the substitute bench. The reserve league match between AC Milan and Bologna's reserve team will officially kick off at 4 p.m. at the Milanello field. No. 2. Generally, reserve league matches do not utilize the main stadium of the first team, especially for clubs like Milan, where a single stadium must accommodate home matches for 2 powerhouse teams. According to the regulations of the Italian Football Federation, any properly regulated venue can be declared as the home ground for the reserve team. Field No. 2 at Milanello is a standard football pitch that has passed the various assessments of the Italian Football Federation, making it the home ground for Milan's reserve team. A sparse crowd of fewer than 200 people stood along the sidelines. Although the matches for the reserve team are free for AC Milan fans, the game is held on a Friday when everyone is at work, and such matches featuring no star players primarily focus on training and scouting, making them rather unappealing. Hence, the audience is usually comprised of 3 types of people. The first is the family and friends of the players, the second is the club staff, and the third consists of scouts and agents. Hey Tony, what brings you here to watch the game? Anthony, if you can come, why can't I? But doesn't your boss Raiola only pay attention to big-name stars, like Birdcamp Junker Nedved and the likes? Who said that? Our boss often says that discovering a young player with potential is the most rewarding. Just like that Swedish player at Ajax. Or are you talking about Ibrahimovic? Yes, that's him, such a peculiar name. However, to be fair, this Swedish kid was spotted by your boss when he was playing at Malmo, and getting him transferred to Ajax at a high price was no small feat. Yet I really can't see why your boss would send you here. The Vismara youth training camp of AC Milan has seemed a bit lackluster in recent years. That depends on how you compare. If you compare it to the likes of Barisi, Costacurta, and Maldini, it does seem a bit dim, but compared to other youth training camps, it's still quite good. Take right now, for example, players like Borello Antonini, who is on loan at Sampdoria Otto, who transferred to Lazio, and the current first-choice goalkeeper of Inter Milan Toldo. All of them came from the Vismara youth training camp. You make a good point. It's a pity that the first team of the Rossoneri is just too strong, which is not very friendly to these youth players. It's truly difficult to secure a place on the team. That's true. To emerge from a prestigious youth academy, one must not only possess absolute skill, but also have a strong heart. Otherwise, one cannot withstand the pressure of being repeatedly loaned out for development. At 3 o'clock, both teams' players walked out of the dressing room for their final warm-up before the match. Yi Xian's appearance quickly attracted the attention of keen professional scouts and agents. Hey, who is that guy with... I don't think I've seen him before. Oh, I think his name is Yi. Oh, right, Yi Xian, he's from the Dragon Country, and came to a Dragon Country player. Oh, I remember now, or it seems the Milan channel mentioned him once, but it didn't cause any... Of course there wouldn't be any reaction. A Dragon Country players don't play football, they only play table tennis. Everyone can see that this is just a political move by Berlusconi, probably aimed at the lucrative Dragon Country market. Indeed, the Dragon Country has the largest population in the world. You just selling jerseys could earn a significant profit. But look, he's wearing a training kit for substitutes today, as if he might take the field. I find that strange. Does Avani plan to put him on the bench today? Let's wait and see how he performs in training first. Yi Xian alongside everyone else was warming up under the guidance of assistant coach Gali. After a round of jogging and stretching, they began practicing passing and combination drills with the ball. Wearing a substitute training kit for the first time, Yi Xian felt both excited and nervous. Oh my, why are there so many people here today? There must be around 200 people, right? It's my first time playing in front of so many and I am indeed a bit nervous. Come on, Yi Xian, how could you still be anxious with just this many people? How will you play in front of 80,000 people at San Siro in the future? Besides, you were the captain of the youth team from the Dragon Country and have represented it in international matches. Forget it, those guys are just a bunch of fakes relying on bribing the coach to get on the team. It's all just for show. Oh, I shouldn't care about them. Anxious and unsettled, Yi Xian's performance during the ball drills was lackluster with frequent mistakes. After all, his passing attribute is only 50 and his ball control is just 48. He is basically at a novice level. Nervous like this, and he couldn't even perform at a normal level. What the heck, is Avani joking by including such a guy on the roster? Exactly. I feel like I could play better than him even in a match kit if he really gets on the field. It would be so unworthy of this red and black striped jersey. Is Avani thinking the opponent is too weak to do this? But that's quite arrogant, isn't it? There must be players in the reserve team who are better than this Dragon Country player. Isn't it a waste to squander a substitute spot like this? With his mind already racing, Yi Xian became even more anxious upon seeing the audience whisper and point at him, resulting in a poor performance during the final shooting segment. His shooting attribute of 64 was entirely unutilized. Alright, it's confirmed this Dragon Country kid is definitely just a mascot here to serve as a goodwill ambassador. Exactly. Just look at his shooting posture. Not only is he a soft-shell crab, but he also lacks power, technique, and angles in his shots. He's a complete dud. I'd bet that this guy will just sit on the bench for 90 minutes as a spectator and will definitely not get a chance to play. I think so too. If Avani dares to field such a bum, it must be because he wants to get fired by President Berlusconi. Avani stood by the sidelines watching everything unfold on the field. He shook his head in disappointment at Yi Xian's poor performance. Becoming a part of AC Milan is not as easy as imagined. In addition to having strong abilities, one must also possess a good mental fortitude. Can this rookie Yi Xian make it? Assistant coach Gali called everyone to the dressing room to prepare for the final tactical arrangements and motivation for the players. Avani stopped the dejected Yi Xian. Kid, are you trying to make me take you off the roster with that attitude? Yi Xian. I remember when you first came to Milanello you claimed to be a true Rossoneri. Don't you know that truly becoming a part of Milan has never been easy? It requires not only skill, but also a certain spirit. Why is AC Milan red? Because it symbolizes blood, passion, loyalty, and dedication. It symbolizes never giving up and fighting to the end. Without this spirit, one is unworthy to wear this. Over the years, many talented youngsters have emerged from the Vismara youth training camp, but very few have truly made it onto the Milan pitch. This is because they only focus on honing their skills without ever comprehending the spirit of the red and black. Later, while sitting on the bench, reflect deeply on whether you can truly grasp this genuine red and black spirit. Also think about whether you are truly prepared to become a member of the red and black army. Watching Avani walk away, Yi Xian felt enlightened. Indeed, the true meaning of being red and black has never been limited to the pitch. It is a spirit, a legacy. It is the unwavering loyalty of former captain Franco Baresi during Milan's 2 relegations. It is the steadfastness of current captain Paolo Maldini and the loyalty of 3 generations. Wearing the red and black battle jersey to fight is an honor, a responsibility, but it should never be a burden, nor should one be timid. Evani, I understand now. Thank you for curing my mental exhaustion. At 4 in the afternoon, with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match between AC Milan and Bologna's reserve team officially commenced. Bologna took the first kickoff. After the kickoff at the center circle, their center forward passed the ball back to the defensive midfielder number 5 Serie. This Polish player, along with another defensive midfielder number 6 Czech player Haig, briefly combined before noticing Milan's attacking players quickly pressing forward, prompting them to pass the ball back to the center back behind them. Although neither of these Eastern European players managed to establish themselves in the top leagues of Europe, they shared a remarkably similar playing style: strong physiques, immense power, adept at physical duels, and a fierce aggressive style of play. Technical finesse was not their forte, but their playing style was resolute, and their challenges were fierce. They not only welcomed physical contact, but also thrived on it. Consequently, both players eventually made their way to England, where they played for championship teams for an extended period. Milan's starting center forward Hoxu quickly pressured the opposing center back in possession of the ball, forcing the defender to resort to the safest method in a hurry, launching a long kick to midfield. After a struggle in midfield, the ball came under the control of the Milan players. Upon seeing Milan regain possession, Bologna's players adopted a completely opposite defensive strategy. Rather than pressing high like Milan, they quickly retreated. Up front, they left only one center forward to symbolically disturb the opposing ball carrier, while all other players rapidly returned to their half to establish a solid defensive line. The 2 wingers and 2 fullbacks were responsible for tightly marking the flanks, while the 2 defensive midfielders occupied the central midfield positions. The 3 center backs focused on defending the central area of the penalty box, forming a classic 541 defensive formation. Goodness, Bologna's coach actually resurrected the long and used sweeper tactic. Yi Xian, who had always been fascinated by football formations before his time travel, felt his expression darkening. The concept of the sweeper originated from Austrian coach Karl Rappan in the 1930s, who boldly withdrew a midfielder to position him between the defenders and the goalkeeper, creating a deep-lying center back who could sweep away any threats to the defense, achieving remarkable success. Because he was coaching a Swiss team at the time, he earned the nickname Swiss Lock. However, it was the German football emperor Beckenbauer who truly elevated the sweeper position to its zenith. Having played as a winger and in midfield, when he transitioned to the sweeper role, he infused it with a fresh attacking dimension. He was no longer just a libero in defense, but a true libero who could join the attack at any moment, serving as the core and brain of the team's offense and defense. However, since the emergence of another German Sammer, this versatile libero has almost disappeared from the football world, with the sweeper being increasingly regarded as synonymous with a deep-lying center back. As the modern football philosophy of total attack and defense gradually took shape by 2003, it was rare for teams to specifically designate a deep-lying center back, as this would reduce the number of players in the attack. Yet as a time traveler, Yi Xian knew that in 6 months at the 2004 UEFA European Championship, a German named Otto Rehagel would lead the underdog Greek team to create a Greek miracle, defeating the host nation Portugal twice and reaching the pinnacle of European football. The reason he could achieve this miracle was largely because he resurrected the sweeper tactic, positioning the 196-meter-tall center back Delis as the deep-lying center back. With defenses as solid as a fortress and set pieces that were lethal, Yi Xian was confident that Bologna's young players would struggle to fully utilize the essence of a 3 center-back system in both attack and defense. However, what if they had no intention of maximizing their potential in both attack and defense? What if they were merely satisfied with a draw? In that case, his teammates would likely encounter trouble. Unfortunately, the reality was indeed so. Bologna had surely conducted meticulous tactical arrangements before the match, and their defensive organization was. The 2 defensive midfielders actively contested in midfield, using their physicality and strength to build a solid first line of defense in front of the center backs. The 2 fullbacks almost abandoned their attacking duties, concentrating solely on intercepting the opponent's breakthroughs on the flanks. The 2 marking center backs had clear tasks, fiercely contesting any Milan player entering their defensive zone, aiming to disrupt the play at the first opportunity. If they failed to disrupt the play, it was no matter. The deep-lying center back behind them would handle any remaining trouble. Once they had a chance to counter, they would not commit too many players. Typically, it was the midfielders who would clear the ball forward with a long kick, and rather than a counterattack, it was more akin. The center forward would judge the ball's landing point, making a move to contest if he felt there was an opportunity. Otherwise, he wouldn't even attempt to contest. Even if a rare opportunity for a ground counterattack arose, Bologna still committed very few players. Besides the tall center forward, only the winger on the side of the ball would participate in the counter. Their two wingers were technically average, but very quick, usually utilizing their speed to combine with the tall center forward to create simple plays aiming to pose a threat during counters. If the counter failed, they would immediately retreat to their defensive positions. In short, their attitude was, "I will defend, you can play as you wish." Their intention was clearly to leave with a point from the away match. Winning never crossed their minds. Breaking through a dense defense was a universal challenge. In adult matches, once one side is determined to hold for a draw with the entire team parking the bus in their own half, the other side, finding victory, becomes extremely difficult, let alone for Milan's young players. Moreover, Bologna's coach had deployed the long-unseen sweeper setup today, adding a deep-lying center back. For many of Milan's players on the field today, this tactic was a first encounter. After all, in the world of football in 2003, a four-defender setup was the mainstream. Thus, Milan's players easily gained absolute control of the ball, but they quickly realized that despite their possession, they struggled to pose any real threat to their opponents. Trying to break through on the flanks, Bologna's two fullbacks were positioned very tightly, and the wingers in front provided excellent protection, leaving no room for breakthroughs. Attempting to use speed to exploit gaps behind the opponent's defense, they found Bologna's defensive line was pulled back very tightly, leaving no gaps behind. Even if they occasionally managed to play the ball behind the opponent, Bologna still had a sweeper, always getting to the ball before the Milan players could. They also tried a few times to penetrate directly through the center, but the density of Bologna's central defense was overwhelming, filled with long legs everywhere. With the deep-lying center back providing protection behind them, Bologna's two marking center backs were very determined in contesting the first challenge. No matter from which side Milan initiated their offensive to attack the center, they would quickly close in to contest the ball at the feet of the Milan players, making it very difficult for them, forcing them to choose to pass backward. In the end, they also attempted several long balls to attack the opponent's penalty area, but similarly it bore no fruit. With three tall center backs cluttering the central area of the penalty box, Milan's center forward Haksu had almost no chance to contest the first touch. Once the ball was cleared from the penalty area, Bologna's two defensive midfielders would have their moment to shine. These two defensive midfielders were strong, fierce in their contests, and very tough in physical confrontations, tightly guarding the area in front of the center backs, making it difficult for Milan's players to secure a second touch in that zone. Time passed by second. Although Milan firmly held the initiative on the field, they had hardly any good shooting opportunities, let alone scoring. 20 minutes later, Milan's young players began to exhibit anxious emotions. "Hey Fuga, you're the attacking midfielder, why don't you push forward?" "Push forward? I'm almost entering their penalty area, how can I push forward? Every time I receive the ball with my back, it's so frustrating." "Hey Vatic, can you hold off that defensive midfielder? I keep getting squeezed out of position when I move toward the center, I can't even hold on to the ball. You idiot, didn't you see that I'm already pressing him so hard his face is changing shape? These two are as tough as iron blocks, do you think it's as easy to handle as you a soft crab? Haksa, did you not eat lunch today? Why can't you win a single header from my crosses? Come on, they have three defenders against me alone, every time I jump it feels like I'm carrying a bag of flour. How can I win? If you don't believe me, you can come and try. Abe, can you try to play more on the flanks? It's too dense in the center, I've tried several times, but their fullbacks are guarding the flanks tightly, and the wingers are marking closely, there's no way to break." Iwani noticed the bad signs, and stood on the sidelines loudly urging the players on the field to relax and experiment with different tactical combinations. However, no matter how Milan's players operated, Bologna was simply hiding in their own half, like a tiger, not leaving its den, always ready. The two defensive lines were like tightly woven fences, firmly shielding their goal behind them, and the distance between the two lines was maintained very reasonably, leaving Milan's players with no solutions. Time continued to slip away second by second, and Iwani's expression grew increasingly grim. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the first half of the match came to an end. Iwani's face turned dark, and without pausing for even a second on the sidelines, he quickly walked into the locker room. His mind raced. The Milan players walked towards the locker room, each looking dejected, as if they had suffered a defeat. In contrast, the Bologna players were celebrating with high fives, encouraging each other, as if they had won the match. After all, Milan had aimed for 3 points, and the outcome was clearly below expectations. Bologna, on the other hand, was content with a draw, and from the current momentum, it seemed they had achieved their goal. Bologna's tactical arrangements had fully met their strategic objectives. Yishin followed the crowd into the locker room, and saw Ivani and Gali whispering in a corner. The two were serious, speaking rapidly with frequent and intense gestures, clearly engaged in planning the tactics for the second half. This planning could very well determine the course of the entire match. All the players sat in their seats, afraid to speak, their expressions dim and tense. Even the usually arrogant Pavlovich had his head slightly lowered, ears perked up, trying to eavesdrop on what the coaches were discussing. Yishian's mind was racing, attempting to search through his past life memories to see if there were any clever strategies in football tactics that could counter the dense defense, especially the kind with 3 center backs and 5 defenders. The answer was no. Breaking through a dense defense is a global challenge, how otherwise Rehagel's Greece wouldn't have won the European Championship in 2004, and Mourinho's Inter Milan wouldn't have claimed the treble in the 2009-2010 season. It should be noted that he had eliminated Guardiola's Barcelona dream team in the semi-finals and triumphed over Bayern Munich in the finals. Although Bologna's reserves certainly lacked the counterattacking prowess of Edu Sneijder and Diego Milito, it was still entirely possible for them to hold on for a draw. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Oh right, there was indeed a clever trick to break through a dense defense, and it seemed that his Milan teammates weren't skilled at it. Could it be? Just then Avani clapped his hands urgently a few times, signaling everyone to focus. Listen, we need to adjust our formation for the second half. Currently Bologna has set up a dense defense with 3 center-backs and 5 defenders clearly aiming for a draw. In this situation, it's completely unnecessary for us to stick with a double defensive midfielder system. In the second half, Megat will come off and Pali will come on. We will switch to a 442 formation. Pavlovic will play as a lone defensive midfielder with Fuga in an attacking midfielder's role in a diamond formation. Forwards Pali and Haksu will play as a dual frontline. Upon hearing Avani's substitutions, Yi Xian inwardly gave a thumbs up. Truly as a legend of AC Milan, his vision was sharp and his adjustments were decisive. Kudos. Megat is one of the double defensive midfielders paired with Pavlovic. Given Bologna's dense defense, which has nearly given up on attacking, maintaining a double defensive midfielder setup is a complete waste. In the first half, Haksu was outnumbered 3-1 in the opponent's penalty area and was at a disadvantage. Now by adding another forward, we can certainly create more threats and chaos in the opponent's penalty area. Avani was decisive and commendable. Pali, your style is similar to Haksu. Both play as traditional center forwards. Now that both of you are on the field, make sure not to occupy the same space. Communicate and support each other. Haksu, you should move forward while you stay behind, or to the side of him, making sure to run a lot to create space for him. Understood. Haksu, don't just charge forward blindly. Keep an eye on Polis movements. When necessary, run some crosses to create space for your teammates. Got it. The opponent's tactics in the first half have proven effective and achieved their objectives. However, a football match is never determined by the first half's outcome. We must look at the whole match. In the second half, you all need to pick yourselves up and start afresh. Run more, make more overlaps, and strive to disrupt the opponent's defense. Once it's in disarray, opportunities will arise. Additionally, I want to emphasize that with the addition of another forward in the second half, there will certainly be more chances than in the first half. You must shoot boldly, don't hesitate. Whenever you find an opportunity, take the shot. Especially long-range shots. Fuga, abate Pavlovic, you all may have opportunities for long-range shots, so be decisive in your attempts. Remember, long-range shots are a weapon to break through dense defenses. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Haha, the coach actually thought of the same strategy one did. It turns out that he was just thinking about using long-range shots to break through the dense defense. From the first half's match situation, Bologna's formation has retreated very deep. As long as your shot is strong enough with enough power and distance, it is entirely possible to blast open the opponent's goal with a long-range shot. Even if you can't score directly, as long as you can threaten the opponent's goal with a long-range shot, it will send a signal to their defenders: my defensive line is too deep and needs to be pushed forward, otherwise we might be hit by their long-range missiles. Once Bologna's defense pushes forward, the gaps behind them will naturally widen, creating opportunities for Milan to exploit. The question is, does Milan have any players capable of such long-range shots? The second half of the match has begun. Milan will kick off to start the second half. After Haksu kicked off from the center circle, he and Pali quickly pressed towards the opponent's half. Left midfielder Lipinski and right midfielder Abate quickly spread wide, while attacking midfielder Fuga roamed behind the two forwards, and lone defensive midfielder Pavlovic orchestrated the play from the center. A standard 442 diamond formation. Bologna, however, remained steadfast in their 541 defensive setup, waiting for Milan's attack. The ball passed back and forth among the Milan players' feet. They circulated from left to right and back again in the midfield, attempting to exploit gaps in the opponent's defense through this maneuvering. However, Bologna was determined to hold their ground, and faced with Milan's left and right adjustments in midfield, they did not press forward, but instead maintained their defensive positions as the opponent held the ball. As long as you don't attack into my penalty area, feel free. Yet Milan has now added another forward, and Pali, as per Avani's instructions, is not playing as a stationary figure, but is very active and flexible in his positioning. He often drops back outside the penalty area to receive the ball, and even swaps positions with the attacking midfielder Fuga, allowing him to receive the ball in the attacking midfielder position, while Fuga makes a late run into the opponent's penalty area to attack. With this increase in tactical movement, Milan finally gained a few valuable opportunities. Boli suddenly withdrew from the restricted area while Fuga inserted himself from the backline. The two executed a cross-exchange. Such movement had never appeared in the first half, causing a momentary confusion in Bologna's defense. Pavlovic seized the opportunity, pushing the ball with the arch of his foot to the retreating Boli. A defensive midfielder from Bologna saw Boli receiving the ball with his back turned and immediately closed in from behind ready to intercept the ball as Bolli controlled it. However, Bolli did not control the ball. Instead, he lifted his leg and let it slip through. The ball rolled right into Fuga's running path behind him. What? Bologna's defense did not expect Milan to execute such a play, instantly thrown into disarray. Just as Bolli retreated to receive the ball, one of Bologna's marking center-backs was already a bit confused, unsure whether to follow or stay in position. Bolli's clever move immediately unlocked Bologna's defensive midfielder, putting Fuga face-to-face with the bewildered center-back. This was a second strike. Such tactical movement was evidently something the Milan players had practiced before. Just as Fuga entered the box without receiving the ball, Haksu, who was initially on the opposite side of the box, suddenly took off, quickly approaching Fuga, shaking off Bologna's other center-back, which left the trailing center-back momentarily stunned. Fuga understood the signal and immediately passed the ball to the running Haksu, while he himself kept moving along the original path. Haksu also grasped Fuga's intention, not stopping the ball, but instead using the arch of his foot to nudge the ball sideways behind him. A wall pass to Tonon. As a typical center-forward, Haksu was most adept at executing such walls. At this moment, both of Bologna's marking center-backs were out of position, and the trailing center-back hurried over to cover, but it was ultimately too late. In front of Fuga, there was only the opposing goalkeeper left. However, Bologna's defense had retreated far too deep, making the angle for Fuga's unknown shot very small. Moreover, seeing the dire situation, Bologna's goalkeeper had already advanced to confront Fuga, decisively blocking the near post, leaving only a sliver of angle for Fuga to aim for the far corner. Without hesitation, Fuga shot with the arch of his left foot towards the far corner. Unfortunately, this Cameroonian player's dominant foot was his right, and his left foot was weaker, coupled with the angle being too small, while Bologna's trailing center-back had already gone to ground attempting to intercept Fuga's ball at the last moment. With a light thump, the ball had already left his foot, slowly rolling towards the back corner of Bologna's goal. However, it slid past the goal, grazing the far post and rolling out of play. What the hell? Why was there no one at the far post to follow up? The ball was right on the goal line at this moment. If someone just went up and farted, they could have knocked it in. Pavatic held his head in both hands, looking frustrated, bouncing a few times in place, cursing under his breath. It was no wonder he was so upset. This was Milan's best scoring opportunity so far. Not just him, the entire Milan team was lamenting. Even Yi Xian on the bench couldn't help but stomp his feet a few times. Damn, what a pity. Meanwhile, Bologna's players let out a sigh of relief, each wearing a look of having survived a catastrophe. Good play, good play. That cooperation was excellent. Let's keep playing like this. Only 10 minutes had passed in the second half, plenty of time. Just keep playing like this, no need to rush, the opportunities will come. But do opportunities really still exist? Previously, Bolli had attempted the withdrawal tactic several times, but none posed a significant threat, failing to attract Bologna's proper attention. However, this time, having almost scored, Bologna's players completely understood Milan's intentions. From now on, no matter how Bolli ran in and out, Bologna's two marking center-backs remained unmoved. They stood firm in their designated defensive positions according to their zonal marking strategy. As long as you ran out of my marking area, I would resolutely not follow, and once you entered my defensive area, I would not hold back. The sweeper was equally vigilant, fully alert, and watching for any changes in the game's dynamics. It was like startling a snake in the grass. Milan had now alarmed Bologna's snake. Could they expect to catch them off guard? Seeing that Bologna was no longer falling for their tricks, Milan began to attempt long-range shots from the outside. Pavatic and Fuga each tried a shot from the center, but Bologna's two defensive midfielders were incredibly strong, with excellent awareness in supporting defense, not giving Milan any opportunity for long-range shots. As soon as they saw a Milan player intending to shoot from distance, they would immediately throw themselves in front to block the shot. Thus, it was impossible for the two to find opportunities for long-range shots from around 20 meters, and they could only gamble from further out. Fuga's long-range shot was weak and was directly blocked by the opposing defender midway. Pavatic's long-range shot, due to the distance, was launched without regard for accuracy, soaring high over the goal. Captain Abate also attempted a long-range shot. His kick was considered strong within the team, and his accuracy was decent, but his positioning was slightly to the right, making the shooting angle smaller. Moreover, due to the close interference from the opposing defenders, he couldn't find an opportunity to shoot from a closer range, and could only take a powerful shot from over 25 meters. This shot had sufficient power, and the angle was within the goal range, but the ball was too far from the goal, resulting in a long flight path, and too many defenders in the way. Thus, midway through, it was nudged off course by the thigh of Bologna's trailing center-back, veering off and out of play. Seeing that several long-range attempts had failed, Milan decided to try a few long passes. However, Bologna's two flanks were well guarded, not allowing Milan any chances to cross into the box from the 45-degree angle. Directly launching a few balls from the back line into the opponent's box yielded poor results. Either they were headed away by the opposing center-backs, or even if Haksu or Bolli managed to contest for the ball, the angle issues caused by the direct long balls from the back line made it difficult for them to shoot directly, at most just creating some chaos in the opponent's box. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 20 minutes had passed in the second half. Aside from Fuga's golden opportunity, Milan had not created any other scoring chances. Avani stood by the sidelines with his hands behind his back, anxiously watching the dynamics on the field, habitually rubbing his thumb and forefinger together behind his back. This was his habitual action when deep in thought. He seemed to be seriously pondering a certain issue but was unable to make a decisive decision. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at his assistant coach Gali not far away, giving a slight nod. Gali was momentarily taken aback, his hesitant gaze seemingly asking, "Have you really decided?" Seeing Avani's resolute and determined expression, Gali no longer hesitated, but instead waved to a black-haired youth on the bench, saying, "Yixian, 3 minutes to warm up." What the hell is this? Seeing Yixian stand up from the bench to warm up, the scouts and agents on the sidelines were instantly bewildered. What the hell is this black-haired, yellow-skinned kid? Hey, who is that skinny little guy who looks like a soft-shell crab? I remember that Milan signed a trial player from the Dragon Kingdom, named Yixian, during the summer. It can't be him, can it? Damn, has Avani lost his mind to put on a player from the Dragon Kingdom? They're invincible at table tennis, but soccer? Let's forget about it. Exactly, Milan should be substituting in a strong center forward instead of this. This guy looks so weak, is it a joke to put him in? Haha, I think Avani is trying to shift the blame. If they can't win this match, Avani will have a good excuse for himself, saying it was the players who were useless and not up to par. You must be kidding. I can believe shifting the blame onto others, but onto a player from the Dragon Kingdom. Do you think that kid can handle that blame? That's true. But what exactly is Avani thinking? Who knows, maybe he's panicking. Bologna's player kicked the ball out of bounds while clearing, and the fourth official took the opportunity to signal for a substitution. Off goes left midfielder Lipinski, and on comes number 75, Yixian. When assistant coach Gali told Yixian to play left midfielder, Yixian was initially stunned. He usually plays right midfielder during training, being a left-footed player makes it easier for him to cut in and shoot. But he quickly accepted the coaching staff's decision. Currently, the right midfielder on the field is Captain Abate, the number 1 star of this Milan reserve team. Although the score is still 0-0, Abate has already created several threatening attacks, and he definitely cannot be substituted, so he can only play left midfielder. This is the difficulty of being a substitute in a big club. It's the same, even in the reserve team. You have no right to appeal to the coaching staff or fight for anything. You can only be ready on the bench. As long as you get even the slightest opportunity, you must seize it and shine in the limited time. Your chances will not be many. Missing an opportunity could mean irretrievable loss, while seizing it could lead to a leap to greatness. Just look at Manchester City's Argentine striker Little Spider Alvarez. So Yixian had no complaints in his heart, but was instead filled with fighting spirit. This is his first appearance with Milan's reserve team. He originally thought that although he was on the bench today, it would be difficult to get playing time, because in his view, unless the team was ahead by a lot, Coach Avani would give him a chance to adapt. But he didn't expect Avani to have the courage to put him on the field in such a tense situation. He had no idea what Avani observed the situation on the field, seeing his disciples exhaust all their weapons without any reward. He knew that the current Milan reserve team lacked a certain type of talent. That is a talent with exceptional individual breakthrough ability. The players on the field have good passing and tactical discipline, but none possess strong individual breakthrough skills. This ability does not necessarily have to lead to goals, at least it can disrupt the situation on the field. This reminded him of Yixian. This kid seemed to have suddenly become enlightened in the internal competitions over the past few days, showcasing exceptional individual breakthrough ability in every training session. And this ability is exactly what he urgently needs now. So he made the decision to substitute Yixian in this tense moment and try his luck. Milan players threw the throw-in, and the match continued. Since Bologna has retreated deep and completely surrendered ball control, Milan had plenty of opportunities to control the ball, and the ball quickly came to Yixian's feet. He received the ball on the wing, lifted his head to observe the situation in front of him, and a myriad of frustrations rushed through his mind. Bologna's defense is really solid. The Bologna right midfielder matched up against him was standing about 2 meters away, showing no intention of pressing, just determined to stay put and prevent his breakthrough. He thought, given the current situation, using a Messi shoulder drop would surely get past the opponent. But then the strength of Messi lies not just in getting past one person, but in maintaining acceleration, changing pace and direction during the breakthrough, then choosing the best moment to shoot or pass. Yixian asked himself, with his current dribbling attribute only a meager 48, it's impossible for him to continuously dribble past opponents under such dense defense. So for safety's sake, he could only pass the ball horizontally to Pavard, and then proactively make a run towards the middle, hoping to find a chance to break through at a better moment. However, he quickly became disappointed. The Bologna players were very focused. No matter where he ran, the defensive player matched up against him was always in the line he might break through, and other players also stood firm in their defensive positions ready for action. He calculated that even if he used Messi's shoulder drop to get past the defender, he would still face the opposing defensive midfielder, a marking center back on that side, a trailing center back, and the goalkeeper, at least 4 layers of defense. Even if the real Messi came facing such layered blocks, he wouldn't dare say he could definitely break through. However, he did not despair, because he still had another weapon in his arsenal, the super long shot guaranteed card. He could shoot from any angle within 30 meters of the goal, and every 3 shots would guarantee 1 score. Now that I am on the field, can I at least strive for 3 long shot opportunities? Besides, just because it says 1 score every 3 shots doesn't mean I have to wait until the 3rd shot to score. Maybe the first shot could go in. With that thought, he became even more proactive in making runs into the forward area. If he had been seen frequently leaving his position in the past, his teammates would have already scolded him. But after showcasing his shooting skills in the previous training sessions, everyone has subtly developed some confidence in him. So when they saw him making a run from behind, Polly in the penalty area immediately ran out to cover him. They were both teammates from Team B, and their bond was still strong. Yixian moved inward from the wing, making a run along the left flank, while a Bologna defensive midfielder closely marked him. Polly withdrew from the penalty area using a basketball-style screen to separate the midfielder from Yixian. The Milan attacking midfielder Foggia timely rolled the ball and made a direct pass to Yixian. Seeing Yixian getting the ball, Haksu in the penalty area desperately squeezed the defender behind him, trying to create a bit of space for Yixian. He thought Yixian would definitely dribble and break through. But unexpectedly, Yixian lifted his head to observe the goal, swung his left leg back, and drew the bow to shoot. Damn, is he going to shoot? At this moment, he was still about 7 or 8 meters away from the penalty area line, approximately 23 or 24 meters from the opponent's goal. Does Yixian really have such long-range shooting ability? In that instant, not only were the Bologna players stunned, but the Milan players were also astonished, along with the agents and scouts watching from the sidelines. Even Coach Ivani was left in shock. Damn, I originally wanted him to use his breakthrough ability to disrupt the game, but unexpectedly, he has a long shot. He really could be a hidden gem. Under the gaze of all these astonished eyes, with a soft sound of bang, Yixian had already shot the ball. The ball left the ground and flew towards Bologna's goal. However, just as everyone braced themselves for an explosive shot, they suddenly realized that Yixian's kick was soft. The right center-back of Bologna had his muscles tensed, his face contorted with anxiety, prepared to block a powerful long-range shot with the spirit of smashing stones with his chest. To his surprise, the ball kicked by Yixian seemed to be descending before it even reached him. What is he trying to do? Is he playing with wet shoes? Not only did he easily stop the ball with his foot, but he also elegantly kept it at his feet. Is this a test of my ball control skills? Shouldn't I organize a counterattack? Oh my! Seeing this scene, Ivani almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Golly, did you remind him to utilize his breakthroughs to create chaos? I told him twice. Who knows what got into this kid to attempt such a long-range shot? Oh, come on, old buddy, I've told you before, your Roman accent is too thick. It makes it easy for people to misunderstand. You should take time to learn standard Italian. Yixian felt a chill in his heart at the sight of his shot's result. It seems I don't have the luck to succeed on the first. Meanwhile, the Milan players looked utterly bewildered. Yixian, what are you doing? Play to your strengths, stop messing around with nonsense. Abate made a downward gesture with both hands, signaling him to calm down and hold steady. But Pavardik wasn't. What the hell are you doing? Did the coach put you on the field, and you got carried away? Quickly regain possession, or I'll take you down myself. Polly, also a teammate from Team B, rushed to intercept the ball from the opposing center-back's feet, while also breathlessly reminding Yixian. Brother, you had such impressive breakthrough skills in training. Seize the opportunity to break through. If not, I'll cover for you. Dash into the penalty area and find a way to shoot. He didn't expect that before he could finish, Pavardik was already taking note. What are you saying, stinky brat Polly? Yixian has dribbled past me several times in training. Are you implying something? Polly didn't dare to retort, shutting his mouth to block Bologna's quick counterattack. Yixian clenched his jaw and remained silent, just focusing on helping his teammates to thwart the counterattack. Inside, he felt like a mute eating bitter herbs without a word to express his struggles. Indeed, his dribbling and training was impressive, but at that time the A-team wasn't defending as tightly as Bologna is now. He only needed to outmaneuver one defender, Pavardik, to find ample space for his next move. But now the opponent's defense was layered upon layered. Even if he could use his star skills to get past one, there would be no more space for further breakthroughs. Moreover, he didn't possess the ability to dribble past multiple opponents continuously. The only feasible plan now was to utilize a super long-range shot. As long as he could score the first goal, the opponent would have to push their defense forward to equalize. This would provide him opportunities to exploit Messi's shoulder drop for a breakthrough. Scoring the first goal would be like popping the lid off a can. He believed the system wouldn't be that harsh, saying 3 shots must yield at least 1 goal. Surely it wouldn't make him wait until the 3rd shot. Since Bologna hadn't committed many players to the counterattack, the ball quickly returned to the Milan players' feet. Abate and left-back Garcia worked together on the right flank, hoping to create an opening from the side. However, Bologna's wide midfielder and fullback defended actively, giving them no chances to cross or cut inside. They had built their confidence in defense, making breakthroughs quite challenging. After receiving the ball, Pavardik glanced forward and noticed the 2 forwards had swapped positions. Polly moved ahead, while Haksu dropped back to receive outside. After receiving the ball, Pavardik glanced forward and noticed the 2 forwards had swapped positions. Polly moved ahead, while Haksu dropped back to receive outside the penalty area. The 2 center-backs from Bologna had learned from experience, Seeing Haksu stepping out of his defensive area, none of them followed, and the holding midfielder hadn't retreated in time. Haksu seized the rare opportunity to receive the ball in an open space. Pavardic immediately passed the ball. Haksu received the ball and turned, spotting Pali making a sudden run, wanting to slip behind the opposing defender. He immediately sent a lofty ball over Pola's head. The two tall forwards aimed to complete a combination play. Unfortunately, although the pass went over one of the opponent's center backs, it couldn't get past the trailing defender's defense. He leaped high, heading the ball away, just before Pali landing perfectly at Fujia's feet. Fugia received the ball about 3 meters outside the edge of the penalty area, noticing Yixian was actively pushing forward, seemingly wanting to combine with him. Good brother, I'll trust you one more time. Fugia thought to himself as he sent a horizontal pass to Yixian, then turned and made a break into the opponent's penalty area. Clearly he wanted to execute a 1-2 play with Yixian, but it seemed Yixian completely missed his intention. Fujia's horizontal pass was merely a precursor for a combination play, but in his eyes it was entirely a setup for a long-distance shot. His eyes widened, muscles taut, arms swinging with force, and his steps grounded as he measured his pace. His left leg swung back, foot taut. Oh no, is he trying to shoot from distance? Don't. Not far away. Pavardic let out an uncontrollable low growl, while Fugia, who originally wanted to combine with Yixian, waved his hands in urgency. Even Ivani on the sidelines couldn't help but clench his fists. Here we go again. Has this kid taken the wrong medicine? In training, his personal breakthroughs were sharp and exquisite. Why is he suddenly obsessed with long shots upon entering the field? Clearly he was a skilled craftsman, but now he wanted to swing a mountain axe instead of using a needle. How could it end well? Yixian's foot contacted the ball, producing a strange swoosh sound. The ball spun rapidly, flying off in a bizarre arc, veering far off target, almost heading toward the corner flag. It turned out Yixian had miscalculated the timing of his shot and misjudged the contact point, resulting in a shank. Yixian held his head in despair. System, oh system, why are you so stubborn, insisting that I must shoot 3 times? But before he could collect himself, someone behind him kicked him squarely in the backside. Yixian, if you dare to shoot recklessly like that again, it'll break your legs. Yixian received a kick on his backside. There was no need to ask. Only Pavatiki would do something so You fool. If you dare to shoot recklessly again, I will break your legs. Sure enough, Pavatiki's furious voice rang out behind Yixian. However, Yixian did not hold a grudge this time. He glanced around and could see from the looks in his teammates' eyes that a few of them seemed to want to do the same thing as Pavatiki. On the sidelines, Jelly shouted anxiously, Yixian, what are you doing? Have you forgotten what I told you before you came on? Damn it, hurry up and break through, otherwise Ivani will bring up my southern accent again. Though Ivani could still hold back for the moment, his fists were tightly clenched, his face as grave as water, and his brows furrowed, clearly trying his best to suppress the rage within. Yixian witnessed all this, but could only lower his head and endure. Coach, teammates, just wait a little longer. I'm really not shooting recklessly. Oh, I have no choice but to do so. Just wait a few more minutes, and you will know that I'm doing this for the good of the team, for the team's victory. Yixian's 2 reckless shots completely stirred up the spectators on the sidelines. These professional scouts and agents seemed to have never expected to see such amateurish performances in a Serie, a reserve match, especially from a prestigious team like AC Milan. Ha, this kid from the Dragon Kingdom is truly here to make us laugh. Exactly. With those 2 reckless shots, I could shoot better than him even in my regular shoes. I said it before, Dragon Kingdom people are good at table tennis, but they should stick to that and leave football alone. It looks like their inflation from qualifying for the World Cup last year has really gone to their heads. They actually think they can send young players to the top 5 leagues in Europe for training. Come on, do the officials of their football association not have any self-awareness? If it weren't for 2 host countries advancing directly to the finals, how could they have entered the World Cup proper? I heard that Yixian is still the captain of the Dragon Kingdom youth team. If that's true, then it might take several more editions for the Dragon Kingdom team to enter the World Cup again. Several editions? The captain of the youth team should be among the best young players in the country. If someone like him is at this level, I dare say the Dragon Kingdom team won't have a chance to enter the World Cup even until the end of the world. I heard that the football scene in the Dragon Kingdom is quite dark, but said that even Ronaldo would need to pay a bribe to join the national team. What is a bribe? A type of cigarette famous in the Dragon Kingdom. You can think of it as Cuban cigars from. I really can't understand how someone as shrewd as Berlusconi could bring such a useless player into the team. Berlusconi is both a businessman and a politician. His actions are still somewhat understandable. I just don't get how Ivani, a coach with a professional football background, would also put such a useless player on the field. It looks like this trip was completely wasted. I should have just gone to watch Sampdoria play against Inter Milan instead. There wasn't a single noteworthy prospect. Now that I'm here, I might as well stay until the end. Let's just consider it a circus performance. They spoke freely, completely oblivious to how their words reached Yixian's ears. Yixian clenched his fists, grinding his teeth. Bastards, just wait until my performance drops your jaws. But he soon realized that the situation on the field had changed. Because his previous two shots seemed too casual and irresponsible to his teammates, no one was willing to pass him the ball after the game resumed. This was not anyone's fault. Such situations were quite normal in football matches. Unless you are a superstar with unlimited shooting rights or absolute control over the ball, once you shoot recklessly like Yi Xian, it will immediately provoke your teammates' resentment. This behavior can be viewed lightly as poor form or poor timing in shooting. More seriously, it can be seen as a strong desire for self-expression, irresponsibility, and a disregard for the team's efforts, placing personal performance above team interests. Such performances naturally evoke resentment from teammates. This emotion requires no words. Everyone is a player and can understand each other on the field. Moreover, Milan was playing with a single defensive midfielder, so most of the ball control was handled by Pavatiki. That kid was furious with Yi Xian, and how could he possibly pass the ball to him? Yi Xian was jumping around more energetically than before, sometimes making forward runs, and sometimes flanking, constantly raising his hands to signal his teammates to pass him the ball. Unfortunately, Pavatiki intentionally passed the ball to the right side, towards Abate, completely ignoring Yi Xian's presence. After all, Abate was the captain, which was understandable. Once the ball reached the feet of attacking midfielder Faja, he was no longer willing to cooperate with Yi Xian. He either looked to pass directly to the two forwards, or did a 1-2 with Abate on the right side, intentionally or unintentionally ignoring Yi Xian's presence. Yi Xian was very angry about that reckless shot he had taken earlier. Damn it, you all don't believe in me. Fine, if you want, pass me the ball, I'll take it myself. While Yi Xian was stewing over this in his heart, Milan launched an attack from the right flank. Abate and Faja executed a 1-2 pass, successfully breaking through Bologna's double defensive midfielders and bringing the ball along the right side into Bologna's penalty area. Bologna's left center-back pressed forward, blocking Abate's passing lane to the middle, while the left-back also moved towards the center to prevent Abate from breaking along the flank. Meanwhile, Milan's right-back Garcia took the opportunity to flank and made a direct run towards the opponent's baseline. Abate seized the chance to pass back, creating a rare opportunity for Garcia to cross the ball. Haksu attacked the near post, Pali went for the far post, and Faja made a run into the center of the box. AC Milan's three-pronged attack. Bologna's three center-backs were desperately vying for position in the box, creating chaos. In the end, neither side managed to get a precise touch. Garcia's cross was deflected twice before rolling out of the path. Yi Xian quickly made a forward run, competing for position with Bologna's winger, and he was faster, gaining possession. At this moment, the ball was about 22 or 23 meters from the opponent's goal, but the angle was too skewed. It was not a good position for shooting. The three players in the Milan penalty area raised their hands, signaling Yi Xian to cross the ball into the box. Hey, you all are too naive. At this moment, Yi Xian's position created no more than a 30-degree angle with the opponent's goal, but that small angle seemed wider than the Mediterranean to him. He stepped forward confidently with his right foot firmly planting it on the grass. His body tilted slightly to the right, his right arm raised for balance, while his left arm traced a semicircle as his left leg swung back, launching his left foot to strike the ball. With a loud bang, the ball lifted off the ground and flew like a lightning bolt towards Bologna's goal. Yi Xian, don't shoot. Yi Xian, passed the ball. You brat. If you dare take another reckless shot, I'll break. Seeing Yi Xian once again assume a shooting stance, Milan's players on the pitch burst into collective gasps. Even Ivani on the touchline instinctively covered his head with both hands, his face frozen in stunned disbelief. Milan had rarely achieved such a favorable three-man attacking triangle inside the penalty area, and Yi Xian's position on the flank was ideal for delivering a precise cross. Had he instead curled a low-driven cross into the box, Milan's trio would likely have converged centrally for a high-probability scoring chance. Yet he chose, once again, to shoot recklessly. His two prior long-range attempts had already made clear he was no specialist in distance shooting. Though this attempt came from slightly closer range, the angle was severely narrow, hardly a viable opportunity for a long shot. Yet he shot anyway. His first rash attempt might have stemmed from overexcitement upon debut, his second perhaps from inexperience and poor timing. But once and twice may be forgiven. Thrice is unforgivable. To force another long-range effort from such an impossibly tight angle was no longer mere error, it was deliberate. He sought personal glory at every opportunity, indulging in hollow heroics despite lacking the requisite skill, utterly disregarding the team's collective interest. A player like this, no matter how gifted, could not remain at AC Milan, especially one who had thus far been little more than a benchwarmer. In Ivani's mind, Yi Xian's name was already marked with an X. At that very instant, the ball left Yi Xian's foot and soared off the turf toward Bologna's goal. Yi Xian's technique was exquisitely calibrated. He struck the ball squarely on the top of his foot, subtly angling his outer instep, and imparted a delicate upward lift at the moment of contact. His follow-throw was explosive, the force so immense that his supporting foot lifted entirely off the ground, launching him into midair. The ball shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, streaking toward Bologna's net in a blinding flash. At first it seemed destined for the far post, but just as Bologna's goalkeeper shifted to cover that corner, the ball suddenly curved midair, veering sharply toward the near post. and it dropped, steeply unervingly, its trajectory defying all expectation utterly beyond the keeper's comprehension. He had no time to react. He could only watch helpless as the ball skimmed past the near post and nestled into the net. A soft silken whisper, schwa, and the ball spun gently within the mesh behind him. Bologna's goalkeeper stood rooted in place, transfixed. Goalie. In that instant, all 21 players on the pitch, except Yi Xian, stood petrified statues carved from shock. Yi Xian's airborne body suspended by raw momentum, the ball spinning lazily in the back of the net. 21 players turned to stone, all frozen in silent awe. Together they formed a tableau worthy of a world-renowned masterpiece. 3 full seconds passed before Yi Xian broke the silence with the first sound on the pitch. Wah! Goal, it's in. At his roar his teammates jolted awake from their daze. Polly nearest to him spun around and rushed forward, gripping Yi Xian's shoulders and shaking him vigorously. Brilliant, Yi Xian, absolutely brilliant. Foga also lunged forward, his dark calloused hands ruffling Yi Xian's hair with unrestrained joy. Brother, you scored on your very first senior appearance. Unbelievable. Abate, Yi Xian's closest friend sprinted in from the right, breathless and beaming. This is your first match with the reserve squad, and your first goal. Congratulations. At last your breakthrough has arrived. Just then a gruff voice boomed out. Payvatic. Brat, you've got astonishing luck, scoring from such a narrow angle with a long shot. Pure fortune. Though I'd wager half the credit belongs to me. Yi Xian. I'll bet you heard my shout. Realized that if you shot again, I'd snap your leg. And so you summoned every ounce of strength to nail that shot. Am I right? Yi Xian nearly laughed aloud. Truly he'd never met anyone so shamelessly audacious. Yet he no longer disliked Payvatic as intensely as before. He now understood, though domineering, the man loved Milan with unfeigned devotion. Absolutely right, every word. So next time I'm about to shoot, just scare me like that again, okay? Ha ha ha. As long as Milan scores, I've got no objections. As he spoke, Payvatic grinned and playfully kicked Yi Xian's backside. The kick was featherlight, a gesture of encouragement, not reprimand. Meanwhile, Ivani remained frozen on the touchline, hand still resting against his forehead. It was his habitual expression when confronted with the utterly inexplicable. Half a minute earlier he had all but sentenced Yi Xian to footballing oblivion. Now, however, he had to admit he simply didn't understand. He assumed the goal was sheer luck. He simply couldn't believe a youth so young possessed either the audacity or the ability to score from such distance and such a severe angle, especially after those 2 abysmal attempts. Of course he had seen goals scored from similarly tight angles before. Take Marco van Basten, Milan legend. In the 1988 European Championship final, he struck a breathtaking right-footed volley from the right edge of the box, piercing the legendary Soviet goalkeeper Sadayev's gloves. That strike became one of Van Basten's immortal masterpieces. Compared to it, Yi Xian's shot originated from farther out, but offered a marginally wider angle. Then a decade later, in 1998, Brazilian icon Roberto Carlos unleashed an even more improbable long-range rocket, farther, narrower, and struck with his left foot, in the Spanish Copa del Rey. Yet how could Yi Xian possibly stand alongside such titans? Still, what audacity drove a rookie granted his first ever appearance to attempt long shots again and again? After 2 wretched efforts, he'd nearly become a pariah among his own teammates, yet dared take a third. And that sheer mental fortitude alone placed him leagues above ordinary young players. Was this lad truly Santa's Christmas gift delivered straight to Milan? As Milan's players erupted in euphoria, Bologna sank into desolation. Their execution of the manager's tactical plan had been near flawless. They'd nearly reduced Milan to desperation. And then, out of nowhere, emerged a young man with jet black hair. When Yi Xian first entered the pitch, Bologna's players, like the spectators, assumed Ivani had begun searching. After Yi Xian's 2 absurd, laughable long-range attempts, that belief solidified. Now they realized, the greatest joke had been on themselves. When an underdog faces a powerhouse, the counterattacking strategy demands one non-negotiable prerequisite. The longer the underdog holds firm, the more impatient the favorite grows. Their lines push higher, gaps widen behind them, errors multiply, creating openings for opportunistic strikes. Now that Milan had scored, Bologna's entire defensive counter-philosophy lay in ruins. The lid had been pried open. What next? At that moment a crisp chime echoed inside Yi Xian's mind. Ding-dong. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system's random task. Score your first goal with the reserve squad. System reward granted: divine perspective. Activating this ability allows you to deliver perfectly weighted visionary passes from any angle, guaranteeing assists for your teammates. Initial cooldown 1 hour. Additionally, the system grants 5 points to base attributes and reduces the cooldown of all previously acquired star player skills by 5 minutes each. Yi Xian scored the first goal, making everything easier from that point forward. With less than 15 minutes remaining, Bologna was 1 goal behind. In order to quickly equalize, they had no choice but to advance their formation, shifting from a defensive posture to an offensive one. After all, losing by 0-1 is the same as losing by 0-3. They pushed their overall formation forward by 10 meters, hoping to gain more possession through a pressing strategy. The two fullbacks no longer stayed back like they did before the goal was conceded. Instead, they moved up near the midfield line, forming a five-man midfield with their two defensive midfielders and one attacking midfielder. They hoped to seize control of the midfield with a numerical advantage. However, this left significant gaps behind, especially behind the two fullbacks. Large spaces opened up. But now they had no other choice. They could only Evan had anticipated such a change from Bologna. He called over Captain Abate and whispered a few words. Abate understood immediately. Subsequently, Milan's formation also changed. Abate and Yixian adjusted their positions slightly back, roughly parallel to the defensive midfielders standing on either side of Pavard. Substitute forward Pali also moved back a bit, aligning closely with attacking midfielder Foggia, forming a dual attacking midfield setup. The striker Hakan Suar advanced on his own. Upon seeing this formation, scouts and agents watching from the sidelines gasped in mild astonishment. This formation seemed familiar. Wait, the 43-21 setup. Isn't this the Christmas tree formation pioneered by Ancelotti? Since Pirlo joined the Rossoneri from Inter Milan in 2001, coach Ancelotti had been deeply concerned about how to resolve his positional issues, making it a top priority. Pirlo had a broad vision, precise passing, strong game awareness, and exceptional ability to evade defenders, seemingly destined to play the number 10 role. However, his relatively slow speed and average physicality limited his effectiveness as an attacking midfielder. To maximize his strengths, Ancelotti moved Pirlo back 15 meters to the defensive midfield position. This way he could utilize his strengths of broad vision and accurate long passes while avoiding the dense defenses near the opponent's penalty area. This marked the birth of the deeper-lying playmaker role. To protect him and prevent opponents from easily stealing the ball, Ancelotti assigned him two bodyguards, Ambrosini on the left and Gattuso on the right. Both were fierce competitors positioned on either side of Pirlo like bodyguards, able to fend off opponents attempting to challenge Pirlo and create passing lanes for him, providing maximum protection. In the attacking midfield position, Ancelotti set up Seedorf and Rui Costa as the two playmakers. The striker role would be filled by Shevchenko or Inzaghi. Thus, the Christmas tree formation was officially shaped. With the addition of Brazilian wonderkid Kaká this season, Milan had even more players capable of playing the number 10 role: Kaká, Seedorf, Rui Costa, and Pirlo. Fortunately, Galliani sent the Brazilian Rivaldo away in the summer, otherwise it would have posed an even greater challenge for Ancelotti. Club president and Italian Prime Minister Berlusconi pounded his chest. Our number 10 players must all play, otherwise it would be a waste and a desecration of artistic football. Consequently, Ancelotti often placed Rui Costa and Kaká in the dual playmaker positions, with Seedorf positioned on Pirlo's left, thereby resolving the issue of having four number 10s coexisting. Of course, the success of Ancelotti's Christmas tree formation was also due to the abundance of attacking and defensive talents among his fullbacks. Maldini, Cafu, Jankulovski, Otto, Zambrata, Serginho. These players could both attack and defend, perfectly addressing the issue of insufficient defensive width in midfield. Thus, Milan's reserve team suddenly adopting the Christmas tree formation today was merely scratching the surface. They had yet to grasp its essence and could not fully unleash its power. However, this was enough to deal with Bologna on the opposite side. At the very least, it immediately resolved the issue of insufficient numbers in midfield. Both sides had also amassed 5 players in midfield, but the Milan players' capabilities were clearly superior, allowing them to maintain a firm grip on the midfield advantage. As Bologna's defensive line pushed up significantly, the gaps behind them widened, creating numerous opportunities for Abate held the ball on the right side of midfield, lifted his head, and saw striker Hakan Suar suddenly make a lateral run, drawing away one of Bologna's center-backs. At the same time, Pali made an overlapping run, darting into the space behind the opponent's defense. Abate, quick to act, delivered a lofted pass to Pali. At this point, Bologna's 2 fullbacks had advanced to support the attack, and the 3 center-backs clearly could not cover the width of the entire defense, leaving substantial gaps behind them. Pali made a well-timed run, and by the time he received Abate's pass, he was almost in an unknown scoring opportunity. Unfortunately, he mishandled the pass from Abate coming from a side angle, losing the chance to shoot in the first instant. By the time he adjusted to take a shot, the opponent's defender was already pressuring him closely, clearing the ball out of bounds. Pali pounded his chest in frustration, regretting the lost opportunity. 3 minutes later, Abate found himself with another great chance to score. Pavard and Foggia executed a couple of quick passes. Abate made an incisive cut and surged forward. Foggia perfectly delivered a through ball to Abate, who suddenly found himself with an unknown opportunity on the right side of the opponent's penalty area. Unfortunately, his shot was rushed, and the opposing goalkeeper made a diving save, blocking his shot with a leg. Wasting scoring opportunities repeatedly leads to punishment. This is an ironclad rule in football. Seeing his players unable to seal the deal, Evan grew increasingly anxious on the sidelines. Fortunately, they still had Yixian. Just 2 minutes later, Yixian decisively killed the match. At that moment, Bologna had possession, and their formation quickly pushed forward with many players involved in the attack. A defensive midfielder attempted a direct pass to reach their forward, but it was intercepted directly by Pavard. Without hesitation, Pavard delivered a ground pass straight to Yixian. Yi Xian received the ball and launched a counterattack against Bologna's counterattack. This was a new term coined by Professor Wenger at Arsenal. It means that when one side is rapidly counterattacking, attacking players surge forward, pushing the overall formation forward and shifting the center of gravity of the formation. At this moment, caution was particularly important. One must not allow the opponent to easily intercept the ball in midfield. Otherwise, the opponent would exploit the forward shift in your formation's center of gravity, easily launching a counterattack due to the defensive line being out of position. This is the essence of countering the opponent's counterattack. It emphasizes the transition between offense and defense. Yi Xian received the ball, while Bologna's defense was pushing up, creating large gaps behind them. The nearest Bologna player recognized the danger and hurried to close in on Yi Xian, trying to slow his attacking pace. Just in time. Yi Xian lowered his right shoulder sharply, tilted his body to the right, as if to break through on that side. But just as the opponent shifted their weight to the left to block Yi Xian's breakthrough lane, he suddenly used lightning speed to gently nudge the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, effortlessly dribbling past. At that moment, only the last center back from Bologna remained in front of him, and he was also pushing forward. Yi Xian showed no hesitation, suddenly pushing the ball forward with his left foot. This time he didn't use any tricks, relying solely on speed to outpace the opponent's center back. His speed attribute was 60, he was not slow. Meanwhile, the opposing center back was moving forward, needing to slow down, turn, and then accelerate to catch up. There was no time for that. Thus Yi Xian pushed the ball ahead with ease, easily bypassing that last defender. Only the Bologna goalkeeper remained in front of him. The unfortunate goalkeeper, looking tense, rushed out to block Yi Xian's shot. Ha ha ha, how naive. Yi Xian lifted his head to survey the situation, then suddenly leaped up with his left foot for a shot. Instead, it was a cross. He had clearly seen that Serie had made a high-speed run to the back post during his observation. Although Yi Xian could have chosen to shoot himself passing the ball, Serie offered a better opportunity. Therefore he feigned a shot, but just before his left foot touched the ball, his ankle suddenly twisted, passing the ball to Serie at the far post. Before Serie was an open goal. He did not stop the ball, though instead he gently pushed it with the instep of his foot, effortlessly sliding it into the empty net. 2-0. Ding dong. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind once again. Congratulations, host, for completing the system's random task, achieving the first assist of the reserve team. You have received the system reward diamond body. This skill allows the host to heal from a serious injury once. The initial cooldown time for this skill is 1 hour. As the ball entered the net, the players from Milan erupted in a fervent cheer. This moment was completely different from when Yi Xian scored the first goal. The trajectory of this goal was clear, and the scoring was explicit, unlike Yi Xian's astonishing long-range shot, which led everyone to celebrate immediately upon the goal. Haksu turned and ran towards Yi Xian, pointing at him with his hand as he ran. He knew that this goal was entirely due to Yi Xian's effort. In fact, Yi Xian could have chosen to shoot himself just now, as his position, while slightly off, still offered a much better angle than the previous long shot where no faults could be found. However, seeing that Haksu was in a better position, he unhesitatingly passed the ball to him. Truly selfless. The other teammates also shouted and ran towards Yi Xian, celebrating his exquisite dribbling and his selfless. Yi Xian, you really have some skills. Honestly, when I saw the angle you held the ball, I thought you were going to shoot. Exactly, your long shot earlier had a much smaller angle than this one, and was so far away. You chose to go solo then, but this time you suddenly thought of passing. Truly remarkable. Your dribbling in midfield was simply exquisite. The opposing midfielder was left looking like a wooden stake after you passed him. You scored a goal and got an assist in your first match. You're something else, huh? Payvatic rushed over. You rascal, I find you increasingly suspicious lately. Tell me, did you undergo some secret training this Christmas to suddenly get enlightened? Seeing the team finally score their second goal, Evani couldn't help but clap his hands twice. With little time left in the match, the team was now 2 goals ahead, and it could finally be said that victory was secured. However, he never expected that the one to drive the final nail into Bologna's coffin would be Yi Xian. His dribbling to initiate the attack from midfield was truly marvelous. Although Yi Xian had employed this dribbling technique a few times in previous internal scrimmages, Evani found it endlessly fascinating. Aside from Yi Xian, he genuinely couldn't recall anyone else using such a simple yet effective dribbling move before. Moreover, his assist at the last moment made Evani look at him with newfound respect. Like the players on the field, Evani also believed that Yi Xian would likely choose to shoot. After all, he had a history of 2 wild shots before. Unexpectedly, this kid surprised him by opting to assist when it seemed likely he could score. It should be noted that today was Yi Xian's first appearance. Typically, such moments are when players seize the opportunity to boost their stats and impress the coach with their personal performance. Choosing to make an assist for his teammates at such a moment shows a level of magnanimity that deserves admiration. Is he truly the same person who chose to take wild shots earlier? As Milan scored their second goal, Bologna's morale was utterly shattered. The game entered garbage time. With the referee's 3 whistles, the match concluded. AC Milan's reserve team defeated Bologna's reserve team 2-0 at home. After brief discussions among the officials, the player of the match award went to Yi Xian. He played only 27 minutes as a substitute, but achieved 1 goal and 1 assist. He nearly single-handedly dismantled Bologna's iron defense, causing their carefully prepared 5-defender system to collapse. This award for best player of the match was truly well-deserved. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, on completing the system's random task, being named the best player in your first reserve match, earning the star skill, Lightning Acceleration. Using this skill allows the host to achieve extreme speed for 8 seconds. The initial cooldown for this skill. Additionally, the host receives an extra reward of 5 points in basic attributes. The cooldowns for other skills are also reduced by 5 minutes. Yi Xian was delighted. Haha, triple system reward, truly generous. 3 skills obtained in 1 match along with a 15-point boost to basic attributes. Plus multiple rewards for reducing skill cooldowns. The feeling of abundance is simply wonderful. I now have 5 skills, and according to the system's rules, the first skill is Messi's shoulder drop. No, it should be Yi Xian's shoulder drop. The cooldown has been reduced by 20 minutes, allowing it to be used every 40 minutes. The other skills follow suit, with the super long shot skill having a cooldown of 45 minutes, the God's Perspective at 50 minutes, the Diamond Body at 55 minutes, and Lightning Acceleration at 60 minutes. Not bad at this rate. I can soon use the same skill twice in 1 match. Oh, but when will I get a full match's worth of playing? By the way, who should I allocate the 15 points of basic attributes to? Yi Xian was meditating when suddenly a voice interrupted him. Hello, Mr. Yi Xian. Yi Xian was startled, waking from his meditation to see a 30-something Italian man standing before him. Who are you? Well, let me introduce myself. My name is Tony, a scout from Intermezzo Economic Company. This name sounds somewhat familiar. Mr. Tony, is your boss named Raiola? Tony was taken aback. Mr. Yi Xian, you know my boss name. I didn't expect our boss to be so famous in your dragon country. Yi Xian thought, not just in our dragon country, your boss will soon be famous in the world of football. I not only know his various achievements, but also when he passed away. What a pity he died young, just a few days short of witnessing our AC Milan reclaim the Serie A championship after 11 years. The last Serie A title was also won while the Foncien was still on the team. He was Raiola's longest-serving client. Yes, he's indeed very famous. Don't you remember? Not long ago, his client Nedved just won the European Ballon d'Or. Tony smiled somewhat awkwardly. Right, how could I forget that? Mr. Tony, do you need something from me? Well, I'm a scout working for Mr. Raiola, specifically looking for promising young players in the youth teams of various Serie A clubs. I just watched your match and felt that you are a very promising young player, just lacking a strong team and a bigger stage. And my boss happens to be able to help you find that stage. Seeing Yi Xian looking somewhat dazed, Tony continued, you youth training players must currently be signing apprentice contracts, and none of you have a fixed professional agent. If my boss could be your agent, then, with his knowledge and ability, he would surely win you a professional contract in the shortest time possible, allowing you to step onto the professional stage quickly. Of course, it doesn't have to be with AC Milan. The competition here is just too fierce. But what does it matter? As long as you can quickly step onto the professional stage, your abilities will soon be discovered by more people, and returning later wouldn't be difficult. Yi Xian understood. Before he could respond, he saw Ivani walking over from a distance. Yi Xian, what are you? When he saw that Yi Xian was talking to Tony, Ivani's expression darkened instantly. Tony, don't get any ideas about Yi Xian. His future is at San Siro. You tell your boss not to think about taking him anywhere else. While saying this, he pulled Yi Xian and turned to leave. Yi Xian, think about my suggestion, or I will come to find you again. Tony persistently shouted. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Xian immediately called up the King of Ball system, carefully analyzing his various basic attributes. His shooting attribute, scoring 64 points, was the highest, while his strength, agility, coordination, speed, and stamina attributes were all merely passing at 60, and the rest of his basic attributes did not exceed 50. It was a sight too pitiful to behold. He couldn't help but sigh. Oh, after all, he was the captain of the national youth team of the Dragon Kingdom. Not stepping outside the country, one cannot fathom just how vast the world is. He recollected the entire process of today's training and match, pondering over who should receive these 15 points in basic attributes. The conclusion drawn was that the needs were indeed too numerous. However, he ultimately decided to allocate these 15 points to his ball control attribute. Modern high-level players emphasize that a single touch can determine life or death. For the quality of ball control directly affects the time and space available for your next action. Top stars like Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi, Kevin De Bruyne, and Luka Modric have already planned their next moves during ball control, often incorporating dribbling maneuvers while receiving the ball. Even the control of the ball should be seamless. Yet his current ball control attribute stood at a mere 48 points, hardly befitting the red and black jersey of Milan. With a thought, his ball control attribute instantly increased by 15 points, rising to 63, just barely passing. Who made his original level so lacking he could only take it slow? Meanwhile, in the tactical analysis room of Milanello head coach Carlo Ancelotti sat side by side with Avani as the projector in front of them displayed footage of the afternoon's reserve team match. As the playback concluded, Ancelotti remained seated motionless with a thoughtful frown. "Carlo, what do you think?" Avani inquired. Ancelotti gently shook his head, saying it's hard to decipher. However, from the 20-plus minutes of the match, there is indeed something mysterious about this kid from the Dragon Kingdom. He might just be a treasure boy. Are you suggesting he deserves to train with the first team? Ancelotti shrugged and smiled. The Prime Minister has already given the order, can I say otherwise? The reason I wanted you to let him play today was merely to observe his true level, so I would be prepared when dealing with those pesky reporters in the future. I never expected you to be so bold, actually putting him on the field when the situation was stagnant. Avani laughed heartily. This was also an unintentional move on my part. You saw it too. The kid has a unique knack for breaking away from defenders, which is a significantly lacking ability among my players. So I originally planned for him to create chaos on the field using his dribbling skills, providing opportunities for the others. Who would have thought he opened the opponent's goal with a long shot? I can only consider it a fortunate accident. Alright, bring him over tomorrow morning, let him get familiar with the environment, and see how the first team trains. The match against Bologna's first team tomorrow night will be a perfect opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. Avani stood up to leave, suddenly recalling something. By the way, Carlo, after today's match, I saw Tony talking to Yixian. Tony, the striker from Palermo. How do they know each other? Ancelotti asked, puzzled. Avani chuckled lightly. Haha, you can't blame you for not knowing him. After all, people like him seldom come around your first team's training ground. He usually appears around players from our reserve team. Who exactly is he? A scout under Raiola, specifically looking for promising young talents. Once a suitable target is found, Raiola will strive to make them his clients, then raise their market value through transfer operations to earn commissions. Ancelotti's brow furrowed slightly. Although he did not know Tony, he was very familiar with the name Raiola. Not to mention his client Nedved has just been awarded the European Ballon d'Or, and he once had a connection with AC. As the iconic figure of Dutch football Gullit transferred from PSV Eindhoven to AC Milan, he set a world record with a transfer fee of $8.4 million. Soon after, his friend from the club Van Basten also ventured to the Apennine Peninsula, joining the Rossoneri. Feeling frustrated, the Black Swan clashed with his mentor Cruyff, and in a fit of anger, moved to Spain, signing with mid-table team Zaragoza. However, he only made 6 appearances for Zaragoza before swiftly transferring to AC Milan, and the transfer fee remained undisclosed. Few mentioned it, but during that same season, Ancelotti, who also joined AC Milan, heard that the mastermind behind the Black Swan's iconic transfer was none other than Raiola. In 1985, at the tender age of 18, Raiola was still managing his father's pizzeria in the Netherlands when he fortuitously met Jensen, the head of the Dutch Players Association. Through this connection, the networking prodigy Raiola met numerous Dutch stars and established the Netherlands as the birthplace of his agent career. Ragecard Roy Bergkamp and Jonk were some of the successful Dutch players during the early stage of his agency. What do you mean, has Raiola already noticed Yixian? Not quite so fast. After all, today is Yixian's first appearance in the reserve team. Tony is just one of the scouts under Raiola. It might take some time for his news to reach Raiola, and whether Raiola will accept his suggestion is still uncertain. However, it is certain that Yixian's performance today has already piqued Tony's interest. Ancelotti said with a wry smile. Well, it seems someone is more perceptive than us. Hopefully Yixian can perform well upon joining the first team, living up to everyone's expectations of him. Due to yesterday's match, the reserve team has a day off today. At 10 a.m. the next day, Avani arrived at the reserve team's dormitory. Yixian, come with me for a moment. The reserve team is different from the first team. The players in the first team all have professional contracts, and everyone is a millionaire. Therefore, they either bought luxury houses directly in the city or rented apartments, bringing their girlfriends or wives to live with them and take care of their daily needs. Unless there is a major event requiring temporary training, most of the time, the first team players train on their own schedule. The young players in the reserve team do not have that capability. They are mostly on apprentice contracts, just enough to cover their daily expenses, and they have no ability to rent an apartment, let alone buy a house. So unless a player happens to have their home in the city, they all live in the communal dormitory provided by the club. Seeing Avani arrive early in the morning to call Yixian alone, the teammates were all puzzled. What does this mean? The head coach actually called Yixian alone. Yeah, this situation seems to have never happened. Could it be because Yixian performed exceptionally well yesterday, and today the coaching staff wants to give him special treatment? No way, just because of one good performance. That seems too hasty. What if it was just an extraordinary display? I don't think so. While everyone was discussing, Pavatic ran back panting. He actually followed Avani secretly. Hey, do you know where our coach is taking Yixian? He went towards training ground number 1. Oh, no way. How could it not be? I saw it with my own eyes. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Although training ground number 1 and number 2 in Milanello differ by just one number, the two fields are actually located on opposite sides of the base, not only far apart, but also quite distant. The purpose of this arrangement is to minimize external interference during the first team's training. After all, sometimes when major events arise, the team even needs to conduct closed training. In fact, not only is the first team's training ground relatively independent, but all their training and living arrangements at the base are also relatively independent. This includes the gym, therapy room, dining hall, swimming pool, etc. The first team and other teams are separated, aimed at minimizing external influences on the first team's training and life. Thus, although Yixian has been in Milanello for more than 4 months, he has had almost no opportunity to interact with the stars of the first team. He was only arranged by the club to watch a home match at San Siro when he first joined the reserve team, experiencing the electrifying atmosphere of the football Holy Land. However, that was from the stands. Apart from that, he occasionally had a few chances to see the first team stars walking towards the training ground from a distance of 100 meters, silently imagining the intense training scenes on field number 1. Moreover, he had no other intersections with the first team. So as he silently followed Ivani to the training base of the first team, it felt like a dream. "Wait here, I need to find someone," Ivani said, and turned to leave. Just as Ivani walked away, Yixian suddenly heard the sound of equipment clashing from the nearby gym. It's just after 10 o'clock. Shouldn't the first team be training at this time? Tonight at 8, Milan will face Bologna at home. Why would anyone be in the gym lifting weights at this time? Driven by curiosity, Yixian stepped towards the gym. As he entered, he saw a muscular man not far away. The man appeared to be in his mid-20s, of average height, with a robust physique and muscles. His large eyes sparkled with intensity, and his face was adorned with a thick beard exuding an imposing aura. My goodness, isn't this Gattuso? Just as Yixian was in shock, Gattuso also spotted him. "Hey kid, you're the new equipment manager, right? Go check that bike on the right, it seems to be malfunctioning, and the weights won't go." Damn, Gattuso actually mistook me for the club's equipment manager. Just as Yixian was amused, he suddenly heard Ivani's voice behind him. Have you already started making connections?" Yixian quickly turned around, and was instantly stunned. Behind him, in addition to Ivani, stood a middle-aged man. This man was about 182 centimeters tall, not as muscular as Gattuso, and appeared somewhat plump. His features were nothing special, somewhat mediocre, resembling the officer who fell from the building in Infernal Affairs, but his expression and gaze were much calmer, even kind. This man had nothing particularly memorable about him, just like his playing style, plain and unpretentious yet diligent. As a center back, he was of average height, strength, and speed with no distinct technical characteristics, and his slow turning became a major flaw that accompanied his entire career. However, he became one of the symbolic figures of defensive art in Italy due to his superb defensive awareness, and his aura could never catch up with the likes of number 6 and number 3, but like Baresi and Maldini, he was also a loyal symbol of devotion to one club and guarding one city for a lifetime. He dedicated his entire career to AC Milan, and even when nearing retirement or about to join Major League Soccer, upon hearing the call from Milan, he would return to the team, without hesitation, willing to be a competent substitute. Whenever Maldini or another Alessandro Nesta, was injured or unavailable, this man would always appear at the right time, perfectly completing his tasks. In his final match for AC Milan, he scored a penalty for the Rossoneri, marking his first goal for the team since 1992. As the match concluded, he was lifted high into the air by all the players, officially retired. Standing nearby in casual attire, the absent Paolo Maldini uttered a poignant remark: "Every time I see an old teammate leave, it's like a piece of my heart is being carved out." Indeed, the man before us is AC Milan's most loyal number 5, Alessandro Costacurta. Yixian's father was a diehard Rossoneri, and he became a fan during the era of Milan's Dutch trio. He had told Yixian more than once that since the advent of the Berlusconi era, AC Milan has never lacked depth. From the early Dutch trio to Capello's era with Savicevic, Boban, Papin, and Di Sali, followed by George Weah, Roberto Baggio, Ruud Gullit, Bierhoff, right up to today's Pirlo, Kaká, Shevchenko, Inzaghi, and Seedorf. However, the brilliance of these superstars can never overshadow the diligent and selfless contributions of hard-working players like Costacurta. Without the efforts of these individuals, the stars could never shine brightly. Thinking of this, Yixian's voice trembled slightly. Old Billy." Hearing Yixian blurt out the nickname of Costacurta, Ivani was taken aback. This kid is so disrespectful, daring to call Costacurta's nickname like that on their first meeting. "You two are from different generations." Costacurta was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, saying, "Oh really, is my nickname well known in your dragon country?" "Yes, my dad and I grew up watching your games." "Watching my games? Oh my, only the likes of Columbari can watch my—" Ivani shot a glare at Costacurta and jokingly scolded, "Shut up, old Billy, Yixian is still a child, don't say nonsense." Yixian did not catch the undertone in Costacurta's words, seriously nodding his head and saying, "There are 1.4 billion people in our dragon country, and there are nearly 1 million AC Milan fans among them. I believe every Rossoneri knows your nickname. My father is one of them. He has told me more than once that AC Milan is not just a club, but a big family. We are never short of talent or stars, but we have more than that. We have loyalty and perseverance. This is the strongest spiritual attribute that allows us to carry on our legacy." He also said that the number 5 and 6, alike number 3, are the best interpretations of this loyalty and perseverance. Hearing this, Avani's expression grew serious, while Costacurta's eyes sparkled with emotion and approval. Thank you, young man, and please convey my gratitude to your father. However, I currently do not wear the number 5. If you want to see that number 6A, it may not be easy, but if you want to see that number 3, you will be able to soon. What do you mean? Yi Xian was instantly stunned. Avani smiled and said, Alright Yi Xian, I am officially informing you that from today onwards you will no longer train and play with the reserve team, but will train with the first team. As for whether you can participate in matches, it depends on your own abilities. Your performances in training and matches recently have earned you this promotion, but just like I told you before, yesterday's match, AC Milan never lacks talent, but we need the spirit that matches the red and black jersey. Perform well here, and strive to earn your chance to play as soon as possible. Don't let them send you back early, or I won't. Later Billy will give you a tour here, and he will arrange the rest. By the way, Billy is old enough to be your uncle, so you are not allowed to call him that. Only someone as senior as me can do that. After saying this, Avani patted Yi Xian's shoulder a few times for encouragement, and then turned to leave. Yi Xian stood there still in a daze. The happiness came too suddenly, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. Seeing this, Costacurta patted his shoulder and smiled. What's wrong? Are you finding it hard to believe that your dream has come true all of a sudden? It's okay, every youth training player feels this way when entering the first team. You don't need to feel any pressure, just train seriously and perform well. Just unleash your true potential and leave the rest to Ancelotti to handle. When I first moved up from the reserve team to the first team, I overthought everything, which is why I was loaned to Monza for a season to gain experience. It was only after I returned that I gradually found my place. Watching Avani completely disappear from their sight, Costacurta continued. Currently our team is strong and well organized with few injuries. I've had a slight muscle issue, so Ancelotti informed me in advance that I wouldn't be on the squad for tonight's match, allowing me to take you around and get familiar with the environment. While speaking, he pointed at Gattuso and laughed. This is Ivan Gattuso, whom you just met. Gattuso came over and shook hands with Yi Xian, smiling apologetically. Sorry, little brother, I didn't know the team was getting a new player today. I have been undergoing rehabilitation training due to a ligament injury and mistook you for the team's equipment manager. His handshake was as powerful as his tackling. Costacurta, acting like a guide, took Yi Xian on a tour of the first team's gym, swimming pool, physiotherapy room, restaurant, and then arrived at the changing room. This is your locker. Your training clothes and shoes will arrive soon. You can continue to use the number 75 jersey from the reserve team, as no one in the first team uses this number. Fortunately, you didn't choose the number 77, or you would have to change it since that number is used by Abbiati. Standing in the middle of the changing room, Yi Xian looked around at the prominent names and numbers on the lockers, feeling as if he were in a dream. Just 10 days ago, he was confused, not knowing when he would get his chance. Unexpectedly, his dream has come true. He is already in the changing room of AC Milan's first team and has his own jersey number. Finally, Costacurta took him to the players' dormitory of the first team. There are not many players staying in the first team's dormitory, usually, as most players go home after training, and only a few young players live here. However, we must reserve fixed rooms and beds for everyone, especially during important events like the Champions League, when we occasionally need to stay at the base. This is your room. Your roommate is a local Italian player. His name is Alessandro. Matri, just like you, is 20 years old and has been training with the first team since the second half of last season. He has already made an official Serie A appearance for the first team. You will meet him on the training ground later. Yi Xian's eyes widened in surprise again. Oh my, I am going to be roommates with... What a handsome and sunny guy. In terms of looks, he is just a little better than me. Am I being a bit shameless? Finally, Costacurta brought Yi Xian to training ground number 1. On the small path leading to the field, Yi Xian felt nervous all over, his legs weak, as if he were stepping on cotton. In a few minutes, he would be seeing those renowned superstars. That is the red and black dream he has yearned for all. Soon he timidly followed Costacurta to training ground number 1. At this moment, everyone had just finished a training drill and was standing in the center of the field surrounding Ancelotti, hydrating and resting while listening to him explain the details. Seeing Costacurta approaching from a distance, Ancelotti signaled everyone to welcome him. Coach, this is the youth training player Yi Xian from the Dragon Country. Ancelotti smiled warmly, saying, I know him, I've watched his training at field number 2. Welcome, young man, welcome to AC Milan's first team. Paolo, please introduce him to everyone. With Ancelotti's call, a tall and robust man appeared before Yi Xian. His chiseled features resembled a statue with deep-set eyes and ocean blue irises. His broad shoulders could bear all the glory and shame of the red and black army, and his upright spine would not bend under any adversity. Welcome, young man, welcome to join AC Milan's first team. Yi Xian's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Hello, Captain Matri. Seeing Yi Xian so excited, Maldini smiled and extended his hand to him. Don't get too excited, young man. Take your time, I'm sure you'll soon get the chance to play for the team. Now let me introduce your new teammates, who are all your seniors. Player 1, Florin, a local player. Player 2, Cafu from Brazil. Player 4, Kaladza from Georgia. Player 5, Redondo from Argentina. Player 7, Shevchenko from Ukraine. Player 8, Gattuso, is recovering in the gym. You may have already met him, player 9, Inzaghi, a local player, player 10 Rui Costa from Portugal, player 12 Dida from Brazil, player 13 Iniesta, a local player, player 14 Simic from Croatia, player 15 Tomasin from Denmark, player 18 Borriello, a local youth training player, player 19 Costa Curta, this player next to you, player 20 Seedorf from the Netherlands, player 21 Pirlo, a local player, player 22 Kaká from Brazil, player 23 Ambrosini, a local player, player 24 Lawrence from Denmark, player 26 Pancaro, a local player, player 27 Serginho from Brazil, player 32 Brocchi, a local player, player 43 Matri, a local youth training player, player 77 Gabbiadini, a local player, player 86 Pazzi, a local youth training player. These are all the members of our first team. You'll gradually get familiar with them. Listening to these familiar names, and looking at the faces he could only see on television before Yixian felt as if he were in Alice's Wonderland. Welcome to Milan. As Maldini introduced, each name the players would friendly extend their hands to Yixian. Apart from mechanically shaking hands, Yixian could only dumbly reply, "I've heard so much about you, I've heard so much." He wasn't lying, nor was he being modest. Every one of these people could be considered a big name in Longwa, even those youth training players like Borriello, Matri, and Pazzi, who hadn't yet made a name for themselves. Not to mention superstars like Maldini and Rui Costa. Ancelotti found Yixian's humble demeanor amusing and smiled, saying, "I've long heard that people from Longwa are very modest. Seeing you today, it turns out to be true. Yixian, you don't need to be too nervous or belittle yourself. As long as you continue to perform like you did in yesterday's match, there will soon be a place for you here. However, your task today is quite simple. Oh, just let Billy show you around, and you can also watch the training later. At 8 p.m. we have a match against Bologna at San Siro. You need to be at the tactical analysis room with the first team at 4 p.m. to listen to the tactical analysis, and then at 6 p.m. you will take the bus to San Siro with everyone. At that time you will sit on the bench with your teammates who are not on the match list to watch the game." After giving the instructions, Ancelotti led everyone to continue training, while Costa Curta stood beside Yixian watching the first team's training. The first training exercise was a small group passing and shooting drill. Ancelotti divided the players into groups of 3 for passing and shooting practice. Player 1, as the attacker, first passed the ball to player 2, then continued to run into position. Player 2 would make a direct pass without stopping the ball to player 3, who would also pass it directly without stopping, sending a slightly leading pass to player 1, who would then take the final shot. This training mainly focuses on short passing and penetrating play in a small area, enhancing the player's ability to perform two-known combinations. Yixian had often done similar training in the reserve team, but the first team had a higher difficulty and standards. The players stood further apart, and they couldn't stop the ball. Each pass had to be completed in one touch. This required the 3 players to have sufficiently skilled footwork and precise passing power, otherwise the pass would either be too strong or too weak, making it impossible for teammates to complete the one-touch pass. Yixian assessed in his heart that he couldn't achieve such passing precision. Fortunately, not everyone on the field could meet the requirements. For instance, youth training players Borriello and Matri made several mistakes. Yixian thought, "Haha, my good roommate, I can say your looks and abilities are just a little worse than mine." However, this kind of training was child's play for technical masters like Pirlo, Redondo, and Rui Costa. When they were on the field, every pass they made was perfectly weighted and angled, making it comfortable for teammates to receive and easy to shoot. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the legendary Inzaghi. When the legend was on the field, his passes to teammates always seemed a bit awkward, either too strong or too weak, or the angle was not accurate enough. However, no matter what kind of ball his teammates returned to him, he always found a way to take a high-quality shot, and he could shoot. While the legend is indeed a legend, aside from being able to score and shoot, it seems he truly cannot do anything else. The last training topic of the morning was group matches. Unlike the reserve team, which divided directly into teams A and B, the first team's group matches were mixed. The main forwards and defenders were separated, while the midfielders were mixed. This way, the sharpest spear faced the most solid shield, leading to more intense confrontations and better training. Since there was a match in the evening, today's group training was not too intense. There were not many real tackles, and more focus was on practicing tactics and refining technical skills. However, this highlighted the exceptional technical abilities of the players on the field. Especially the midfielders on both sides left Yixian in awe. One side's defensive midfielder was Pirlo, partnered with Seedorf, Ambrosini, and Rui Costa. The other side's defensive midfielder was Redondo, partnered with Kaká, Brocchi, and Serginho. Thinking of Gattuso being sidelined due to injury, Yixian secretly sighed, "This lineup truly is a dream team." The match was flowing smoothly, and due to the different styles of the organizing defensive midfielders, the attacking and defending characteristics of both sides were completely different. Pirlo controlled the game more by relying on diagonal long passes for wide-range coordination. With his broad vision and accurate long passes, he often played the ball behind the opponent's defensive line, allowing 2 forwards and the overlapping fullbacks to directly attack the opponent's defense. Especially when the opponent's fullbacks joined the attack, the gaps on the flanks were often his primary targets. Redondo, on the other hand, controlled the game more through dribbling and ball control, with his passing often consisting of short penetrating plays. He played this way when he was at Real Madrid, often orchestrating attacks starting from himself, threading the needle with sharp breakthroughs, exquisite dribbling, and short penetrating passes to connect the entire attacking chain. In the 1994 World Cup, Maradona scored his last World Cup goal against Greece. The initiator of that goal was Redondo. At that time, Balba passed back to the defensive midfielder Redondo, who immediately initiated an attack. Redondo first passed to Maradona, who returned the ball to him. Redondo then passed to Batistuta, who also returned the pass to him. When Redondo passed to Maradona again, the old man had already entered the penalty area, with a sideways touch and a shot goal. The entire process revolved around Redondo, consisting entirely of one-touch passes while advancing. It was as smooth as flowing water, leaving one in awe. Although Redondo is now older, his skills and awareness, he orchestrated his team's midfield in his own way and was equally matched against opponents. Watching such a brilliant training match, Yixian stood aside and secretly marveled. If only Redondo hadn't suffered a serious injury when he first came to Milan. He then secretly worried about his future. His teammates were just too strong. With such a luxurious lineup, would he be able to keep up? After the morning training session, Yixian still went to the reserve team's dining hall for a meal. Originally, Costa Cuda intended to take him to the first team's dining hall, especially since Matri was particularly enthusiastic. This handsome Italian boy, upon hearing that Yixian was his new roommate, warmly invited him to join him for a meal. However, Yixian said that he needed to go back to the reserve team to bid farewell to everyone, and also to pack some personal belongings which he would take directly to their dormitory in the afternoon. Thus, the two young men agreed to meet directly at the dormitory in the afternoon, and then Matri would take Yixian to the tactical analysis room. In the reserve team's dining hall, when everyone saw Yixian finally returning, they curiously approached to ask for news. "Hey Yixian, where did the head coach take you this morning? Why did you take so long to come back? Did they give you some special treatment? Yeah, did the coaching staff set up some secret training for you because of your outstanding performance yesterday? Pavatic saw you heading towards the first team. Did it really happen?" As everyone was betting that he had misread it, Yixian scratched his head and could only tell the truth. I came back to say goodbye to everyone and to pack up my personal belongings." Before he could finish his sentence, the dining hall immediately erupted in chaos. What does this mean? Is the club going to terminate your contract early? That's not fair. You just showed your strength in training and finally got a chance to play. Oh, the club has no reason to terminate your contract now. Exactly. It's supposed to be an apprenticeship contract. Why are they so eager to kick you out? You haven't done it. Pavatic walked over with a serious expression and said, "Yixian, I used to think you were just a rookie who didn't deserve to wear that jersey, and I truly believe the club should have let you go early. But your recent training has been impressive and you were named the best player in yesterday's match. The club has no reason to let you go now." Abate also approached with concern, asking, "Yixian, what exactly is going on? Why are you suddenly packing your—" Seeing everyone care about him so much, Yixian felt deeply moved. You all misunderstood. I wasn't let go by the club, but I was called up to the first team. Starting tomorrow, I will be training with the first team." What? Yixian's words were like a bomb dropped in the dining hall, instantly igniting everyone's emotions. Is that true, Yixian? That's amazing. Congratulations, brother. Abate exclaimed, grabbing Yixian's shoulder and genuinely feeling happy for him. Polly also came over, patting Yixian on the head and laughing. "With you, Yixian, jumping to train directly with the first team before even entering the A team. This has never happened before, has it?" "Exactly. You just played one match for the reserve team, and now you're directly called up by Ancelotti. Your luck is truly incredible. It looks like we need to step up. Someone has already overtaken us." Pavatic's expression flickered as he looked at Yixian like he was some sort of monster. "Could I admit your recent performance has really impressed me. But how can you so easily go train with the first team? I find it quite suspicious." Yixian smiled and said, "Yeah, it's not just you who finds it suspicious. I can hardly believe it myself. You have no idea, when Avarni announced this decision in front of Costa Cuda, I was genuinely shocked." "You met Costa Cuda?" "Not only him, but I met the entire team. It was Matt who personally introduced me." Around them, a chorus of envious gasps could be heard. Pavatic had a complex expression and said with difficulty, "That's good as long as it's not a mistake. But you can't be too proud. After all, you're just training with the team, not yet an official member of the first team. Since you're going, make sure to train well, maintain your recent form, and establish yourself in the first team. You mustn't be sent back. That would be so embarrassing." Yixian tilted his head, looking at him and smiling. "Are you sincere?" Pavatic puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Of course I'm sincere. Do you think I'm the kind of person who holds grudge?" Yixian laughed and said, "All right, since you're being so generous, I'll be generous too. Let's cancel our previous—" Pavatic pretended to be puzzled, asking, "What do you mean? Do you think now that you're training with the first team you have a better chance of signing a professional contract than I do?" "What? Isn't that the case?" "Not necessarily. If you could overtake me, why can't I? Who knows, Pavatic might not even need to train with the team to get a professional contract." "Seriously? Then fine, our bet continues." "Not seriously. In the afternoon at 3 o'clock, Yixian brought his personal belongings to the dorm he shared with me. Hey Yixian, why are you just arriving? I was really worried you'd be late for the 4 o'clock tactical analysis meeting. Ancelotti pays great attention to details and hates it when someone is late. I was just about to go out to meet you. This Italian youth was genuinely kind and cheerful, easy to get along with. No worries, I remember the time clearly and won't be late. It's just that my reserve teammates were too enthusiastic asking me all sorts of questions, so I arrived a bit late. Did your former teammates envy you when they heard you were called up to the first team? A little bit, but I don't feel any sense of superiority because of it. Instead, I feel quite pressured. I understand, I dare say, every young player stepping up from a prestigious academy has gone through what you're experiencing. Once you get through this, the path ahead will be smooth sailing. But what if I can't get through it? We must get through it. The one speaking was not Matri but Borriello. At that moment he walked in with Boji. The two of them shared a dormitory. We all went through this step by step, including our predecessors. I was loaned to Empoli by Milan in the second half of last season, played 12 times, and scored once. My performance was decent, so I was kept in the Milan first team for training this season. But I know very well that unless there are significant injuries in the team, I will likely continue to be loaned out. After all, in front of me are Inzaghi, Shevchenko, and Tom Mason. Even if they all get injured, Ancelotti might still put Kaká in front, though our midfield strength is just too formidable. These processes are what we young players from prestigious academies must experience. Oh, I have no complaints. Matri added, yes, I've been training with the Milan first team since 2000, but I only got one chance to play last season. But that's normal. Oh, every young player at a big club has to go through this experience. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the tactical analysis meeting for AC Milan's home match against Bologna officially commenced. Following Ancelotti's custom, the starting lineup and substitute roster for this match were announced first. Now I announce the starting lineup for this match, shouted assistant coach Tassati. Maldini, Nesta, Coladze, Cafu, Pirlo, Seedorf, Kaká, Ambrosini, Inzaghi, Shevchenko, Dida. The substitutes are Abbiati, Rui Costa, Redondo, Tomasin, Pancaro, Serginho. Upon hearing this magnificent lineup of 18 players, Yixian couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, it's truly luxurious. I wonder how much such a lineup would be worth in 2022 before my time travel. Ancelotti cleared his throat and said slowly, today's opponent Bologna is not ranked high and they are playing away, so it seems we have a significant advantage. However, if everyone looks at their scoring situation, they will find that their performance away has always been better than at home. They earn more points away and fewer at home. Why is that? Because they aim to win at home, adopting an attacking style, whereas when they play away, especially against a powerful opponent like us, they tend to be more pragmatic, considering a draw as a victory, thus resorting to a defensive strategy. Therefore, we must not let our guard down and must approach this match with caution, striving for an early goal to simplify the situation. After Christmas, the schedule always becomes very tight, especially this year, as we are currently fighting on 3 fronts. The Coppa Italia has reached the top 16, and the last 2 rounds of the Champions League group stage are about to begin, so we need to manage our stamina wisely to cope with the upcoming congested schedule. Our formation today is 442, with Maldini and Nesta partnering as center-backs, Coladze playing left-back and Cafu playing right-back. The 2 forwards will generally have Inzaghi on the left and Shevchenko on the right, but they can switch positions as the game situation changes. The key is the midfield. In midfield, we will adopt a diamond formation with Seedorf on the left, Ambrosini on the right, and Kaká and Pirlo in the center, but positioned one in front and one behind. With this positioning, Pirlo clearly cannot cover the width of the midfield defensively, so once the opponent counterattacks, other players must quickly provide support. The 2 forwards must apply immediate pressure on the opponent's ball holder to slow down their counterattack speed. The 3 midfielders, while retreating, need to limit the passing lanes for the opponent's players to maximize the difficulty and pressure on the ball holder. If we can intercept the ball and launch a counterattack immediately, that's the best scenario. Even if we can't, we should still slow down the opponent's attacking pace. Meanwhile, the 2 fullbacks must push forward timely to cover the spaces beside Pirlo. In attack, the 2 forwards should frequently exchange positions, especially when facing the opponent's tight defense. The opponent employs zonal marking, and your crossing runs will create confusion at the junctions of their zones, leading to scoring opportunities. After receiving the ball in midfield, Kaká must dare to break through, using your speed and impact to directly assault the opponent's central area. The 2 wingers should move towards the center, trying to suppress the opponent's defensive midfielder, creating space for Kaká's breakthrough, while also providing passing options. After the 2 wingers move inward, the opponent's flank defense will surely be stretched, and the 2 fullbacks should then push up at the right time. If there is an opportunity to break to the baseline, do not hesitate. Break through to the byline directly, either crossing or cutting in, depending on the situation. At this time, the wingers must pay attention to their positioning to provide adequate support for the fullbacks. Kaká, Seedorf, Shevchenko, you must fully utilize your long-range shooting ability. Whenever there is a chance, do not hesitate to shoot immediately. Especially when they are defending tightly, long-range shots are not only a scoring weapon, but also an effective means to force their defense line forward. Yi Xian listened attentively to Ancelotti's explanation, committing every detail to memory. Fortunately, Ancelotti's tactical approach is similar to that of Ivani, which poses no problem for me at tactics fanatic. However, he soon realized that he had celebrated too early. Ancelotti's explanation was only just beginning. This was merely an overview. Next, he meticulously analyzed and dissected every possible scenario that could occur on the field in detail. For example, just the movement patterns for a center forward receiving the ball with their back to goal were divided into dozens of situations. Suppose Inzaghi has the opportunity to receive the ball with his back to the opponent's penalty area. If this ball is passed to him by Kaká, how should Kaká position himself next? How should Shevchenko position himself? How should Seedorf support? If this ball comes from a long pass from Pirlo in the midfield, how should Kaká respond? How should Shevchenko position himself then? What about Seedorf and Ambrosini's support? If this ball is initiated by Seedorf, what should the other teammates do? And that's not all. If Shevchenko also has the same opportunity to receive the ball with his back to the opponent's penalty area, the situation will differ. Firstly, the two forwards have different technical characteristics, so their handling of the ball after receiving it will naturally vary. Secondly, Inzaghi and Shevchenko generally position themselves one on the left and one on the right. When Inzaghi receives the ball, he has Shevchenko and Ambrosini as two support points on his right, while only Seedorf as a support point on his left. The situation is reversed when Shevchenko receives the ball. Thus, Ancelotti designed different tactics for these varying situations. Eventually, Ancelotti even discussed how to adjust the team's offensive and defensive coordination if Redondo were to replace Pirlo. Though both are defensive midfielders, their styles of play are vastly different, and their methods of coordinating offense and defense also differ completely. Pirlo relies more on long passes orchestrating the direction of the team's attack over a large area, while Redondo depends more on short passes and penetrating runs. So when the organizing defensive midfielder changes, how should the other players respond and position themselves? Ancelotti stood in front of the tactical board speaking passionately and gesturing, while Yi Xian was left utterly bewildered. He had never encountered a head coach with such meticulous tactical arrangements before. Although he knew football was a collective sport where one move affects the whole, he had never imagined, let alone seen, a coach like Ancelotti who could dissect the situation on the field so thoroughly and analyze it to such an extreme. In the end, Yi Xian's mind felt as if it had exploded. His entire head was ringing with confusion. Ancelotti's transmission of information was simply overwhelming, and he couldn't possibly absorb it all at once. He felt like a middle school student who hadn't graduated suddenly sent to Harvard University. It would be strange if he could understand the professor's lecture. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. A prestigious club is a prestigious club, not just a facade. Ancelotti truly lives up to his reputation as the only coach to win titles in all 5 major European leagues and 4 Champions League titles. Ancelotti, I respect you. At 5:30, the entire Milan team boarded the team bus on time, departing from Milanello and heading straight to San Siro Stadium. Just 2 blocks from the stadium, Yi Xian could already see the bustling fans outside through the bus window. As they saw the bus adorned with the team logo pass by, fans either waved their scarves and memorabilia or quickly brought the small horns hanging from their necks to their mouths and blew a few blasts. With more than 2 hours until the match, these fans were truly enthusiastic. At 6 o'clock, the bus entered San Siro Stadium through a special lane. Everyone disembarked in an orderly fashion, entering the players' lounge through the staff-only passage. Here they split into 2 groups. The players on the 18-man roster followed the coaching staff directly into the locker room, while those not on the roster proceeded along the players' corridor to the field, taking seats designated for club staff above the substitutes bench. Yi Xian sat side by side with Matri, Borriello, and Pizzini. He looked around San Siro and noticed that nearly 2,000 fans had already filled the stadium, which could accommodate 8,000. There are still 2 hours left before the match begins. Saturday night games usually attract a lot of fans, especially since they can rest the next day. Oh, it doesn't matter how late it gets. Moreover, after a 2-week break due to the Christmas holiday, the fans couldn't wait, so they arrived particularly early today. I estimate that San Siro will be full today. Matri, who joined Milan's youth training system at the age of 12, acted as a knowledgeable guide for Yi Xian. Yi Xian, look. The die-hard fans in the south stand have already started to get busy. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. The south stand of San Siro. That is a sacred place in every AC Milan fan's heart. It is where the most loyal and die-hard fans of AC Milan gather. Since AC Milan began using San Siro as their home ground in 1926, the south stand has always been regarded as the most loyal, fearless, and combative sanctuary of the Rossoneri. Even during AC Milan's 2 relegations in the 1980s, the most loyal supporters of the Rossoneri would always stand in the south stand during home games. Among these fans, many are second or even third-generation diehard supporters of Milan. The red and black essence has long been woven into their blood. Lions Den Red and Black Autonomous Alliance and Alternative Red and Black are 3 extreme fan organizations occupying the second tier of the south stand, while the Lion Command occupies the first tier. In addition, dozens of other loyal fan groups, large and small, gather in various regions of the south stand. Every home game this stand is filled with the sound of drums and cheers, creating a terrifying home atmosphere for the visitor. Whenever the team finds itself in trouble, it is this stand that first sounds the horn for a counterattack. Whenever the home team attacks, the loudest drums ring out here, while the most piercing boos greet the opponent's advance. However, Yi Xian harbored a slight resentment towards the south stand. This was due to his unwavering loyalty to his idol Maldini. On May 24, 2009, AC Milan faced Roma at home. It was Milan's last home game of the season, and also Maldini's retirement match at San Siro. After the match, as the emotional Maldini took a lap around the field, the extreme fans in the south stand unfurled disrespectful banners towards him, infuriating him and ruining his retirement celebration. Since then, Yi Xian has held a strong aversion to the extreme fans in the south stand. But then he thought, and a smile crept across his face. Haha, although the conflict between Maldini and these extreme fan organizations began with the match against Liechtenstein in 1996, it truly reached a boiling point during that damned Istanbul comeback. But isn't it true that I've crossed over now? With me here, the so-called Istanbul miracle will not take place. Maldini won't have any intense clashes with them. In this way, Maldini's farewell in Milan will have a perfect ending. With this thought, Yi Xian smiled and looked in the direction Matri was pointing, seeing thousands of fans already bustling in the south stand. What are they busy with? They're busy putting up flags, making banners, and for a significant match like the Milan Derby, they even need to unfold a massive tifo. You don't know the massive tifos they create are diverse and enormous, often covering over 1,000 square meters. Unfolding them is not only labor-intensive, but also time-consuming, so they have to start preparing well in advance. Just then a round of applause erupted from the fans in the stands. It turned out that the Milan players had already run onto the field to warm up under the leadership of Captain Maldini. A few minutes later, the Bologna players also came out from the players' tunnel, stepping onto the San Siro pitch to warm up. However, they were met with a chorus of boos. There's no way around it. Every visiting team receives this treatment. Under the guidance of assistant coach Tassati and fitness coach Stewart, the Milan players began with a slow jog warm-up, followed by comprehensive stretching. Subsequently, they performed several sets of sprinting drills and slalom runs, fully activating all muscle groups in their bodies. Finally, they moved on to ball training. They started with 10 minutes of small area passing drills, followed by 10 minutes of possession games, and finally a 9 versus 9 scrimmage. This scrimmage had almost no physical confrontation, and the pace was slow, entirely aimed at helping everyone find their rhythm for the match and getting into game mode. The starters and substitutes were completely mixed together, divided into two teams according to their positions on the field, conducting offensive and defensive drills in a space smaller than half the pitch. With no confrontation, the players found it easier to showcase their skills, resulting in a warm-up match that was surprising. Every time the players displayed brilliant footwork or executed a clever combination, the audience in the stands erupted in applause. Just as Yi Xian was enjoying the view, Matri suddenly nudged him with his elbow, signaling him to look below. Yi Xian glanced over and saw a group of reporters from a television station reporting from the sidelines. A cameraman was pointing his camera at a blonde beauty who was explaining in front of the training scene behind her. Not far from them was a broadcasting van with the logo of Italy Channel 8 sprayed on it. Italy Channel 8 is the domestic broadcaster for Serie A in Italy, while the overseas broadcasting rights for Serie A are exclusively held by Sky Sports. What's so special about a pretty girl? Yi Xian said. Do you know who she is? Matri asked with a smile. Is she your relative? Come on, I don't have any celebrity relatives. Her name is Blasi. Blasi. Yi Xian was taken aback. That name sounded very familiar. Wait, is she the Matri burst into laughter and said, good lad, you haven't been in Italy for long, yet you've already figured out such. That's right, she is indeed the girlfriend of the Roman Prince Totti, the famous Italian host Blasi. Meanwhile, the live broadcast room of Sky Sports had also become lively. Host Anthony sat at the side, flanked by two slightly portly uncles. These two individuals were once quite renowned. One was Giannini, a legend of Roma, and the other was Lombardo, a former star of Sampdoria. Giannini, a legendary figure of Roma, was the core of the team from the mid-1980s to the mid-1990s and served as the team captain. He was a key player in the Italian national team during the 1990 World Cup, wearing the number 13 jersey and scoring a brilliant goal against the United States. In his youth, he was handsome and charming, possessing a model-like physique and sculpted features. His playing style was as graceful as his appearance. He was the Prince of Roma before Totti and Totti's idol. Lombardo, whose achievements on the field were far overshadowed by Giannini, also bore a stark contrast in appearance. He became bald at a young age, looking at least 10 years older than his actual age. However, during his brief moments of glory, he left a deep impression on both Italian fans and fans from the draft. They forcefully snatched the Serie A championship from the Northern Triad, led by Maradona, that season. Not only that, but in the following year's UEFA Champions League, they fought their way to the final, facing Johan Cruyff's legendary Barcelona team. After a grueling 90 minutes, Barcelona narrowly claimed victory at the last moment of regular time with a free kick from Koeman. Lombardo's playing style is plain and unadorned, much like his bald head. However, at his peak, he was known for his incredible stamina, relentless running, fierce tackling, and long-range shooting, earning him the nickname Lombardo the Strongman. Mr. Giannini, what's your prediction for today's match? On paper, Milan undoubtedly holds the absolute advantage. They just won the Champions League last season, their morale is high, and they have made a shrewd acquisition this season by bringing in the Brazilian Kaká. This guy has seamlessly integrated into the team and has been performing excellently since the start of the season. Ancelotti's tactics of utilizing Pirlo as a creative, deep-lean playmaker, which he tried last season, have been applied even more skillfully this season, enabling them to sail through the league. Currently, they are advancing triumphantly on all fronts, playing at home today, and I see no reason for them to be unable to secure victory. Lombardo, what's your opinion? I also agree with Giannini. This current AC Milan operates like a well-oiled machine with hardly any weaknesses to exploit. Thus, it would be extremely difficult for Bologna to escape unscathed. Does that mean Bologna has no chance at all? Not necessarily. In football, one can never be completely certain of victory. Exactly. In fact, Bologna does possess some strength this season, currently ranked 9th, which speaks for itself. Their lineup includes veterans like Pagliuca and Signori to stabilize the team, while defenders like Zaccardo and midfielders like Vojvoda, along with forwards like Cruz and Locatelli, are all quite formidable. Yes, especially Locatelli, who has consistently ranked high on the scoring charts this season and is in great form. Moreover, their coach, Guidolin, known as Little Juga, is famous for his cunning strategies. So I believe as long as they can withstand Milan's initial onslaught, should the match devolve into a tug-of-war, they will still. At 8 p.m., the match officially kicked off. AC Milan launched an aggressive attack right from the start, seemingly unwilling to give their opponents any room to test the waters, nor to let Bologna entertain any illusions. With nearly 8,000 spectators cheering like a tidal wave, they pressed forward with relentless attacks, each wave more formidable than the last. Bologna struggled desperately to slow down the pace of the game, aiming to stabilize their formation and look for counterattack opportunities. But how could Milan allow them to succeed? Keep the ball hidden. This was a famous saying by Berlusconi at the time. He dared to make such a demand because Milan indeed had that capability. Just 9 minutes into the first half, AC Milan breached the goal defended by Pagliuca. At that moment, Pirlo received the ball in midfield, and faced with Locatelli's attempt to retrieve it, he chose to pass it horizontally to the supporting Ambrosini. Ambrosini did not stop the ball, but passed it directly to the retreating Kaká. Bologna's deep-lying midfielder Vojvoda pressed closely, but he lacked both the height and strength to match Kaká. Kaká leaned against his opponent, forcibly turned, and accelerated. He used his strength to push off his defender and unleashed a whirlwind-like rapid breakthrough, which was Kaká's signature play. Seeing the Golden Boy take flight once again at San Siro, the Milan fans in the stands erupted with excitement. Inzaghi made a lateral run up front, pulling away one of the right defenders. Seedorf converged from the left flank towards the center, further compressing the opponent's midfield, while simultaneously leaving space for Kaká to receive the ball. Meanwhile, left-back Colazza dashed down the left wing like a gust of wind towards the byline. This multidimensional attack flowed like mercury, leaving Bologna's defense helpless. Their attention was entirely drawn to Milan's 3 superstars in the center, completely neglecting the defense on the flanks. As Kaká broke through rapidly, he realized that the middle was overly congested with no good lines to break through, making it difficult to coordinate effectively with the 2 forwards amidst the crowd. He casually executed a diagonal pass, abandoning the straightforward assault through the middle, and shifted the ball to the feet of Colazza on the left flank. At that moment, Colazza found himself with a clear path ahead with no defenders in sight. He looked up to assess the positioning of his teammates in the middle and lifted his left foot, preparing to cross. A reverse triangle pass. Yi Xian instinctively murmured. Seedorf and Kaká had formed an encirclement from the outside, and back in his time, before transmigration, Colazza would have had an 80 chance of making that reverse pass. However, Colazza did not do so. He chose not to pass to the outside, but instead sent the ball directly into the center of the penalty area. Oh no, that's wrong. Just as Yi Xian was feeling regretful, he saw 2 red and black figures in the center of the penalty area, already making their runs to intercept. Inzaghi was in front and Shevchenko was behind. The 9th master rushed to the near post with speed and ferocity, taking out one of Bologna's center-backs. Inzaghi's ruthlessness in the box and his deep positioning were virtually unparalleled, which Serie defender would dare to be careless. Bologna's left center-back had to fill in towards the goal instantly, leaving Shevchenko unmarked behind him. At that moment, Bologna's left-back should have moved in quickly to mark Shevchenko, but how could Shevchenko give him that opportunity? Colazza's pass whistled through, soaring over the heads of those at the near post, heading straight for the far post. Shevchenko flicked his head, and with a soft thud the ball hit the net. The Ukrainian missile detonated San Siro. Wow! As the ball soared into the net, Shevchenko sprinted wildly across the San Siro pitch in ecstatic celebration. His teammates rushed toward him, instantly congratulating him on such an exquisite goal. The goal unfolded seamlessly, starting with Pirlo's initiation, transitioning through Ambrosini's link-up play, Kaká's incisive dribble, and precise assist, Colazza's pinpoint cross, and culminating in Shevchenko's clinical finish. Interwoven throughout were Seedorf's intelligent movement and Inzaghi's elusive off-the-ball runs, fluid, effortless, and utterly mesmerizing. San Siro instantly erupted into a sea of jubilation. Fans leapt from their seats as if sprung by invisible coils beneath them. Wow! A goal! A thunderous, deafening roar surged through the stands, fans jumping, clapping, and shouting in unison. Some waved scarves, others brandished miniature flags, many blew shrill whistles. The diehard supporters in the south stand went even further. They unfurled colossal banners that snapped like war drums in the wind and pounded massive timpani so fiercely the ground trembled. San Siro's thunderous chants and percussive fury could be heard blocks away. Yi Xian clenched his fists, celebrating with his teammates while quietly replaying the entire sequence in his mind, especially Kaladze's decisive cross. As a transmigrator, he knew most elite teams in contemporary football would opt for the cutback pass in such situations. By then, the attacking striker had already compressed the opponent's defensive line deep into the 6-yard box, crowded, congested, and highly vulnerable to clearance. Conversely, the gap between the opponent's backline and defensive midfielder often opened up, a perfect channel for a late-arriving runner to strike from distance, dramatically increasing scoring probability. Yet digging deeper, he arrived at a different conclusion. Football has no immutable rules. The optimal choice depends entirely on the cards you hold. In his understanding, the tactical preference for cutbacks after wide crosses began gaining prominence with Guardiola's Barcelona, the legendary Dream Team 3. But beyond mere congestion, another reason Guardiola avoided direct deliveries into the 6-yard box was Barcelona's lack of a physically dominant, aerially lethal center forward. Neither Pedro Villa nor Messi possessed the traditional attributes of a classic number 9. No imposing height, no raw strength, no command in aerial duels. A direct delivery into the box would have offered them almost no chance of converting a chance. But their sublime technical ability, agility, unpredictable movement, and lightning-fast shot execution more than compensated. And behind them stood maestros like Xavi and Iniesta, architects who orchestrated space and time. Thus, pulling the ball back created richer opportunities. AC Milan, however, was different. Their two strikers excelled at timing runs, equally lethal in the air and on the ground, while Kaká Seedorf and Rui Costa provided world-class support from deeper positions. This configuration offered greater structural depth and tactical dimensionality. With such a constellation of talent, how could 3 consecutive Champions League titles possibly elude them? So here I am. Haha. Fate moves in mysterious ways. Since Yi Xian has transmigrated into this world, the honor of 3 straight Champions League crowns shall not belong to Real Madrid. As Shevchenko powered home the header, the Italian Channel 8 studio exploded in jubilant cheers. Oh. Cruddily, the roaring emperor, clenched both fists tightly, unleashing his signature bellow with every ounce of lung capacity, his snow-white beard fluttering wildly with each roar. His plump fists remained tightly coiled as he spun in place, roaring uncontrollably, like a man possessed. Host Bracky burst into unrestrained laughter, her mirth rippling like blossoms shaken by spring winds. You look so beautiful when you laugh. Several co-commentators joined in, helpless with laughter. Meanwhile, on Sky Sports live broadcast, host Anthony wrapped his palms together in rapid applause. What a goal. Absolutely magnificent. Shiva's lion-shed flick was sheer dominance. I swear Pagliuca stood rooted to the spot, utterly paralyzed. Giannini nodded appreciatively, shaking his head gently. How could he react? Milan's attacking structure was impeccably layered. 2 central threats, 2 wide options, all equally dangerous. Before Kaladze's cross, Pagliuca simply couldn't anticipate whether Milan would strike centrally or wide. He had no basis for preemptive judgment. Lombardo sighed wryly. Milan's attack unfolded with astonishing speed. Bologna's midfield line hadn't even settled before it was pierced. By the time Kaladze delivered his cross, Milan had already formed a 4-pronged assault. Pagliuca was left utterly powerless. Milan's offensive rhythm today is simply extraordinary. Anthony nodded in agreement, smiling. We'd expected Bologna to hold out longer, but they crumbled within 10 minutes. At this rate, escaping with dignity seems increasingly unlikely. As he spoke, the match resumed. Bologna, conceding a goal moments after kickoff, found themselves instantly flustered. Already outmatched in quality and playing away, they'd planned to absorb pressure first, then counter opportunistically. Now surrendering so early left them stranded between extremes, pressing forward, risked exposing their defense to further damage. Sitting back meant accepting inevitable defeat. They were trapped, caught in a true tactical vice. Milan, meanwhile, now held a strategic advantage and played with serene command. They exploited their technical superiority masterfully, keeping possession through patient, intricate passing sequences that stretched and destabilized Bologna's shape. Whenever Bologna pushed forward en masse to contest the ball, Milan instantly launched blistering counters, striking directly into the spaces vacated behind their defense. Especially when Pirlo controlled the tempo, his long passes, accurate, incisive, and laser-guided into the channels behind the backline, tormented Bologna's defenders relentlessly. In the 28th and 39th minutes, Inzaghi and Kaká added 2 more goals. At halftime, AC Milan led 30 at home. San Siro had become pure euphoria. No one anticipated such effortless dominance against ninth-place Bologna. In the second half, Milan retained complete control of the match. Though Bologna intensified their physical pressing, hoping brute force might neutralize Milan's technical edge, their efforts proved futile. Milan's artistry was simply too refined, dodging tackles with elegant ease, leaving Bologna's aggression impotent and unspent. At the 70-minute mark, with a 30 lead secured, Ancelotti raised his hand. Substitutions began. Pirlo off, Redondo on. Kaká off, Rui Costa on. Cafu off, Pancaro on. Milan was already shifting focus toward Wednesday's Coppa Italia fixture. Even with 3 changes, this Rossoneri side remained overwhelmingly superior. In the 82nd minute, Redondo initiated the attack from central midfield. Through a series of dazzling short combinations, he carved open Bologna's defense with a surgical incisive through. Inzaghi ghosted into space with his trademark phantom run, breaking clear on goal, and slotted a composed low drive past Pagliuca. The final score 40. The next day, Italy's major newspapers devoted extensive coverage to the match. La Gazzetta dello Sport ran a bold headline: AC Milan surges forward, Rossoneri demolish opponents 40. That same day, Milan TV aired a brief bulletin. 20-year-old youth academy prospect Yixian from Longwa begins training with AC Milan's first team today. This understated report passed unnoticed, like dust settling silently. No one foresaw that its subject would soon ignite a seismic storm across Serie. The next day was Sunday, and since there was a late match the previous night, the AC Milan first team had a day off. Except for the 4 youth players training with the team, all first team members returned to their homes in Milan after the match and left the base overnight. Early the next morning, even the 3 youth players left the base to go home. Borriello, Matri, and Pizzini all came from the Lombardy region, not far from Milan. Whenever the team had a break, they would return home to reunite with their families. Italian men have a strong sense of family, which is well known throughout Europe. Yixian, my home, is in Sant'Angelo in the Lombardy region, just 60 kilometers from Milan. Why don't you come with me to my hometown for a day of fun? No, I just got here, and want to take this opportunity to familiarize myself with the environment. Maybe I can go another time. Yixian declined his friend's invitation, but once again concluded that Matri was a good guy. The vast base was left with only Yixian, but he knew he definitely wouldn't be bored today. Yesterday's match made him see clearly that the gap between himself and those superstars was vast, almost like being separated by the entire Mediterranean Sea. In terms of ball control, masters like Pirlo, Redondo, and Rui Costa could change pace and adapt to any situation effortlessly, making even the most complex scenarios seem simple under their feet. Regarding positioning, players like Inzaghi and Shevchenko had such elusive movement that it was hard to defend against them. Especially Inzaghi, who seemed to possess an ability to become invisible, making it easy to forget about his presence for long periods. But once you saw him, it was always when he was about to score. In terms of breakthroughs, Kaká moved with the ball with the swift. His iconic long strides while dribbling were as fast as lightning, outpacing defenders who were merely. What amazed Yixian even more was that the entire Milan team operated like a finely tuned machine, moving in perfect harmony, pleasing to the spectators and leaving their opponents in despair. With such a significant gap between himself and them, how could he feel justified in resting? Although he now had the system by his side, his overall strength was truly pitiful in comparison, so he needed to seize every moment to practice. He first arranged to meet a bait at 3 in the afternoon at Field No. 2 to practice passing and receiving with the reserve team, and then he dove into the gym at 9 in the morning. Bang bang. Soon the sound of equipment clashing echoed throughout the gym. Suddenly a gentle voice came from the door. "Wow, you're already training this early, that's impressive." Yixian was startled and turned around to find Ancelotti standing there. "Coach, isn't today a day off? Why are you still at the base?" "The matches are played by you players. You get tired, but I don't, so why rest? Besides, we professional coaches don't really have any time off. When you're not playing, we still have to do match edits, analyze game data, and study opponents' formations and tactics. Only then can we be well prepared. Isn't there a book from your long country called The Art of War? There's a saying that goes, 'Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated.'" Huh. Yixian was taken aback. While fat Ancelotti even knows the art of war. No wonder he's so impressive. "Young man, I've seen your training matches. You have something that others lack, not bad. However, your fundamentals are still somewhat lacking and need to be polished over time. You don't need to rush, just train well with your seniors. When it's time to showcase yourself, don't drop the ball, and just show." After saying this, Ancelotti smiled and turned to leave. Meanwhile, in a central office building in Milan, Tony was standing in a large office on the 20th floor. Seated behind the large desk across from him was a chubby, middle-aged man. This man had a round face that resembled a Bowsy, and his body was also quite plump with a waist that seemed to be not much shorter than his legs. His hairline was quite receded, and his thinning hair was rather alarming. Truly, it said that a bustling street grows no grass, and a clever head grows no hair. Although he was not very old, not yet 40, his appearance and physique made him look at least 5 years older. He was none other than Mino Raiola, the agent who would later become famous throughout Europe. On the sofa next to him sat a young man and woman. The man bore some resemblance to him, being his cousin Vincenzo Raiola. The woman on the other hand was a slender beauty with blonde hair and blue eyes known as Rafaela Pimenta, Raiola's mysterious, capable assistant from Brazil. Tony, please repeat what you reported to me yesterday to these two regarding that young man from Long Country in AC Milan. Sure. 2 days ago, I went to Milanello to watch the reserve league match between Milan and Bologna, and I accidentally discovered that there was a youth player from Long Country in Milan worth paying attention to. This young man is named Yi Xian, 20 years old, 180 centimeters tall, weighing 68 kilograms, a left-footed, playing as a winger on the field. During the pre-match training, he performed quite ordinarily, with seemingly mediocre individual skills. But once on the field, he seemed to transform into a different person. In that match, he played for over 20 minutes, first breaking the deadlock with a long-range shot, then using his personal ability to break through 2 defenders and assist a teammate in extending the lead. After the match, he was even named the best player of the game. By the way, there's also a small detail worth noting. After the match, I wanted to find an opportunity to chat with him to learn more about him. However, just as I started to talk to him, Evani came over and interrupted our conversation, seeming to care very much about. So what do you both think? Vincenzo thought for a moment and said, Long Country player. To be honest, I have no impression of players from Long. I only know that their national team lost all 3 matches in the group stage of last year's World Cup without scoring a single goal. And apparently their table tennis is very strong. I didn't even know that the Milan reserve team had a player from Long Country. Yes, I think Berlusconi might have arranged for a young player from Long Country in the reserve team for economic and political reasons, but I really find it hard to believe it's because he plays well. As for the match the day before yesterday, I think it was probably just a coincidence. It just so happened that Tony saw his extraordinary performance. After Tony reported this matter to me, I initially thought the same thing. I even specifically looked up more information and found that this was just the first official appearance of this Long Country player this season, which further confirmed that it was just an extraordinary performance by chance. However, today I saw a message on the Milan channel that made me a bit suspicious. What message? Starting today, this Long Country kid has actually been moved to the first team for training. What? Both of Raiola's assistants were a bit puzzled. He participated in just one official reserve match and was moved to the first team for training. This is too unusual. Who says otherwise? Normally a prestigious club like Milan wouldn't casually let unrelated people into the first team for training unless he really has something. So I think we should pay extra attention to this Long Country kid. He probably hasn't signed a formal contract yet, so if he really is a gem, we should act quickly. Pimenta, since you just came to Italy from Brazil and no one will notice you can handle this matter. Tomorrow is the open day at Milanello, and the first team's training will be open to the media and fans. You should personally go to Milanello and see what secrets this Long Country kid has. The next day at 9:30 in the morning, Yi Xian arrived early at training ground No. 1. Today marked his first participation in the first team training, and he wanted to get into the right state as soon as possible, so he dragged his good friend Matri along to the training ground early. However, before they even reached the field, Yi Xian noticed that there were already people who had arrived even earlier than them. He could hear laughter and conversations coming from the direction of the training ground from a distance. Matri, do I hear people at the training ground? Oh, the Serie A regulations state that every club must designate 2 days each month as open training days, and on these days training is open to fans and the media. Today just happens to be an open day. Yi Xian, you are indeed fortunate. You get to showcase yourself to the public on your first training day. What? You call this luck? Yi Xian grimaced. With my mediocre skills, I'll be completely humiliated. It's one thing to embarrass myself in front of my teammates, but now I have to perform poorly in front of fans and the media. What am I going to do? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the two turned a corner and training ground No. 1 appeared before them. Wow, so many people. With half an hour left before training starts, nearly 200 fans have gathered at the sidelines along with several media personnel adjusting their equipment, with cameras being prepared. In the match against Bologna the night before, the team had won 40 without breaking a sweat, and the good mood among the fans seemed to carry on to today. Hey Philip, you arrived pretty early today. Haha, aren't you the same? Our team has been on a winning streak this season, and naturally the fans are feeling particularly good. Sonny, we haven't won the league championship in 4 years. I think we should definitely aim for it this year. Yes, last year we won the Champions League. Can't we manage a league title? Look at our current lineup. Last year's main players are all here, and we've added such a strong player like Kaka this year. It would be absurd not to win the league championship with such a lineup. Oh, come on, don't worry about it too much. Didn't you watch the match the other day? Bologna is currently ranked 8th in the league and is quite strong. But against us they had no chance at all, utterly crushed. At this rate, the league championship is definitely ours. The fans were clearly very satisfied with Milan's current momentum and condition, exchanging optimistic views about their chances of winning the championship this year. Suddenly someone exclaimed, "Oh, everyone look, see who's coming." Yi Xian followed the gaze of the crowd and saw a middle-aged man slowly walking towards the field. This man was around 40, of average height and slim build, with thick black hair slicked back into a shiny pompadour, the kind that even an ant couldn't stand on. His eyebrows were thick and black and his triangular eyes sparkled with intensity, with a thin line of black mustache on his upper lip. He walked at a leisurely pace, yet exuded an innate domineering aura. If he encountered this man on the street, Yixian would probably think he was a godfather from Sicily. Matri, who is this? Matri furrowed his brow slightly. Wow, he's quite a famous figure. His name is Giancarlo Capelli, nicknamed the Count, and he's the leader of the fans in the South Stand at San Siro. The Extreme Fans organization he leads, the Red and Black Autonomous Alliance, is a well-known ultra group in the South Stand. This guy has a volatile personality, is unpredictable, and has a lot of fan support. He's not someone to mess with. In our team aside from Matri, no one dares to interact with him. Yixian was startled. He had heard of the notorious extreme fan organizations in Milan. These people are die-hard fans of the team, following the team across the country, enduring hardships and triumphs. Most of them are from the lower social classes, have meager incomes, are fiercely passionate, straightforward, loving unreservedly, and hating openly, never afraid to express their emotions and opinions. Due to their large numbers and distinct personalities, it is said that anyone wishing to run for mayor in Milan must first win over these fan leaders. Yixian grimaced. Damn, it's my first day at training, and so many formidable figures show up. How can I handle? Mr. Capelli, I didn't expect to see you here today. Indeed, you haven't been to Milanello in several years, have you? If I remember correctly, you haven't been to Milanello for over 2 years. Exactly, I recall in the 2000-2001 season our league rank was only 6th, and we didn't even qualify for the Champions League. After the season ended, you organized over 500 fans to confront Galliani at Milanello. Since then, you seem to have never appeared at Milanello again. Fans came up one after another to greet Capelli, showing him great respect. Capelli wore a proud smile and said slowly, "Although we fans have meager incomes, we spend large sums every season on season tickets, jerseys, and gear, treating Milan as if it were our own child. If they don't manage the team well, or play well, we certainly can't just let it slide. Right, right?" The fan leader is truly a fan leader. Even a casual remark carries strong persuasive power. Yixian originally wanted to enter the field early to get used to the environment, but upon seeing so many people and such a powerful figure, he was too scared to go into the field, so he and Matri stood at a distance, secretly watching everything that was happening at the sidelines. "Oh, Yixian, Matri, you guys got here really early." Suddenly, a cheerful voice came from behind them. They turned around to see Maldini smiling as he walked over from a distance. Matri is indeed Matri. Although he is now the undisputed leader in the team, with immense prestige and experience, he is usually one of the first players to arrive at training. "Since you're here, why are you hiding here? Why not go to the field?" Maldini asked curiously. "Well, we saw so many fans over there," Yixian said timidly. Maldini glanced at the sidelines and instantly understood Yixian's mindset. "Haha, it's a bit daunting to have your first training coincide with an open media day, but every young player has to experience this at some point. There's no difference whether it's today or tomorrow. A plain-looking bride must meet her in-laws eventually. Come on, follow me to the training ground." As he spoke, Matri led the way towards training ground No. 1. "Marta, you've still kept the habit of being the first to arrive at the training ground after all this time." From a distance, Capelli greeted Maldini. Maldini hadn't noticed him just now. He was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting to see him here. But he quickly regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Today, I'm not the first to arrive. These two young men got here earlier than I did." Capelli focused his gaze on Yixian and leisurely asked, "Marta, I know Matri, but who is this young man?" "His name is Yixian from the Dragon Kingdom. He has just been promoted from the reserve team, and today is his first training session with the first team." Marta, I can't be hearing this right, can I? The Dragon Kingdom. When did people from the Dragon Kingdom start playing football? It's one thing for the club to keep him in the reserves, but why bring someone like him into the first team? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the other strong teams? What's there to laugh about? Last week, Yixian represented the Milan reserve team in the reserve league and performed excellently, even being awarded the best player of the match. He is qualified to train with the first team. Marta, what does one match prove? He might just have had an exceptional performance. I just want to tell the club today that we fans have waited for so many years, and this year we finally have a great opportunity for the team to win the championship. The club cannot make foolish decisions. I heard that recently Berlusconi has been having a tough time in Parliament. He cannot just focus on gaining his political capital while disregarding the interests of us fans. Maldini understood. This guy hadn't been to Milanello for years, and was here specifically for Yixian. Just as Marta was about to speak, Ancelotti's voice came from behind. "Capelli, I've seen this young man play, and he is quite interesting. He fully deserves to train with the first team. Just take care of your Red and Black Autonomous Alliance, and keep an eye on the South Stand. Oh, leave the training matters to me." Marta turned to see Ancelotti approaching the training ground with a group of players. Capelli chuckled and said, "Mr. Ancelotti, of course you are in charge of training and matches. But I still want to remind you, if anyone sacrifices our fans' interests for ulterior motives, we will not agree." After saying this, he turned and left. It seems this guy wasn't here just to watch the training. He came to issue a warning. Yixian, feeling inexplicably like the center of attention, was incredibly frustrated. "Damn, I just came to play football, and before I even touched the ball I was criticized. What a bummer. Alright, it's fine now everyone let's head in and get ready for training. Ancelotti called out. Maldini and Yixian walked alongside each other at the back, chuckling softly. Yixian, don't take it to heart, the Italian fans are just like this. If you want to play here you have to get used to it slowly. They don't mean any harm and their demands are quite simple, they just want to see the team perform well. So if you want to earn their recognition, you must perform well on the field and win their hearts. Besides that there's no other. After some twists and turns the morning training finally began. As usual it started with assistant coach Tasadi leading everyone in a warm-up jog around the field followed by stretching exercises. Once everyone was fully warmed up it moved on to various speed runs, directional changes, shuttle runs and sprints. Yixian was not afraid of this ballless training and was able to complete it with high quality. He was now just worried about ball drills. The gap between him and his teammates was simply too large. Alright, 5-minute break is over. Let's start. With Ancelotti's command, Yixian felt a wave of darkness wash over him. Can't we just start with practice match? Tasadi first had everyone practice circle stealing. This game, referred to as walking the monkey, is used in Milan as a warm-up for ball drills. Yixian was grouped with Borriello, Redondo, Seedorf, Inzaghi, Cafu, Colazza, Bracchi, and Ambrosini. Bracchi stood in the middle as the monkey, trying to steal the ball, while the others formed a circle to pass the ball. The two youth players get 2 touches while everyone else gets just 1 touch. Begin. With Tasadi's instruction, the circle stealing began. The ball flowed smoothly under everyone's feet. Ambrosini cleverly passed the ball to Redondo using a fake move with his ankle to trick Bracchi into lunging. Bracchi turned to try and intercept Redondo, but Redondo simply nudged the ball outward using the outside of his left foot, skillfully passing it to Borriello. Old Redondo truly deserved the title of master of ball control. One move instantly drew cheers from the fans on the sidelines. Bracchi quickly turned and lunged at Borriello. His defensive strength in midfield may not match Gattuso, but he could be considered a defensive beast. Borriello had 2 touches. He first easily controlled Redondo's pass with the arch of his right foot, then gently nudged the ball to the left with the outside of his left foot. While dodging Bracchi's steal, he skillfully passed the ball to Seedorf. The passing and stopping were seamless and applause erupted again from the sidelines. Seedorf's technique is known to all. After a clever stop he didn't rush to pass, but deliberately waited until Bracchi got close before using a fake move to mislead Bracchi's position. Then with an arch of his foot, he passed the ball to the waiting Yixian on the opposite side. Seedorf controlled the strength and angle of the pass very well. Yixian's difficulty in stopping and passing the ball was not too high. His current ball control attribute was already at 63, so stopping this ball should not be difficult for him. However, he was simply too nervous. So many fans were watching from the sidelines, and several media reporters were also staring at his performance. Moreover, after what happened earlier with Capelli, he felt that everyone might not be very friendly towards him. Furthermore, Bracchi had already turned around, quickly rushing towards Yixian like a whirlwind. He had never seen such speed and intensity in a steal before. His heart raced with anxiety, and he couldn't decide whether to stop the ball with his left foot or his right foot. In an instant of hesitation, Bracchi was already less than 2 meters in front of him. Yixian stopped the ball with his left foot, but due to his nervousness his movements were stiff, causing the ball to bounce a little. By the time he wanted to pass the ball with his right foot, it was already too late. Bracchi stretched out a foot to disrupt the play. A chorus of boos erupted from the sidelines. What the hell, with such poor ball control he can't even complete a single pass, and thinks he can establish himself in Milan. Our fans in the South Stand do not welcome this Dragon Kingdom player. It's alright, kid. It's natural to feel nervous during your first training with everyone. The more you practice, the easier it will become. Tasso D encouraged Yixian from the side, while several teammates cheered him on. Oh no, is it really going to be this awkward? Yixian started standing in the middle to intercept the ball. His speed was passable, but unfortunately his defensive skills were too lacking and his strategy for intercepting the ball was poor. In front of these seasoned players he was no match. Even after 10 rounds of attempts he still couldn't touch the ball. In the end it was Zidane who intentionally let Yixian take the ball, by leaving an opening, thus giving him a chance. Ancelotti stood at a distance, silently watching the situation, his expression showing no change. Next was the group passing and shooting practice. Just like the team's previous training before facing Bologna, they formed groups of 3 passing the ball twice before shooting. Yixian was grouped with Rui Costa and Shevchenko. The 2 players passed the ball with perfect strength and angle, and the final shot was clean and precise. However, when it was Yixian's turn to pass, he either miscalculated the power, sending the ball too far or too short, or his angle was off, requiring further adjustments before shooting. In summary, after a few simple drills, Yixian's lack of technical skills was glaringly evident. The spectators on the sidelines were buzzing with discussion. Wow, this guy from the Dragon Country really seems to be struggling. His footwork is simply awful. Exactly how can someone with such skills play for AC Milan? Even Bologna, who lost 4-0 a few days ago, wouldn't want such a useless player, right? Yeah, I'm starting to have my doubts too. What Capelli said earlier can't be true, can it? Berlusconi probably brought this player in for political reasons, just to gain votes. No matter what, if the club puts such a player on the field, we absolutely cannot accept it. We can't afford to lose face, right? A few reporters on the sidelines were also busy reporting on. Unlike the fans, they didn't focus entirely on Yixian, but they still touched on the topic. They were also a bit puzzled. This young man clearly had limited abilities, or what did Milan see in him? Pimenta stood among the fans, silently observing the training. She had just joined Raiola's team, and no one knew who she was. They thought she was just an ordinary fan watching the training. At this moment, she was in no rush. Tony's report was clear. This Dragon Country player seemed very ordinary during training, only showing his uniqueness during matches. She was waiting to see the upcoming match. The competition was finally about to start. Ancelotti split everyone into Team A and Team B, assigning Yixian to play as a left midfielder in Team B, with Rui Costa Ambrosini and Redondo partnering him in midfield. On the opposing side were Pirlo Kakasidorf and Brocchi. Yixian was matched up against Brocchi, who was flanked by the veteran Cafu. Such opponents were something Yixian would never have dared to imagine before, and now they had become reality. He felt as if he was dreaming. The match started. Tasso D, serving as the referee, just blew the whistle, and both sides immediately clashed fiercely. The pace of the offense and defense was incredibly fast, with quick passing as well. Yixian knew that this speed was clearly too fast for him, and he would inevitably make passing mistakes trying to keep up. Fortunately, he was self-aware. He understood that for someone new like him, making a splash during offense was a rare opportunity. The most important thing now was to hold his defensive position, avoid mistakes, and not let his errors lead to a goal. If he continued to make mistakes like before, today's training would be a disaster. Therefore, he did not rush to assist in offense, but focused most of his energy on defense. When his teammates attacked on one side, he actively moved on the weak side to provide support through off-ball runs. If the ball came to him, he did not immediately think of making a threatening pass. Instead, he chose the safest option first, either a lateral or backward pass, and then continued to support his teammates' attacks through movement. Although this choice was moderate, it at least reduced the likelihood of making mistakes and gradually built up his confidence through the course of the match. While defending, he was even more active, running tirelessly up and down, firmly establishing his defensive position and providing maximum protection to Colazza behind him. His physical stamina was currently rated at 60, which was decent among all basic attributes, so handling 40 minutes of training wasn't too much of a problem. A few minutes later, as the match progressed and his number of touches increased, Yixian's confidence gradually returned. Ancelotti stood on the sidelines watching the match closely, thinking to himself, he's a smart kid. 10 minutes into the match, both sides had a few threatening attacks and shots, but no goals were scored. On Yixian's side, although his offense lacked highlights, he was active in defense and did not leave any obvious openings for the opponents. This had already exceeded the expectations of the spectators on the sidelines. To them, based on Yixian's previous performances, they expected the opponents to dominate his side as soon as he stepped onto the field. At that moment, something unexpected happened. Team A launched an attack along the right flank. Right back Cafu passed the ball to Brocchi in front of him. Yixian pressed forward to mark Brocchi. Brocchi tried to use his speed to break past Yixian, but Yixian maintained a good distance between them. After 2 attempts with no opportunity, he had no choice but to safely pass the ball sideways to the holding midfielder Pirlo. However, just as he confronted Yixian, Redondo had already anticipated this choice and started moving early. At the same time Brocchi made the sideways pass, Redondo suddenly stepped in to intercept the ball. A midfield interception. What a great opportunity for a counterattack. At this moment, Yixian had rare space near the midfield. Seeing Redondo intercept the ball, the opposing Cafu was already pushing forward, creating a large gap behind him. Finally, without hesitation, he sprinted forward into the space behind Cafu. This was his first time choosing to assist from the wing. Redondo understood immediately and did not hesitate, sending a through ball to Yixian in the direction of the gap behind Cafu. This masterful Argentine holding midfielder had observed carefully during previous matches that Yixian's foot skills were lacking, but his speed was acceptable, so he sent a fairly deep and powerful pass. His intention was clear: since you can't compete with others in technique, then leverage your strength and race against your opponent's speed. But can Yixian really match that speed? After all, standing opposite him was the veteran Brazilian Cafu. Since his debut, Cafu has always been known for his speed, and during his peak, he was a strong contender for the world's. Although he is now 33 years old and past his prime, he still led the Brazilian team to lift the World Cup trophy for the 5th time last summer as their captain. He is the typical type of person who, despite aging, still has a hearty appetite. The most crucial point is that this Brazilian always wears a smile, yet he has long mastered the game. Want to simply outrun him? Dream on. He anticipated that Yixian would attempt to exploit the space behind him on the outside, and quickly turned to chase back. Moreover, while chasing back, he intentionally leaned his body outward to crowd Yixian, actively engaging in a physical contest. This move of his was exceptionally clever. Even if Yixian had a slight speed advantage, once Cafu got close, it would be like hanging a bag of flour on him, rendering Yixian's speed ineffective. Hee, little kid from the Dragon Country, do you think you can outpace me? Let me show you my Iron Mountain defense. Come on. Seeing this scene, the fans on the sidelines burst into laughter. Haha, this little kid from the Dragon Country really doesn't know his limits, thinking he can outrun Cafu. I guess he hasn't learned about Cafu's history, so he doesn't know how formidable he is. Exactly, it's not just him. I doubt anyone in Milanello would dare to think they could outrun Cafu purely with speed. It seems he has run out of tricks, and can only resort to this futile maneuver. Seeing Cafu's intentions, Yixian couldn't help but smirk coldly. Haha, isn't this clearly setting the stage for a famous moment in world football? With a lightning-quick acceleration, Yixian launched forward. In an instant it felt as though a turbocharger had been installed on him, and his legs suddenly gained boundless power. He forcefully pushed the ball forward, sending it a good 10 meters ahead. He aimed to pass the ball to his future self 3 seconds later. Then he slightly leaned his body to the left, evading Cafu's pressure and leaving him unable to exert force. Simultaneously, he lowered his center of gravity, his legs flying past Cafu like a whirlwind. He actually managed to overtake Cafu using sheer speed to get past him from the outside. In his eyes there was nothing. In his ears there was only the sound of the wind. Cafu, holding his breath and puffing his cheeks, desperately tried to catch up to Yixian, but it was in vain. By the time Yixian reached the ball, Cafu was already a position behind him. Yixian had truly passed the ball to his future self 3 seconds later. Haha, sorry to shum. Come the 13-14 season's King's Cup final, when you try to outmaneuver Bartrao on a curve, you'll have to imitate my moves. Seeing this scene, the fans who had laughed at Yixian just moments ago were instantly petrified. What the hell is this? This little kid from the Dragon Country actually outpaced Cafu. The A-team's defense was thrown into chaos. Both center-backs Maldini and Nesta had not anticipated that Yixian could truly pass Cafu so cleanly. Seeing Yixian breaking through the opponent's defense on the left flank, the two forwards from Team B, Inzaghi and Matri, sprang into action. Inzaghi quickly moved to the front post, closely followed by Nesta. Meanwhile, the tall striker Matri maneuvered to the back post with Maldini sticking closely to defend. Yixian slightly adjusted the ball toward the center, lifted his head to observe, and prepared to cross. Just then Inzaghi, who had been charging toward the front post, suddenly hit the brakes and quickly retreated 2 steps. This move completely caught Nesta off guard, instantly shaking off the tight marking. By the time he tried to chase back, Yixian had already seen the angle for the backward triangle pass. Haha, old 9 is still old 9, his positioning is always so sharp. With instinct guiding him, Yixian passed the ball to Inzaghi. Although his passing ability was mediocre, he could still make accurate passes when there was no tight marking like this one. Nesta stretched out his leg to intercept the pass, but he was just a hair's breadth away from reaching it. Inzaghi didn't stop the ball, and in one motion struck with his left foot. His shot lacked power, and was a ground roller, feeling almost like a miss, much like most of his shots. However, as the ball rubbed against his foot, it created a significant spin. The ball rolled at a wide angle, skimming along the grass toward the back post of the opponent's goal. A team's goalkeeper Dida saw Yixian pass to Inzaghi at the front post, and had quickly moved toward the front post. Unexpectedly, Inzaghi strangely shot toward the back post, forcing Dida to quickly adjust and dive for the save. Unfortunately, Inzaghi's shot was so precisely angled that even with Dida's desperate dive, stretching his body to the maximum, he couldn't touch the ball with his fingertips. He could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled past his fingertips and bounced into the side netting of the goal. 1-0 Team B took the lead. The goal was scored by Inzaghi, and the assist came from the little kid from the Dragon Country, Yixian. Seeing the ball go in, Inzaghi was extremely excited. That's how he is. Even in training, he invests all his energy inspiring every teammate around him like a bull. Many Milan fans say that if Inzaghi had been present in the 2005 Champions League final, Liverpool could never have completed their comeback. Because the fire in Inzaghi's heart would turn every attempt at a comeback by the opponent into ashes. He waved his arms, running toward Yixian with a look of sheer excitement on his face. This excitement was not solely due to scoring a goal, but also because he saw that this new little brother of his had such Before Yixian could comprehend what was happening, Inzaghi had already rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. Yixian, well done. I didn't expect you to have such incredible speed. Before Yixian could respond, other teammates rushed over to congratulate. Yixian, you've been hiding your talents. That assist was truly sharp, keep it up. Yixian, great job, congratulations on starting strong at Milanello. Haha, I thought you were just standing in your defensive position, too scared to move forward. I didn't realize your speed was so frightening. Amazing. To his surprise, even the opposing players were among those praising him. Kid, you've got some skills. That backward triangle pass was so slick, I almost intercepted it. Next time I'll have to keep a closer eye on you, Nesta said with a smile. The old Cafu also approached with a grin, giving Yixian an encouraging pat on the shoulder. You've got some tricks, little brother. You made me pay dearly with your speed. But don't worry, next time it won't be so easy for you to break through me. Yixian and his teammates ran toward the center circle. The usually calm Lei Don duo said softly, Yixian, since you have such speed, just focus on making assists. Yixian scratched his head and said, Brother Leon, my speed isn't something I can consistently unleash. It may not work. At that moment, a sudden ding-dong echoed in Yixian's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the first assist in the frontline team, receiving a systems level reward. All basic skills increased by 5 points. What? Those skills may be powerful, but they are not his true strength. They rely on the system and come with many limitations such as usage intervals. It's still best to improve one's own abilities. Once his capabilities increase, no one can take them away. He glanced at his attribute list, and indeed all skills had increased by 5 points. The ball control attribute reached 68 points, shooting attribute 69 points, while strength, agility, coordination, speed, and stamina attributes were all at 65 points. Although other attributes still fell short after the increase of 5 points, the passing attribute was 55 points, dribbling attribute 53 points, and heading attribute 48 points. Good. It seems that as long as I perform well and continuously complete various random tasks from the system, my basic attributes can keep improving. Yi Xian suddenly felt filled with anticipation for his future in Milan. Watching Yi Xian complete an assist at lightning speed, the fans on the sidelines became excited. Heavens, am I seeing things? Was that ball just passed by that new kid from the Dragon Country? How could it not be? He even got past Cafu to deliver that cross. Damn, it seems old Cafu really has aged, unable to keep up with a player from the Dragon Country. They said our lineup had no flaws and talked about winning the treble. It looks like Galliani needs to quickly find a good right back for the team. Come on, let's be real, Cafu is indeed not young anymore, but his unknown defending ability is still top-notch, especially his sprinting ability within 20 meters. Even Kaka wouldn't dare say he would definitely win. Exactly. In the last match against Bologna, their forwards repeatedly targeted our right side, trying to exploit Cafu's age. But what was the result? Didn't they all end up defeated one by one? So strange, how did I clearly see that player from the Dragon Country overtaking Cafu, leaving him in the dust? Isn't it obvious? That player from the Dragon Country runs faster. Heavens, Cafu's short-distance sprinting ability is among the best in the team. Could it be that we actually struck gold? We actually found a speedster from the Dragon Country. Everyone was chattering excitedly, while Ancelotti felt a stirring in his heart. When Yi Xian overtook, he had to exert all his strength to remain seated and not jump up. So incredible. I thought Kaka's sprinting was unmatched, but someone else who can explode with speed has appeared. And they are both my subordinates now. Evani, my old friend, you said this kid could use Gattuso as a template for training. Ew, I think he runs even faster. If he gets polished further, he could be the wind child of our Rossoneri. On the sidelines, Pimenta was also stunned by Yi Xian's astonishing sprint. Heavens, this kid has such incredible speed. He just annihilated Cafu. For the first 10 minutes, he had been holding back. Turns out he was just playing possum. He has capability and cunning. It seems I really need to keep a close eye on him. The match continued. Following Yi Xian's sudden assist, the atmosphere shifted subtly. Previously, Team A had completely underestimated Yi Xian, and he had been quietly defending without participating. Unexpectedly, he made a surprising entrance. His first assist showcased astonishing speed and secured it. In the following match, Cafu and Brocchi began to focus on him, always on the alert for another outburst. Unexpectedly, he became unusually obedient, once again hiding at the back like a tiger, not leaving its. He stood firm in his defensive position, avoiding losing his spot easily, and protecting the back of Colazza. As a result, not only did Brocchi and Cafu struggle to handle him, but even his own teammates were a bit perplexed. Hey kid, when you attack, push forward, don't be afraid of the opponent's counterattack. I can cover the gap behind you, Colazza quietly said behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian, keep using your speed to suppress the opponent, or I'll pass to you. Ray Dongdu also quietly urged beside him. Yi Xian wanted to say something, but Ray Dongdu spotted an opening ahead and decisively sent a very Hey, Yi Xian, why aren't you running? Inzaghi's movement has already drawn Nesta's defense away. What an excellent opportunity to make a late run. Seeing Ray Dongdu's through ball roll directly past the opponent's goal line, Yi Xian smiled and said, Brother Ray, it takes me a while to recover after a sprint. Right now I feel like I can't outrun Cafu. But don't be mad, I have other skills. Really don't worry, just watch me demonstrate in a bit. Ray Dongdu was stunned. Damn, what is this kid mumbling about? Who runs, and then needs to rest for a long time? Can he still play football? 2 minutes later, Team A equalized the score with a quick counterattack. At that moment, they launched an attack down their left flank with left back Serginho and left midfielder Seedorf executing a simple combination, seemingly aiming to break through from the side and draw apart Team B's central defense. Suddenly, Seedorf passed the ball into the center where Kaka was ready to receive it. Kaka dribbled the ball and made 2 quick touches forward. This dribbling style was his signature move. Countless nights had Milan fans reminiscing as Kaka surged through the center like a swift wind sweeping across the grasslands, as if Ximen Qing had trampled upon Pan Jinlian. Not quite just whatever. Team B's midfield couldn't keep up with the pace. As Kaka charged through the center, Riendondo moved laterally in an attempt to block his path. Unfortunately, Kaka glided past him effortlessly. Old Bilicosta Kuda had just been cleared by the team doctor to join the training, and today he was playing as Team B's center back. Seeing Kaka easily break through Riendondo's defense, he hurriedly stepped forward to try and block Kaka's path. Unexpectedly, Kaka suddenly passed the ball to his left. The Brazilian Serginho, who was surging forward to assist, had already made his way to the sideline. This assist-savvy Brazilian wasted no time and delivered a cross with his left foot, sending the ball to the back post of the opponent's penalty area. Partnering with Kostakurta in central defense was the Croatian Simic. He aimed to head the ball out of the penalty area, but Shevchenko seemed to have already developed a tacit understanding with Serginho, anticipating that the ball would be played to the back post, so he had already made his move to contest for the ball. The Ukrainian striker leaped high, overpowering Simic like a mountain pressing down. With a powerful flick of his golden head, he sent the ball crashing into the opponent's net. Team BS goalkeeper Abbiati made a desperate save, but unfortunately, he could not prevent the ball from finding the back of the net. 1-1. The two sides returned to square one. The change in score had no impact on Yi Xian. After his basic attributes improved, he focused solely on fulfilling the coach's tactical requirements, aiming for no mistakes rather than seeking glory. He believed that as he integrated more into the team and his touch became sharper, opportunities to perform would surely arise. And soon enough an opportunity appeared. 5 minutes later both sides were embroiled in a midfield scramble. After several quick exchanges of attack and defense, the ball unexpectedly rolled towards Yi Xian after a deflection. Just as he was about to stop the ball, a miraculous scene suddenly appeared before him. From his position, several golden lines extended in all directions, each ending at one of his teammates. Moreover, each golden line had two numbers. One indicated the passing success rate, and the other indicated. Yi Xian understood. The god's perspective had activated. But how could it activate on its own? The success rate of sideways and backward passes was close to 100%, but the threat level was negligible. He quickly assessed the three forward passing options. Rui Costa at the attacking midfield position had a passing success rate of 81 and a threat level of 28. Inzaghi, making a run to the front post, had a passing success rate of 69 and a threat level of 46. While Matrie's passing success rate for the back post run was a staggering 92, with a threat level of 81. Yi Xian understood. The god's perspective only activated when his teammates created absolute opportunities. However, he was currently positioned behind the central line on the left flank, while Matrie was making a run toward the back post. The distance of this line was about 35 meters. To pass the ball directly to his feet, it had to traverse the entire midfield defense line of the opponent, as well as get past the marking of Maldini. This seemed too difficult, didn't it? Matrie was quite a player. Yi Xian hesitated for just a moment, and the ball was already rolling towards him. He did not stop the ball, but suddenly used the instep of his left foot to push a diagonal through ball. Yi Xian don't. The nearest Riendondo was the first to notice Yi Xian's intention to pass from his body posture, and hurriedly called out to stop him. Indeed, at this moment Kaká and Pirlo were both positioned in their defensive spots in the center, and the two centre-backs Maldini and Nesta were not far from their marked players. For Yi Xian to send a ground-through ball that penetrated two defensive lines was almost impossible. Unfortunately, he spoke too late. Yi Xian had already kicked the ball. Ancelotti frowned. Was this kid getting a bit too arrogant? That pass was far too rash. Using the instep to push a ground ball, while this method is accurate, the speed is slow and prone to interception. How could he possibly pass through with so many opposing players on this passing line? The spectators on the sidelines began. Why is this guy crazy? He actually wants to directly pass behind the opposing defense. Yet did he just get lucky with an assist earlier, and is now feeling inflated, not realizing his own limitations? If such a threatening ball were that easy to pass, anyone could rack up assists in a match, and it wouldn't come down to him. Dreaming of breaking through the defenses of Maldini and Nesta with this method is simply wishful thinking. Oh my, what is this? Before their condescending remarks could finish, the situation on the field had shifted. Since Yi Xian had never attempted a threatening pass before, everyone had grown accustomed to him opting for safe passes after receiving the ball rather than making forward threatening passes. Moreover, this time, he didn't even stop the ball, but instead made a sudden pass directly as the ball approached. The ball was struck with great speed, and neither Kaká nor Pirlo had time to react as it zipped through the gap between them. Although Maldini had already noticed Matrie's run, he also did not expect Yi Xian to suddenly make a decisive pass, and that it would be a ground ball over such a long distance. Typically, even if a passer aims to hit the gap behind the opposing defense, they would employ a lofted ball. Choosing a ground pass over such a long distance is extremely rare. Thus the ball traveled through midfield, passing between him and Nesta, catching him completely off guard. He hurriedly turned to chase back, only to find Matrie had already stolen the ball from his side and was behind him. What? He actually made that pass successfully? Pimenta's bright eyes opened wide in surprise. Yi Xian's pass not only had an accurate trajectory, but also had the perfect angle and power. The ball zipped past the team and was right on Matrie's line as he sprinted. Matrie didn't need to adjust his speed or stride. He could shoot directly. Dida sensed the danger and rushed out to try and reduce Matrie's shooting angle. But it was too late. Matrie needed no adjustments. He simply lifted his head to observe Dida's angle of approach and fired with his right foot to the far post. With a soft thud, the ball shot straight towards the far corner behind Dida. Dida dove to the side, but it was merely a futile effort. He turned to look and saw the ball nestled in the side netting of the goal. 2-1. Yi Xian had managed to rack up enough. What the heck, this kid from the Dragon Country actually made another assist. The spectators on the sidelines were instantly stirred. Oh my god, am I seeing things? How could that kid from the Dragon Country pass such a difficult ball? Exactly such a pinpoint through ball was something only Rui Costa could deliver before. I never expected a person from the Dragon Country to have such vision and skill. Holy Mary. How can someone penetrate the defenses of Pirlo Cacanesta and the horse team's defense with one kick? Someone tell me this isn't a dream. I can hardly believe it at such a distance with so many defenders in the way someone could still deliver a ground pass like that. God bless this guy is on our team. Amidst the discussions, Coach Ancelotti felt a surge of excitement in his. He never expected that this seemingly reckless through ball from the kid from the Dragon Country would have such an effect. In his team, there were many who could deliver precise surgical passes. Rui Costa, Pirlo, Kaká, Seedorf, Redondo. These players could all deliver such good balls and execute deadly over-the-top passes. But a ground pass that penetrates 35 meters like this is something he had hardly ever seen before. With his years of experience in playing and coaching, he couldn't believe this was just a fluke. Could it be that this kid from the Dragon Country is truly a passing master? From his previous training and matches, it didn't seem so. He gently shook his head with a subtle motion, feeling both delighted and puzzled. This kid is indeed a bit peculiar. Matry easily scored under the defense of the horse team, and his mood soared to new heights. This handsome young man let out a joyful shout, turning to rush towards Yi Xian. Good brother, you were incredible. The other teammates, recovering from their initial shock, hurried towards Yi Xian. They all knew that although Matry scored the goal, at least 80 of the credit should go to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, what a pass. I thought I could stop you from making such a pass. Looks like I underestimated you, brother. Redondo, who was closest to him, was the first to come over to congratulate and apologize. Don't say that I was just lucky. Don't be so modest, a pass like that can't just be luck. Keep it up, play well, and you'll definitely make your mark in Milan. Redondo said earnestly. Yes, to deliver such a penetrating pass from that distance, little brother, you are extraordinary. The one speaking, he like Redondo was not very talkative and was known as a master passer. Yet the more concise someone is, the more weight their words carry. This is true in life, and it is also true on the field. They became the core of the team through their feet, not their mouths. Soon teammates like Colazza, Costacurta, and Inzaghi also rushed over. They surrounded Yi Xian, congratulating this newcomer. They were all discerning individuals, fully aware of how difficult that pass was. At this moment, Captain Maldini also walked over. He gave Yi Xian a pat on the head with an approving expression. Well done, Yi Xian. I never expected you to have such broad vision and such exquisite skills. Keep performing well and strive to become a formal member of the first team soon. Yi Xian felt a surge of emotions. I actually earned the recognition of the horse team. On the sidelines, Pimienta also felt a wave of excitement. This Brazilian beauty from the football kingdom had seen a lot. Before coming to Italy to be Raiola's assistant, she had co-founded a football school with Brazilian superstar Rivaldo. What kind of talent had she not seen? But someone like Yi Xian, at only 20 years old, having such vision and skills, was something she encountered for the first time. Moreover, he had just showcased astonishing speed. Such a genius must not be let go. She had to find a way to make him her client. As her thoughts raced the match, after that last play, the players of Team A really dared not look down on Yi Xian anymore. With speed and passing ability, no matter how low-key, he seemed it was all an act. After more than 20 minutes of adaptation, Yi Xian not only made no mistakes, but also recorded 2 assists. He was now not only full of confidence, but also increasingly familiar with the overall tactics and formation rotations. Thus, he dared to push forward and assist more. His active area had moved about 5 meters forward, and he was cooperating more and more with Colazza behind him. Ancelotti stood on the sidelines, secretly amazed. Although he couldn't say that his tactical changes were particularly complex, a young player participating in team practice for the first time shouldn't be playing as smoothly as Yi Xian was. Dragon Country people, I really find you increasingly incomprehensible. 5 minutes later, Team A created another exquisite combination in the center. Seedorf, Kaká, and Pirlo completed a 4-foot pass penetrating the defenses of Costacurta and Simic through short passes, and finally Kaká scored a long-range shot from the outside to equalize the score. However, just 2 minutes later, Yi Xian made another astonishing move. At that moment, Team B launched an attack. Rui Costa, Ambrosini, and the makeshift right-back Pancaro, after several passes, successfully attracted the defensive focus of the opponent to this side. Meanwhile, Yi Xian quietly moved forward on the weak side. Suddenly the ball came to Rui Costa's feet from the right flank. This Portuguese passing master had already anticipated Yi Xian's run, so the ball did not stop at his feet, and was directly passed to the left flank. At this point, Yi Xian had reached the edge of the opponent's penalty area along the left side, having bypassed Pirlo's defense and evaded Brocka's marking. Nesta saw the situation was not good, quickly moved closer to Yi Xian, blocking his path to break through. You brat, you have already performed quite well today. If I don't restrain you now, I won't be able to mix in the world anymore. Yi Xian tilted his right shoulder to the right, his whole body leaning slightly to the right. At the same time he stepped to the right with his right foot seemingly about to use the outside of his right foot to push the ball and break through from the right side. Oh no, here he comes again. Ancelotti on the sidelines felt a surge of excitement. I've seen this scene before. He knew that Yixian was very likely faking. This move was so ordinary that any child who had received a few months of football training could do it. It's just that he executed it so quickly, so fast that it left no time for thought, let alone defense. In martial arts, only speed is undefeated. Nesta felt he was watching clearly, his body's center of gravity uncontrollably swaying to the left. At that moment he realized that Yixian's feint was just a fake move. Yixian's right foot made a swift feint over the ball, and then he used the inside of his right foot to push the ball to his left, taking advantage of Nesta's unsteady balance to break past him on the right. Nesta was shocked. How is this possible? This kid from the Dragon Country actually thought to get past me with such a simple feint unknown. No way, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Nesta is still Nesta. Although his center of gravity had been shaken by Yixian's feint, he had not completely lost control. He swiftly shifted his center of gravity, first sliding to the right, then taking a step with his left leg to cross over, turning his body completely to get as close to Yixian as possible. Then he aimed for the ball at Yixian's feet, and his whole body flew out, sliding on the ground. His left leg bent behind, and his right leg stretched to the limit, skimming the ground in a sliding tackle. This was Nesta's signature sliding tackle. Whenever he found himself in a difficult position on the field, this flying slide could often turn the tide. Countless world-class forwards had once stomped their feet in frustration before his extreme sliding tackle, helpless against it. With a loud bang, Nesta managed to tackle the ball out of bounds before Yixian could reach it, the move clean and decisive, absolutely without foul. However, Yixian was clearly unprepared for such high-intensity physical confrontation, and as the ball flew out of bounds, he was also knocked down by Nesta's tackle. Ouch! He fell to the ground and rolled twice. Nesta quickly got up, ran over to Yixian, and extended his hand to help him up. Kid, did I hurt you with the tackle? Seeing Yixian groggily stand up from the ground, the fans on the sidelines erupted into another wave of excitement. Wow, Yixian almost dribbled past Nesta unknown just now. Indeed, if Nesta hadn't executed his signature sliding tackle, Yixian would have surely gotten past him, right? Nesta rarely uses such a big tackle in training, or it seems he was really forced into a corner just now. Exactly. By the way, did you see how Yixian executed that feint? How did he manage to get past Nesta in an instant? I saw it, but it seemed like just a very simple feint. Who knows why it shook Nesta off so easily? I saw it clearly, it was just a very simple feint, and then he changed his rhythm to dribble past him. The problem was his movement was so fast that Nesta couldn't react in time, which is why he got past him. I think this kid was a bit slow with the follow-up moves, otherwise Nesta wouldn't have had a chance to tackle him. Oh my god, a Dragon Kingdom player dribbling past Nesta unknown. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Yixian was pulled up from the ground by Nesta, stretched a bit, and confirmed that he had no signs of injury. You did great, that feint was incredibly fast. It put me right into a real match mindset. If you hadn't tackled, you would have surely broken through. Luckily you didn't injure me. Nesta praised Yixian's performance. It's alright, you didn't hit me. Yixian quick. However, he felt a bit frustrated inside. Sigh, it's still my lack of strength. My follow-up moves after dribbling weren't quick enough, which gave him the chance to tackle. If my true abilities were strong enough, I would have surely accelerated and left him behind. It looks like I need to practice. As time ticked away, with less than 5 minutes left in the match, the score remained tied at 2-2. Yixian's presence and impressive performance added a unique flavor to today's training match. It seemed both sides were looking forward to Yixian's performance in the final stages, wondering how many more tricks this newly joined young player had in his arsenal. However, Yixian was unaware of their thoughts. He just wanted to use this last bit of time to see if he could find a good opportunity to showcase his long-range shooting skills. Super long shot, three-legged kill. Although he couldn't control how many attempts it would take him to score, judging by his performance today, even if he took a wild shot or two, he shouldn't face criticism from his teammates, right? Just then an opportunity arose. After a few short passes between Le Donguo and Ambrosini in the midfield, they keenly noticed Rui Costa maneuvering towards the right flank, and then made a direct pass to the Portuguese superstar. At this moment, Rui Costa had formed a 45-degree angle for a cross from the right side. With Inzaghi a master at finding spaces in the box, a 45-degree cross from the flank was a great scoring opportunity. He thought of it, and did it, raising his right foot to deliver a cross into the opponent's penalty area. This cross was fast, low, and consistently showcased the passing standard of a Portuguese master. This type of ball is ideal for forwards to contest in the air, while it poses significant difficulty for defenders to clear it. Matry at the front post, Inzaghi at the back post. The old and young forwards fiercely contested positions in the box against the two opposing center-backs. Only by training thoroughly can the best state and strength be exhibited in a formal match. Rui Costa's low cross flew towards Inzaghi at the back post, while Inzaghi and Nesta fiercely contested the landing spot. In the end, both focused on holding their positions, and neither truly jumped to head the ball. The ball struck Inzaghi's shoulder, and after 2 bounces landed at their feet, with Nesta first to kick the ball clear of the penalty area. However, due to Inzaghi's interference, Nesta's clearance was not clean, barely getting it out of the penalty area. The ball rolled directly towards Yixian. What a perfect opportunity. Yixian ran up a couple of steps along the line of the right post of the opponent's goal, and without stopping the ball, he took a powerful shot. His position was nearly 30 meters away from the opponent's goal. During internal training at Milan, shooting from this distance besides Seedorf and Kaká, other shots were generally unsatisfactory and hardly posed a threat to the goalkeeper. And now Yixian actually wanted to try a long shot from such a distance. Isn't that a bit wishful thinking? The coach on the sidelines, Pimenta, shook his head slightly, thinking he's still just a kid, and when he's excited, he tends to be impulsive. However, given his earlier performance, it was understandable for him to be bursting with confidence. But Ancelotti's heart skipped a beat. He had watched the footage of Yixian's long shot in the reserve league. At that time I thought he just got lucky with a shot. Could he really have such long-range shooting skills? The nearby players from Team Inc didn't have time to rush up to block him, but they weren't too nervous. How much threat could a long shot from that distance pose? However, as Yixian's left foot made contact with the ball, with a loud bang, everyone was stunned. Everyone standing on this field were experts. From the sound they could tell that this was the kind of noise made when a shot was... Yixian's shot hit the ball right on the instep, slightly on the outside, and at the moment of contact his left leg raised with the knee as the pivot, pulling slightly upwards, as if a whip struck the lower part of the ball. The ball bounced off the ground and shot upwards, almost without any spin, flying straight towards the opponent's goal. As the ball left the ground it seemed to fly in a straight line towards the goal, but midway it inexplicably bent left into a small arc. Goalkeeper Dida had been standing in the center ready, but upon seeing this astonishing change he swiftly stepped right to prepare to punch the ball away. But unexpectedly the ball suddenly curved right again. It actually flew in shape through the air. This change was beyond Dida's comprehension. If he had stayed in place just now he might have been able to save the ball, but how could a world-class goalkeeper like him miss the change in the ball's trajectory and not react? Only now did he realize that the ball's flight path had changed again, and it was already too late to adjust his position. The ball traced a clear shape in the air with a shocking downward trend, heading straight for the opponent's goal. Dida was still astonished by how this anti-physical trajectory came about when the ball whistled past him, brushing against the crossbar, and found the back of the net. As the ball flew into the goal, Yixian felt a wave of relief wash over him. Haha, I told you the system is quite considerate. It doesn't always require 3 long shots to score. Meanwhile, his teammates on the field were momentarily petrified, standing in shock. Oh my god, Yixian actually scored such an incredible long-range shot from so far away. How many secret weapons does this kid have in his arsenal? Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the system's random task, scoring the first goal for the first team. You have received an level reward. All basic attributes increased by 5 points. Yixian felt a surge of joy in his heart. An level reward is truly impressive. At this rate of rewards, won't it be long before all my attributes are maxed out? Haha. Suppressing the urge to laugh out loud, Yixian focused his thoughts, and all basic attributes increased by ball control attribute 73 points, shooting attribute 74 points, strength, agility, coordination, speed, and stamina attribute 70 points. Passing attribute 60 points, dribbling attribute 58 points, heading attribute 53 points. Yixian was reveling in his attribute boosts when Matri charged toward him from a distance. Matri leaped 2 meters away from Yixian, diving onto him. Bro, you are amazing. To achieve such stats in my first full team practice. I can't even remember when we had such an outstanding youth player in the Vismara training camp. This young man is as sunny in spirit as he is in appearance. He never once thought that Yixian's rise would hinder his own development. Genuinely happy for Yixian's stellar performance. Other teammates from Team B also rushed over to congratulate Yixian. 2 assists and a goal, and such an astonishing long-range strike. This kid really stole the show today. Amidst everyone's congratulations, the day's friendly match came to an end. The losing team A showed no signs of disappointment. Instead, they felt uplifted for witnessing an incredible... AC Milan has always been a big family where only healthy competition exists, and jealousy never leads to backstabbing. Matri was the first to approach Yixian. Well done, young man. Since I joined the Milan first team in 1985, I have never seen such a formidable attacking player emerge from Vismara. Play well, and you will definitely make your mark in Milan. Nesta also walked over. Yixian, you really made me look quite foolish today. I am really looking forward to the next friendly match. By the way, did I hurt you with that tackle earlier? If I did, I fear Ancelotti won't let me off easily. At that moment, Cafu approached. Kid, that burst of speed you just had was truly astonishing. I can't remember the last time I encountered a young player who could sprint that fast. By the way, why didn't you use your speed to challenge me afterward? Don't think that I'm old, and let me off lightly. A training should be... Just then a tall, handsome young man resembling a Greek statue walked over to Yixian. His face lit up with a warm Mediterranean smile. Hello Yixian, my name is Kaká. I transferred from Sao Paulo FC in Brazil, and just joined AC Milan this summer as a new player. I'm thrilled to meet such a strong young teammate here at Milanello. Your performance today was truly impressive. By the way, that long shot you took was fantastic. What's the secret? Did you know that I'm also quite good at long shots while dribbling? But I have never managed to strike a curve like you just did. It felt like it was swaying left and right, then up and down. What part of your foot did you use to strike the ball? We must definitely exchange tips when we get the chance. Kaka. Yi Xian was momentarily enchanted. In terms of looks and skills, I am slightly better than Matri, but compared to this young man before me, my looks and skills, standing at 186 meters tall and weighing 78 kilograms. With a heroic visage and a physique like a Greek statue. Dribbling like the wind, taking down opponents as if plucking a flower. A young master unmatched in the world, a jade-like figure on the road. Silver saddle on a white horse galloping like a shooting star. Killing a man every 10 steps, leaving no path behind for 1,000 miles. Light as a startled swan, graceful as a wandering dragon. In countless shining moments at San Siro, this flawless Brazilian used lightning speed and thunderous long shots to send Milan fans into a frenzy time and time again. Before his time travel, Yi Xian had often fantasized about when he could sit in the stands of San Siro and witness firsthand the dazzling skills of this chosen one. He never expected that today Kaka would take the initiative to come over and discuss football skills with him. Just as he was unsure how to respond, a ding-dong suddenly rang in his mind. Wow, system, don't be too generous. Could there be more rewards? Congratulations, host, for completing the system's random task recognition from a teammate. Reward 10 points to any basic attribute. Yi Xian felt a pang of disappointment. This level reward is definitely better as it increases all basic attributes by 5 points. But then he thought one must not be too greedy. An increase of 10 points is already quite good. One can't expect to eat only white bread for 2 days and then not adapt to other foods. In a moment of thought, his passing attribute increased by 10 points, instantly reaching 70 points. Kaka, my shot just now did have a bit of luck involved. We can simply help each other improve from now on. Yi Xian walked alongside Kaka. Ancelotti watched the two from afar, feeling as if a refreshing Mediterranean breeze had blown through his heart. Could it be that after winning the Champions League last year, we not only shed the reputation of being perennial runners-up, but also gained the favor of St. Mary? Initially, he thought signing Kaka was a tremendous blessing, but little did he know that they might also acquire two extraordinary young talents at once. This kid from the Dragon Kingdom, although inconsistent, is absolutely unbeatable when he performs at his best. Given time, if he can stabilize his performance a bit more, he may not be inferior to Kaka. With these two young talents joining along with the already solid team roster, winning the Serie A title, which has eluded us for 4 years, should not be just a dream. Winning the Champions League again is also not out of the question. This year's UEFA Champions League underwent significant reform. This is the first year after the changes. Previously, after entering the second stage of the Champions League, the group stage format was still used, with the 16 teams divided into 4 groups for double round-robin matches, and the top 2 teams from each group advancing to the quarterfinals, decided by drawing lots for opponents with two-leg matches. Starting this year, the second stage will no longer have groups, but will enter the knockout stage directly through a draw. This increases the chances of upsets and requires teams to have a stable roster and sufficient bench depth. Leonardo brought Kaka to the team, and Berlusconi's unintended actions turned out to be a lottery win for the team. Ancelotti led AC Milan to win the last championship before the Champions League reform last year, and this year I will lead the Rossoneri to win the first championship after the reform. P.S. The new book is starting. I hope all book friends, especially Rossoneri fans, will like and collect it, leave comments, and give 5-star reviews. Free novels rely on this for sustenance. Thank you all, my friends. I will do my best to make the writing exciting so we can reminisce about that glorious Milan dynasty of the early 21st century together. Yi Xian had just walked out of the training ground alongside Kaka when several media reporters were already waiting at the entrance. A flurry of shutter clicks momentarily left Yi Xian in a daze. Yi Xian, please wait a moment, we have a few questions we would like to interview you about, the reporters said as they thrust the microphone towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. At that moment, assistant coach Tasadi stepped forward. Dear media friends, Yi Xian is not available for interviews. Please direct any questions to AC Milan's press officer. As he spoke, he pulled Yi Xian's arm and quickly left. Mr. Tasadi, today is media open day. Oh, please let Yi Xian answer a few of our questions. Yes, we're just asking a few simple questions. Mr. Tasadi, this is the first time an Asian player has appeared in AC Milan's training. You can't stop us from interviewing. Tasadi gestured for team captain Maldini to hurry Yi Xian away, while blocking the reporters behind them, resembling. Dear media friends, the open day only allows everyone to take photos and observe the team's training. There is no obligation to accept your interviews. If you have any questions, our press officer is responsible for uniform responses. Please do not disturb our players. Nearby fans witnessing the scene let out scattered harmless chuckles. To be honest, these fans often felt irritated by the guys lugging around cameras. Pimenta, standing at a distance, glanced at the somewhat chaotic scene, and then at Yi Xian, who was quickly leaving with Maldini and the others, revealing a contemplative expression in her beautiful eyes. Captain Maldini, what about those reporters? Yi Xian asked as they walked. Don't mind them. Most of these reporters do not harbor malice, but due to their job nature their reports inevitably tend to exaggerate or even misquote. You just joined the team and lack experience dealing with the media, now is not the right time to accept their interviews. Otherwise you might unintentionally get caught in their trap affecting your training. Yi Xian nodded repeatedly. Captain Maldini was right. Media is notoriously biased everywhere both before and after his transmigration. Before transmigration, it was for traffic, after transmigration, it was for sales. As long as it's beneficial to them the reporters can write whatever they want however they want. Football reporting is not like current affairs reporting sometimes, it can be completely arbitrary and fabricated, even losing all sense of dignity. Sometimes, Yi Xian felt that football reporters were almost on par with entertainment reporters. Just look at Long Sai Luo from before his transmigration. Yi Xian Italian football reporters are all pervasive, you must be cautious. Today only a few print media reporters are present, but in the future there will be radio and television reporters. Their tactics are more diverse, and they might even resort to sneaky methods. It's likely that the club will arrange specialized courses for you in the future teaching you how to cope with them. You must also be careful and avoid falling into their traps. Don't worry, Captain, we have similar people in our dragon country, mostly appearing in the entertainment industry. We call that afternoon. Raiola's office. Pimenta, having watched that Dragon Country kids training live today, what do you think? Pimenta silently took out a small camera and placed it in front of Raiola. Mr. Raiola, I think this guy is even stronger than what Tony reported. What? Raiola was taken aback. He seemed somewhat skeptical of Pimenta's judgment. However, after watching the footage provided by Pimenta, he was instantly speechless. 5 full minutes passed before Raiola suddenly sprang to his feet, as if electrified. This Dragon Country kid must still be on an apprenticeship contract. He surely doesn't have an agent yet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we absolutely cannot let him slip away. I need to set aside all my current work and find a way to sign him. This is a gold mine, an inexhaustible gold mine. Since Brazilian Ronaldo, I have never seen anyone with such potential at this age. And just think about the enormous Dragon Country market behind him. My God, I can hardly wait. Pimenta spoke up. Mr. Raiola, may I handle this matter? You? Raiola hesitated. I have never stepped into the spotlight since I arrived in Italy. I've learned a lot from you, and it's time to put it into practice. Moreover, you are about to go to the Netherlands to deal with Ibrahimovic's matters. It might be difficult for you to find time. Raiola nodded and said true. Recently Ibrahimovic has been at odds with that Dutchman van der Vaart at Ajax, and I must go handle it to calm Ibrahimovic's emotions. This kid has gotten tired of staying in the Netherlands lately. Even Ajax, such a star factory, can no longer satisfy his appetite. He wants to step onto a bigger stage. Right now his heart is set only on the top 5 leagues in Europe. You know, this guy who has practiced taekwondo since childhood can even dare to hit himself when he gets impulsive. I am really afraid that he will lose control of his emotions and cause some trouble. Fine, then you can handle this Dragon Country. Remember, set aside all your current work and do everything possible to secure him. He hasn't played for AC Milan's first team, yet once he steps into the public eye, signing him will definitely face fierce competition. Pimenta, don't let me down. Don't worry. Didn't you just say that the AC Milan coaching staff is very vigilant and has already started to consciously protect this Dragon Country player? It shouldn't be easy to get close to him, right? Yes. Today at the training ground I saw media trying to approach Yi Xian, but Tasadi blocked them without hesitation. I think they have already noticed the potential in Yi Xian. So what do you plan to do? Missing today's media and fan open day makes it impossible to enter Milanello. Since we can't get in, we can only meet outside the base. But Yi Xian is just an apprentice now. He must be living and eating at the base, and probably rarely goes out. How can you arrange to meet him? Where there is a will, there is a way. The 23-year-old Brazilian beauty flashed a charming smile, confident and alluring. P.S. The new book has reached 1000 words today and is officially recommended. Starting tomorrow, I will update twice daily. I hope all book friends, especially Rossoneri, can like and collect more, leave comments and interact, and give 5-star reviews. Free novels rely on this for sustenance. Thank you, everyone. I will do my best to make the book exciting, allowing everyone to reminisce about the glorious AC Milan dynasty of the early 2000s. The next day, the Milan Sports Daily published an eye-catching article in a prominent position titled "The Dragon Kingdom Boy Shines in Milanello, the Red and Black Legion Hits the Jackpot." In this article, the journalist detailed the training session of AC Milan during the media open day yesterday, with a focus on Yi Xian. During his first full team training, Yi Xian delivered an astonishing performance, providing 2 assists and scoring a goal. Additionally, he showcased dazzling individual breakthroughs. These events actually took place, but after the journalist's embellishment, Yi Xian was portrayed as if he were a celestial being descending to Earth. At the end of the article, the journalist even asserted that this mysterious kid from the Dragon Kingdom would surely be the second lottery ticket drawn by Berlusconi after Kaká. Milan had just bought the Brazilian star Kaká for a mere €5 million in the summer, and at that time some media pointed out that Berlusconi's move appeared to be a gamble. After all, prior to joining the Red and Black Legion, Kaká had only played 3 seasons in the first team of Sao Paulo. Moreover, in the season before arriving in Serie A, Kaká had hit a low point, struggling with injuries and conflicts with fans, scoring only 2 goals in 10 appearances. Unexpectedly, just 2 months later, everyone discovered that Berlusconi's lottery ticket had hit the jackpot. Who would have thought that right after Christmas Berlusconi would hit another huge lottery? His luck was simply too good. Seeing this article, the other 2 powerhouses among the traditional northern 3-strong teams couldn't sit still. Torino, Juventus headquarters. In the office of club president Stevens, Gianni Agnelli, who had dominated the political and business scenes in the Apennines for more than half a century, had passed away just a year ago, and he couldn't even witness Juventus and AC Milan's Champions League final. His brother Umberto Agnelli, although holding the title of honorary president, was also plagued by illness and could not attend to the club's affairs, leaving it to his trusted aide Stevens to serve as the president of Juventus. At this moment, Stevens was sitting in his luxurious and comfortable armchair with today's freshly published Milan Sports Daily on his desk. Facing him were 3 middle-aged men. One had graying hair and bulging eyes, looking like a powerful and ill-tempered individual. Another had a physique that had yet to go completely astray, clearly having been an outstanding athlete. The last one was almost completely bald, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes darting around behind the lenses, undoubtedly a cunning schemer. These 3 were Garotto, Bottega, and Maggi, known as the 3 Giants of Juventus, formed in 1994. What do you 3 think? 8 months ago, AC Milan just snatched the European Cup from us through penalties at Old. The boss' heart is still bleeding. That damned Berlusconi, that attention-seeking Mickey Mouse who loves to draw women. He snatched Nesta from us, snatched Rui Costa, snatched Filippo Inzaghi. Oh, forget about Inzaghi, he was pushed out because of his conflict with Del Piero. But there's still Kaká, that Brazilian. By the way, Luciano, you are responsible for Kaká. You didn't want to take a risk on him, and even said that his name Kaká means poop in Italian. Now if he performs well, everyone will mock you, saying this is the lump of poop that Maggi despises. And they will ridicule our entire club. Stevens roared loudly. Luciano Maggi adjusted his glasses and smiled in silence. Stevens was merely a nominal president. In reality, the club's real power was held by the 3 giants. How could this old fox possibly compete with Stevens? Garotto spoke up. He was mainly responsible for the club's business operations, so he approached the topic from a commercial perspective. Berlusconi is a businessman, and promoting a Dragon Kingdom player to the first team is more like a commercial gamble. I believe he primarily values the vast sports market behind the Dragon Kingdom. As for this article in the Milan Sports Daily, let's not forget that Berlusconi himself started in media, and the Milan Sports Daily has always been pro-AC Milan. Therefore, the authenticity of this article is open to question. Bottega also spoke. He was once a formidable forward and was known for his professional insights among the 3 giants. I have never seen this young man from the Dragon Kingdom, but judging by the performance of Asian teams in last year's World Cup, they are all quite similar. Their characteristics are speed, agility, and their technical skills are at most at a medium level compared to our Italian players. The drawbacks are their slender physiques, relatively short stature, lack of strength, weak ability to compete, and their tactical awareness is not on par with our top European players. But look at this article, it practically places Yi Xian on the same level as Kaká. Kaká is Brazilian, hailing from the footballing kingdom. South Americans have always excelled in technique, and their physical attributes are far superior to those of Asians. Moreover, Kaká honed his skills in Sao Paulo. These 2 cannot be compared at all. Therefore, I also find this report untrustworthy. It is likely just more self-puffery from the pro-Milan faction. Maggi adjusted his glasses and spoke. As far as I know, Berlusconi's Italian League Party and the center-right party alliance he leads are currently struggling in parliament. It's uncertain whether he can continue to serve as prime minister. At this time, promoting a young player from the Dragon Kingdom is clearly politically motivated. It's just to win votes from the Asian community. As for this article, it's just black and white words. There are no videos for reference, so how can we believe it fully? If this Yi Xian is really that impressive, we shouldn't have to wait long. The Champions League and Coppa Italia are about to kick off. AC Milan is fighting on 3 fronts, and they don't want to give up on any of them. It's the right time to utilize their players. If Yi Xian can indeed perform well, Ancelotti has no reason not to use him. At that time, whether he is a mule or a horse will be revealed, and the truth will emerge. Seeing that the 3 giants all felt this way, the puppet president Stevens had nothing to say. Alright, I hope your analysis is losing the big-eared cup to AC Milan on penalties at Old Trafford made Umberto Agnelli's illness worsen. This season we must retain the league title and not exacerbate the boss condition. The 3 giants nodded in agreement. At the same time, at Inter Milan headquarters, club president Moratti stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the setting sun slowly descending over the Mediterranean in the distance. His expression was serious, lost in thought. Behind him, the club's sports director Marco Caranca was reading the Milan Sports Daily over and over again. Marco, what do you think of this matter? Moratti asked. Caranca shrugged, saying, what else is there to say? This matter is too strange, there has never been a precedent. However, I believe AC Milan couldn't have suddenly discovered such a gem from the reserve team. It must have been done. Moratti turned and sat down in his chair saying, I have fought with Berlusconi for so many years, I know him too well. If a few years ago when they were in a transitional phase and performing poorly, he might have promoted a young player from the reserve team to fill the gap. But in the past 2 years he has clearly become more interested in the team, investing heavily to acquire so many good players. Now is the time, when he has a strong army, and they regained the Champions League last year. At such a time, he would never promote a useless young player, unless he truly has exceptional abilities. He clearly did not want to delve further into this topic. Ever since they traded Seedorf for Coco and sold Pirlo to their neighbor 2 years ago, their trading level has been mocked throughout Italy. He didn't want the president to bring up the painful topic again. Oh, by the way, speaking of Dragon Kingdom players, I remembered something. Last season Perugia bought a player from the Dragon Kingdom who seemed to be the captain of the national team with the surname. Oh right, the surname was Ma. Moratti was taken aback. There was such a thing. How come I have no impression of this person? Of course you wouldn't have an... Not just you, I believe no one would have an impression because he never played a single minute for Perugia. Is that so? You mean Perugia treated him like a mascot? That should be the case. It's also possible they wanted to replicate their experience from 2 years ago when they traded for the Japanese player Naka. You know they bought that Japanese player for 3.5 million euros and sold him to Roma for 21.69 million euros a year and a half later, making a huge profit. Then why didn't they let that Dragon Kingdom captain play? Probably because of a lack of ability. President, think about it, if a captain of the Dragon Kingdom's national team is like this, how great can a youth training player's ability be? I think Berlusconi just wants to use this to brush up on his presence, perhaps to rally votes for his re-election. There's no need to be so tense. If he is really as good as the newspapers claim, Ancelotti will definitely give him a chance to perform. We will naturally find out then. Yi Xian's emergence likewise sent ripples through AC Milan's camp. Carlo, what's got you in such a fluster? That's hardly your usual unhurried demeanor. Has someone angered you? Galliani raised an eyebrow, puzzled as he watched Ancelotti stride briskly into the office, his round face. Ancelotti poured himself a glass of water and drained it in one go, then spoke between light gasps. No one's angered me. I'm exhilarated. Exhilarated? What on earth could be so thrilling that you rushed here straight after afternoon training? Has Gattuso's injury miraculously healed? Will he be fit to play? No, it's not that at all. Huh. You'd never guess I'm electrified by that young man from Longwa. A Longwa native. Yi Xian. Galliani frowned in mild confusion. Of course it's him. Mr. Galliani, you have no idea how extraordinary this boy truly is. When Galliani had finished listening to Ancelotti's account, the bald executive sat in quiet bewilderment. Such a thing actually happened. It's utterly unprecedented. You see, I've served the Rossoneri since 1986, 17 years now, and never once in all that time have I encountered anything like this. Among all the academy graduates who emerged from Vismara, the finest were Barisi, Maldini, and Albertini. Yet even they, when first promoted to the senior squad, never displayed such mastery. And this boy is... Could it possibly be mere coincidence? Yes, that remains a possibility. So over the next few days I'll observe his training closely. But what if it isn't coincidence? Then we've truly unearthed a gem, and I believe he deserves a chance to prove himself. What's your plan? I'll scrutinize his performance in training these days. If he sustains this consistency, I intend to give him his debut in Thursday night's Coppa Italia match. You mean the away fixture against Perugia? Precisely. This season Perugia lost their cornerstone player Materazzi. The tall defender has moved to Inter Milan. David Bayoko has joined Juventus, Tedesco signed with Piacenza, Fabio Rivellini transferred. Half their core squad departed this season. Only Zamalia and Fabio Grossi remain from last year's starting 11. Perugia's sole priority this season is survival, so they'll certainly field a weakened side in the cup. It's the perfect opportunity for our youth to gain meaningful experience. Galliani paused thoughtfully. Very well, you oversee training and matches. But remember, our objective this season is the treble. You may nurture new talent, but never at the cost of a misstep. Rest assured, I'll only grant him playing time if his performances over the coming days remain consistently exceptional. Otherwise, he won't even make the bench. Yet over the next 2 days, Yi Xian's training displays left Ancelotti utterly astounded. His foundational attributes, pace, stamina, passing vision, now all registered at or above 70 points, solidly above average. Though unremarkable among elite peers, he was no longer a liability. He blended seamlessly with his teammates. Moreover, several system-imbued skills lent him an uncanny edge. Deployed unpredictably, they confounded even seasoned defenders. The next day, Gattuso returned fully recovered and rejoined full-team drills. In the morning's scrimmage, Yi Xian shone brilliantly. First, he executed a lightning-fast shoulder-dip feint to bypass Gattuso in midfield, then threaded a surgical through ball that assisted Inzaghi's goal. Gattuso stood momentarily dazed, tugging Pirlo aside to whisper, "Where did this prodigy come from? He feels no less dazzling than Kaká." Pirlo gazed back, eyes half-lidded. He already had us scrambling yesterday in training, and today, he's even sharper. Moments later, Yi Xian surged down the left channel, activating his lightning acceleration skill to burst past Cafu and Nesta in tandem, then finished a precise through pass from Rui Costa with a crisp shot. Daida, however, had long ceased underestimating the young man. His focus was razor-sharp. Anticipating the move, he charged off his line, flinging his entire frame across Yixian's path, barely managing to deflect the low-angled drive away. 5 minutes later, Yixian's goddess eye view revealed Mateo's intelligent run. Beating Gattuso's press, he launched a diagonal chip over Pirlo's head, placing the ball perfectly into the space between Nesta and Maldini. Matteo read the play, instinctively darting from deep behind into the center, outpacing Maldini to meet the ball with a thunderous downward header. Alas, the gifted youngster lacked finishing finesse, though his timing and leap were impeccable. His aim soared high, sending the ball sailing a foot above the crossbar, squandering Yixian's masterful assist. Just before the scrimmage concluded, Yixian attempted a long-range strike from outside the box. As he coiled and prepared to unleash a thunderous shot, the entire opposition backline braced itself. The memory of his jaw-dropping long-range goal from yesterday still burned vividly in everyone's mind. Yet today's effort fell short. His left foot struck the ball slightly off-center, robbing the shot of power, precision, and velocity alike. Nesta intercepted effortlessly, no save required from Daida. Yixian sighed inwardly, so the system isn't quite generous enough to guarantee a goal every time I take a long shot. Still, he delivered one assist and crafted a clear-cut scoring chance, a highly commendable performance. Most striking of all, just yesterday his first training session revealed hesitant first touches, timidity on the ball, and heavy reliance on off-the-ball runs and pace to integrate into play. Yet within a single day his passing and receiving had improved dramatically. He now exchanged crisp, fluid combinations with teammates in tight spaces. Standing nearby, Ancelotti watched in silent awe. Does this boy's skill grow with the wind itself? Or had yesterday's media open training, his first public appearance, simply stirred nerves that dampened his true ability? Either way, judging by today's display, he was unquestionably ready for a dozen minutes in a Coppa Italia fixture, provided of course the team held a commanding lead. At 5 p.m. the next afternoon, Yixian had just returned to his dormitory after finishing his afternoon training session. Yixian, you're truly extraordinary. Another spectacular long-range goal this afternoon. Daida tenses up the moment he senses you're about to take a long shot. Ha ha ha. Matteo joked exuberantly. It's not just Daida who grows anxious at the sight of Yixian preparing a long-range attempt. I reckon Gattuso himself flinches slightly whenever Yixian surges toward him. Yixian has already beaten him 3 times using that shoulder dip feint, yet Gattuso still seems utterly baffled as to how to counter it. Barello added with a chuckle. By the way, Yixian, given your blistering sprint speed, why do we only ever see you unleash it once per scrimmage? That's your trump card. You could deploy it far more often. I've watched Cafu struggle helplessly against your explosive acceleration. Boji offered his perspective. Yixian smiled enigmatically, saying nothing. Brothers, don't you think I'd love to use it more? But the system imposes strict cooldown restrictions on repeated usage. I'm powerless to override them. Just then his phone rang. Hello? Is this Mr. Yixian? A sweet melodic voice spoke in fluent. Yixian froze stunned. Since arriving in Italy, he had maintained unwavering discipline. No flirtations, no entanglements. So how precisely had an Italian woman obtained his number? I'm Yixian. May I ask who's calling? I'm your devoted fan, utterly captivated by your football artistry. Would you consider meeting me for a brief chat and signing an autograph? Huh. Yixian grew even more bewildered. Well, I've only just joined the first team, and haven't yet made a single competitive appearance. Where exactly have you seen me play? How could you forget the media open day 3 days ago? I was among those watching your training session from the sidelines. Ah, you're a journalist. Yixian tensed instantly. No, I was one of the over 200 fans present that day. Oh, Yixian exhaled, relieved. By the way, how did you get my number? Curious. Then meet me in person, sign my memorabilia, and I'll reveal the answer. Yixian hesitated. What? Are young men from Longhua all so timid and hesitant? I merely wish to speak with you and receive your autograph, not devour you whole. In Italy, declining a woman's invitation like this brands a man not only as spineless, but profoundly. Pimenta had deployed her ultimate weapon, the provocation gambit. Yixian's composure shattered instantly. Damn it. Do you really underestimate me this much? True, I remain unmarried, focused solely on football training, and still a virgin. Yet I won't tolerate such doubt cast upon my courage. Even if this meeting leads to unforeseen developments, I'd be serving my nation with honor, a true hero. Where are you now? 300 meters south of the training base, the Gino Cafe. Very well, I'll be there in 30 minutes. Half an hour later, Yixian arrived at the Gino Cafe, dressed casually. Standing 181 meters tall, his athletic frame radiated disciplined strength, sun-kissed skin glowed with robust health, his features were striking, tall, refined, and impeccably proportioned. Though his quip about being marginally better looking than Matteo was tongue-in-cheek, no one could deny he possessed rare. The moment he stepped inside, a young woman rose from a corner table and waved eagerly. At the sight of her, Yixian's pulse quickened, his calm utterly dissolved. I'm here to serve my nation with honor. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, Slim, yet voluptuous, her figure harmoniously sculpted, every curve perfectly balanced. Her warm, chestnut complexion exuded vitality, far more captivating than the pallid, fragile hue common among many European women. Waves of golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, her pale blue eyes shimmered with gentle mirth. "Hello, Yi Xian. Does my appearance live up to your expectations?" Pimenta teased without preamble. Yi Xian flushed crimson on the spot. Good grief, do Italian women always speak so boldly and directly? They sat facing each other. Pimenta laughed. Just teasing. Please don't take it seriously. Brazilian women are radiant, warm-hearted, and adore playful banter. Ah, I see you're Brazilian. That explains your complexion. It differs distinctly from Italian women's. So, am I more beautiful than Italian women? Yi Xian. Alright, I'll stop jesting. Let me introduce myself formally. My name is Pimenta, a Brazilian, and from this moment onward, I am your official fan. Pimenta, why did that name ring faintly familiar? You're truly not a journalist. Absolutely not. Then what is your profession, and how precisely did you acquire my private number? That's highly confidential information. Haha. Football is a tightly knit world. Genuine privacy is nearly impossible here, let alone shielding something as trivial as a phone number. Wait, you're part of the football industry. Yi Xian blinked in surprise. Precisely. I'm a football agent. Today's unsolicited invitation was to propose you join our roster as a client. Our firm, Intermezzo Sports Management. My principal is Mino Raiola. Yi Xian's mind snapped. No wonder the name Pimenta resonated. She was heir apparent to Raiola's empire. After Raiola's passing, she and Vincenzo, Raiola's cousin, took full stewardship of his vast agency. He hadn't even debuted for Milan officially, and yet Raiola's gaze had already fallen upon him. Even more astonishing, the emissary dispatched to approach him was none other than the future sovereign of that global agency, and she was stunningly young, breathtakingly beautiful, utterly irresistible. Raiola, you're deploying the beauty stratagem right out of the gate. Forging early rapport with such a titan of sports management would undoubtedly catalyze his career trajectory. Ahem. Given your youth, you can't be more than a few years older than me. Can you genuinely serve as my agent? Yi Xian asked cautiously. Who told you youth disqualifies one from agency? Back in Brazil, I was already representing elite stars. Yi Xian knew. This dazzling woman spoke truth. If I retain you as my agent, what tangible advantages would... To my knowledge, you currently hold only an apprentice contract, one expiring at season's end. Should we collaborate, I guarantee you a lucrative professional contract within 30 days, either with AC Milan or another top 5 Serie A club. Those words left Yi Xian momentarily speechless. Miss Pimenta, if we proceed with cooperation, 3 binding terms must be established up front. Pimenta was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, and said, Alright, let me hear what your request is. My request is very simple, just one thing. You can only strive for the greatest benefit for me at AC Milan, and you cannot operate me to any other team. This time Pimenta was truly stunned. What do you mean? Do you want to spend your entire career with the Rossoneri? Yi Xian shrugged and said, It's too early to say I'll spend my entire career here, but both my father and I are Rossoneri, and winning honor for AC Milan is our shared aspiration. So before I achieve my small goal, I will definitely not leave AC Milan. We can only cooperate if we reach this consensus. What is your small goal? Last season AC Milan won the last championship before the Champions League reform. I want to help the team win the first championship after the reform this season and lead the team to achieve a three-peat in the Champions League. What? Yi Xian, is this what you call a small goal? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve this small goal? It's all in the hands of man. Regardless, I will not consider leaving AC Milan until this small goal is achieved. Pimenta forced a smile. To be honest, I was prepared to listen to your opinions before, but I never expected you would make such a request. I also never imagined that AC Milan has such a solid fan base in the Dragon Country. Yes, you would never know that in our Dragon Country AC Milan is the European team with the most supporters. Pimenta smiled slightly and said, Alright, I agree to this request. Do you have any other requests? Yes. What? I will only accept you as my agent, and will not accept anyone else from your company as my agent, including Raiola himself. Pimenta widened her eyes and laughed. Why? Didn't you just say I'm too young? Yi Xian grinned mischievously. Because I want to prove to you that boys, whether in Brazil, Italy, or our Dragon Country, all like to deal with beautiful, and I also don't want to be an impolite person. Pimenta laughed, her laughter enchanting and graceful. Unfortunately, this beauty is already 23 years old, 3 years older than you. That's okay. In our Dragon Country, there's a saying, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. The tactical analysis room at Milanello. Ancelotti looked at Tassati across from him and asked. Tassati smiled and said, Carlo, when you ask such a question at this moment, you must have some novel ideas in mind. They both couldn't help but burst into laughter. After all, they had been teammates for many years, so they understood each other silently. I want to include Yi Xian in the squad list. What do you think? Ancelotti spoke frankly. No problem. Tassati answered crisply. To be honest, I was a bit shocked by this kid's training these past few days. Every training session either has goals or assists. Plus, there are always spectacular dribbling performances. Since I joined Milan, I have never seen such a strong newcomer. Hearing Tosada's comments, Ancelotti sighed softly and said, "Who can say otherwise? When I saw Kaká this summer, I thought he might be the most talented young player I've ever seen. I didn't expect that just half a year later another Yixian would appear." Kaká's outstanding performance only surprised me a little. After all, he had already played very well at Sao Paulo and was the team's captain. But Yixian is different. He doesn't even have a professional contract yet. To perform at this level is simply unbelievable. Yes, but I think the most frightening thing is not this, but that this kid seems to improve every day. Now it seems that he makes progress every time he comes to training, which is what shocks me the most. After training yesterday afternoon, Redondo quietly told me that seeing Yixian's performance on the field made him feel old, and that it was time for him to retire. At that moment, I thought to myself, how could a young man, just over 20 who had been training with the team for less than a week, make a master like Redondo have thoughts of retirement? What kind of prodigy is this? Ancelotti twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "All right, since we have reached a consensus, let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow we play against Perugia. Oh, I think this is the best opportunity to test Yixian." On one hand, this season Perugia's president has been making foolish decisions, and most of last year's main players have been sold. Their biggest goal now should be to avoid relegation, so they won't have high expectations for the Coppa Italia, and their fighting strength will not be strong. On the other hand, tomorrow's match is an away game, so if we put Yixian on the field now, without the pressure of the home fans, it might be more beneficial for his performance. We think alike. Since that's the case, we should arrange a strong starting lineup for tomorrow to quickly gain an absolute lead, giving Yixian and these young players more time to showcase themselves. Good. On the team bus heading to Perugia, Yixian sat side by side with Matri. "Yixian, I have a feeling that you might get a chance to play in tomorrow's match." Yixian widened his eyes and laughed. "No way, how could that be? I just joined the team for a week and haven't even been on the bench, yet how could I possibly get a chance to play at? You don't know, our AC Milan has this tradition. For young players who rise quickly, the team likes to give them a chance in relatively lower stakes matches like the Coppa Italia. Your recent training has been outstanding. Even players like Pirlo, Redondo and Rui Costa have been privately discussing how you are a genius player they have never seen before. Our coach Ancelotti, although he usually doesn't show emotions, I have been training with the team for over a year, and I know him. I can tell he is also very satisfied with you. So I think in tomorrow's match you might really get a chance." Yixian smiled and said, "I appreciate your good wishes. But if that's the case, I think you will have a chance too. Don't forget you've already scored 2 goals in training recently." Matri laughed. "Haha, that's all because your assists are too outstanding. Don't worry, if I really get a chance to play, I will definitely treat you to the best pizza in Italy." "Good. It's a deal." Some readers scold me saying my book is not exciting enough, not a thrilling read. What is a thrilling read? Isn't it about starting with powerful skills and using various abilities at will? Then what's the point of the matches? Just bulldoze through from beginning to end. Though it's a novel, I still hope to maintain logic and realism as much as possible. Our AC Milan has its ups and downs. We have had glory and have also been relegated. But the Rossoneri will just like Marco, when Vialli coached Chelsea, Marco was close to leaving the team to venture into England, but ultimately chose to stay, achieving the legend of one person, one city, and one team. This season Milan is financially strained and performing poorly. A single winter transfer budget could sustain us for several years. Both Marco and Massara have it tough. But I believe that true Rossoneri will not give up our team because of this. I also hope everyone will not abandon the book, give more likes and collections, and 5-star reviews. Let's go Rossoneri. FA Milan. Perugia, the capital of Umbria in central Italy. 3 hours before the match, Ancelotti led all the coaching staff and the entire team to the Renato Curri Stadium, the home ground of Perugia. This stadium can accommodate 2,700 people, and its scale and grandeur are completely incomparable to the San Siro Stadium, which has over 8,000 seats. However, there are some advantages to its smaller size, such as ease of maintenance. Thus, the entire stadium looks clean and tidy, exuding a charming aura. Surrounded by the crowd, Ancelotti stepped onto the pitch and slowly made a lap around the entire field. Did you see? This field is not level. There are many pits in the middle, especially around the midfield, the 2 penalty areas, and near several corner flags. You must be careful during the match. Make sure to have a good footing when running into these areas to avoid twisting your ankle. Be especially cautious when tackling. Injuries must be avoided at all costs. Additionally, pay attention to the fact that the grass here is much longer than that at San Siro. The ball will roll slower on such a surface, which is not favorable for a team like ours that emphasizes possession and prefers playing on the ground. On the other hand, the opponent primarily plays counterattacking football and prefers long passes, which will benefit them even more so. Be mindful of the weight behind your kicks during the match. Yixian followed behind, everyone listening to Ancelotti's analysis, feeling a sense of admiration in his heart. This old man has truly earned his reputation as the #1 coach in Europe, possessing 4 Champions League trophies. There must be a reason for it. He appeared chubby and somewhat dull, not skilled in conversation, with almost no expression on his face, presenting a charmingly simple demeanor. He was not eccentric like Mourinho, who was always the focus of public opinion wherever he went, adored by some and despised by others. Nor was he like Guardiola, who was obsessed with tactical innovations and addicted to possession-based football. He also wasn't as strong and stern as the old master Ferguson. Regardless of whether you were Beckham, Keane, Van Nistelrooy, or Stam, it didn't matter how big your name was. If you didn't meet the old man's expectations, you would either face the hairdryer treatment or be shown the door. At Old Trafford there was only one master, and that was me, the red-nosed old man Ferguson. Ancelotti was different from these renowned coaches. He always seemed calm and composed, neither too hot nor too cold. Whether interacting with the owner, players, or the media, conflicts with him were rare, and he could coexist peacefully with everyone. When it came to the meddlesome Berlusconi, in terms of tactical decisions, he cleverly devised a strategy to deploy 4 number 10s on the field, leading to the birth of the Christmas tree formation. However, seeing Ancelotti meticulously analyzing and arranging everything during the pitch inspection today, Yi Xian felt genuine admiration from the bottom of his heart. A master is indeed a master. 1 hour before the match, in the away team's locker room, Tassadi clapped his hands and said, "Everyone quiet down, I will now announce today's starting lineup and substitutes." The locker room instantly fell silent. The current AC Milan is strong and has a wealth of talent with no getting into the 18-man squad in such a team is quite challenging, let alone starting. Starting lineup: goalkeeper, left back Kaladza, right back Simic, left center back Maldini, right center back Nesta, midfield left winger Seedorf, right winger Gattuso, Kaká as the attacking midfielder and Pirlo as the defensive midfielder. Forwards Inzaghi and Shevchenko. Upon hearing such a starting lineup, everyone instantly understood. Aside from the veteran Cafu, who was resting due to age, all the main players were present. The double striker configuration indicates an aggressive approach. Perugia is deep in the relegation mire this season. Do we really need to take such a team so seriously? Now announcing the substitutes: Abbiati, Redondo, Costa Curta, Ambrosini, Rui Costa. 5 out of the 7 substitute names have already been revealed. At this point, Tassadi deliberately paused, and everyone sensed that something significant was about to happen. Matri Yi Xian. Upon hearing these 2 names, a slight commotion arose in the locker room. Matri has been training with the team for over a year. He often made it to the roster for matches like the Coppa Italia, and even had records of playing time. But what about Yi Xian? This kid from the Dragon Kingdom has been with the team for less than a week, and he doesn't even have a professional contract yet Ancelotti has arranged for him to be included in the 18-man roster. Such a situation seems unprecedented in the history of AC Milan. However, as they thought about it, they found it. This kid's training performance has been utterly phenomenal. In every internal match, he either scores or assists, and he occasionally displays incredible speed and astonishing dribbling skills. No one could believe that such performance was delivered by a mere 20-year-old apprentice player. If it were just occasional brilliance, it might be acceptable, but the problem is that he performs excellently in every training session. That is somewhat terrifying. Just look at his shoulder drop move. Ever since he was first dribbled past, Gattuso has become very cautious whenever he faces him in midfield, fearing he might be embarrassed again by being dribbled past. Yet he still cannot stop Yi Xian every time. This has left Gattuso, the straightforward guy, quite frustrated. Therefore, seeing Yi Xian on the substitute list today was not too surprising for these star teammates. Congratulations, Yi Xian, for making it to the substitutes so quickly. That's impressive. Captain Maldini was the first to come over and congratulate Yi Xian. Entering the squad in just under a week of training, you really are quite extraordinary. The blunt and straightforward Gattuso also congratulated Yi Xian, giving him a light kick on the behind. We older brothers must perform well, or otherwise we might soon be surpassed by this little brat. Seedorf said, while patting Yi Xian on the shoulder in encouragement jokingly. That's right, we must work hard today to secure an early victory and create opportunities for these 2 young brothers. The Ukrainian powerhouse, Shevchenko, also chuckled. Ancelotti lightly cleared his throat, and the locker room instantly fell silent. This season, Perugia has lost several absolute core players, significantly diminishing their strength. Their most important goal now is to avoid relegation, so this match likely won't see much fighting spirit from them. Since you all just expressed your desire to create opportunities for the young brothers, then let's not just talk the talk. We have practiced the 442 formation countless times, and I have already explained a lot earlier, so I won't repeat myself. Remember, our goal is to secure the victory by the 70th minute, and we must avoid any injuries. Get ready. The weather in Italy during January is bleak and cold. As the match begins at 8 in the evening, the chill can be felt even from the stands. However, with half an hour left before the match starts, the Renato Curri Stadium, which can hold 270 people, is already packed to capacity. A large number of fans are waving banners and scarves, with many dedicated supporters even cheering for the home team, while bare-chested in the biting wind, beating giant drums. Yet for many fans, braving the cold on a weeknight to watch an Italian Cup match is not just about the home team, it's about witnessing the performance of the visiting team. AC Milan, as the reigning champions of the UEFA Champions League, has welcomed superstars like Kaká in the new season, further increasing their strength. Opportunities to see them perform at home are few and far between. Such an opportunity occurs only once a year in the league, but most tickets are held by season ticket holders, making single tickets exceedingly rare and hard to obtain for the average fan. Now that Perugia has drawn AC Milan in the Italian Cup, it presents an additional chance to admire the skills of the superstars, prompting many fans to eagerly purchase tickets and arrive at the stadium early. The Italian TV channel 8, responsible for broadcasting the match, has also taken their positions early. Host Brazzi stands at the sidelines preparing to announce the player lineups for both teams to the viewers at home. She holds the microphone in her left hand, while her right hand seductively plays with her golden hair reminiscent of green onions. Truly, her flirtation brings forth a multitude of charms. No wonder Rome's Prince Totti is willing to mop the floor at home for Brazzi. Surely those delicate hands are capable of many things. She lays a sheet of white paper flat between her fingers. It lists the starting lineups and substitutes for both teams in this match. Brazzi gives a charming glance towards the camera, signaling to the director that they may begin the broadcast. Then, with her lips slightly parted, she begins to read the names on the list. Today her lips are painted a rosy red, and as she speaks the names her lips gently part, making it seem as if one could smell the alluring fragrance through the television screen. Those two red lips must be capable of many things, but the joy of it is likely known only to Totti. Oh, I didn't expect AC Milan to take this Italian Cup match so seriously. Everyone look. Except for Cafu, who is resting, all the players in the starting lineup are actually first-team players. It seems the Rossoneri are truly ambitious this season, aiming to excel on all fronts. Brazzi expresses her sentiments with the unique charm of an Italian woman, then begins to read the list of being the UEFA Champions League defending champions, listen, even their list of substitutes is luxurious and extravagant. Abbiati o Ambrosini o Redondo o Rui Costa o Costacurta o. With each name she reads, she emits an exclamation, clearly envious of the Rossoneri's lavish substitute. Matrio, this is a player who has been trained in Milan's youth system since he was 12 years old. It seems Ancelotti still has certain expectations for him, which is why he placed him on the substitute bench. Yi Xian. Who is this? His name is so strange. I don't even know how to pronounce it. Brazzi spreads her hands helplessly to the camera, wearing an awkward smile. Meanwhile, in the studio of Italian Channel 8, host Anthony sits upright, flanked by two special guests for the match, former Roma star Giannini and former Sampdoria star Lombardo. Each of them holds a sheet listing the 18-man rosters for both teams, and they are debating how to pronounce Yi Xian's name. Yay. Oh my god, how is this name supposed to be pronounced? Who is this player? Anthony tries several times, but cannot figure out how to pronounce Yi Xian's name, shaking his head with a bitter smile and a face full of embarrassment. Giannini and Lombardo quickly sift through their materials in hopes of finding some information. I found it. Giannini suddenly exclaims. This person is called. Never mind, it doesn't matter what his name is. He is a trial player from the Dragon Country who just joined AC Milan's reserve team this season and is undergoing training. I wonder when he joined the first team of Milan, and how did he even make it into the substitute lineup? Lombardo slaps his bald head, looking as if he has just realized something. I remember. A week ago, the Milan sports newspaper published an article indicating that a talented young player had emerged in the reserve team, performing excellently in the reserve league, and being named the best player of the match. That young player seems to be from the Dragon Country. Right now that you mention it, I think I have a bit of an impression. Giannini. I remember thinking when I saw that article that the Milan sports newspaper was being a bit excessive in their favoritism for AC Milan, even writing about a youth player from the Dragon Country. I didn't expect Ancelotti to actually promote him to the first team and include him in the squad. Truly unbelievable. A player from the Dragon Country. Anthony looks bewildered, unable to believe it. A player from the Dragon Country can play football? Just look at their performance in last year's World Cup. It's nothing short of a joke. Also, now that you mention it, I recall that their national team captain joined Perugia last year, but didn't even get a minute of playing time that entire season. If the national team captain can't establish himself in a mid-to-lower-tier Serie A team, how could their youth players hope to succeed in a powerhouse like Milan? What is Ancelotti thinking? Did he take the wrong medicine? Or does Berlusconi have some strange idea he imposed on? Giannini, resting his chin on his hand, muses. This situation does indeed seem a bit bizarre, but even if the Milan camp has other ideas, that best player in the reserve league can't be fake, right? Since he has the ability to be named best player, perhaps he truly possesses some remarkable skill. Lombardo agrees. Yes, I have the same thought. It would not be surprising if Berlusconi had given Ancelotti some special instructions. After all, he has done that before. However, the best player in the reserve league is not something they can declare themselves. Being chosen for it means something. Look at the starting lineup Ancelotti has put out today. Aside from Cafu, they are all first-team players. It stands to reason that they shouldn't be taking a match against a team like Perugia in the Italian Cup so seriously. I feel like they want to establish victory as quickly as possible. If that's the case, perhaps this young man from the Dragon Country will get a chance to play. We shall wait and see. Giannini concludes. P.S. The new book has reached 10,000 words and is now officially I guarantee 2 updates every day. I hope all friends, especially Rossoneri fans, will give likes, collect, comment, and leave 5-star reviews. Free novels depend on this for sustenance. Thank you everyone. I will do my best to write an exciting book so that we can all reminisce about that glorious AC Milan dynasty from the early 2000s. The male lead is about to take the field. Let's go. At 7:30 p.m. with the sound of the referee's whistle, the match between Perugia and AC Milan in the Italian Cup round of 16 officially began. Perugia kicked off first. Forward Zema passed the ball back to the defensive midfielder Picocco, then dashed forward into the attacking half. Just as Picocco was about to look up, he suddenly noticed the opposing forward Inzaghi charging towards him like a whirlwind. Damn, this is our home ground. Is it necessary to be so reckless? Without time to think, he hurriedly passed the ball back to the left-back Fabio Grosso. This left-back, who would become a key figure in Italy's fourth World Cup victory 3 years later, also wanted to control the pace. However, he did not expect that Milan's forward Shevchenko was charging towards him like a fierce tiger. Oh god, it's just an Italian Cup match, and they are the reigning champions of the Champions League. Can they really afford to play so fiercely? Grosso had no time to think further and made a long straight pass, sending the ball directly down the left flank into Milan's half. At that moment, Zema was already sprinting towards that spot. It turned out this was the tactic Perugia had set. Perugia's coach Cosmi, plain-looking and stout like a butcher with sparse hair and a face full of red beard, significantly lowered the aesthetic score of Serie A amidst the handsome players in Italian football. Yet this unassuming short and stout man led Perugia to a series of miraculous classic battles, transforming them into giant killers. Nakata Hidate Hoshi Materazzi Tedesco, David Bayo Fabio, Riva Lani Zema. These previously obscure players saw their market value soar. Clubs like Roma, Inter Milan, and Lazio all extended olive branches to them. Riva Lani even became the first player of color to represent the Italian national team. Before the match, when Cosmi saw AC Milan's starting lineup, he immediately adjusted his tactics, making the right-back Simic's side the main attacking direction. Ancelotti is indeed ruthless. He fields all his main players for an Italian Cup match. We have no choice but to exploit the opponent's right side as our main attacking direction. Simic, originally a central defender, replaced Cafu, likely to allow the Brazilian to conserve energy in preparation for the league match against Roma on the weekend. Let's concentrate our fire on the opponent's right side and see if we can create scoring opportunities from there. Therefore, Perugia's first wave of attack was originally aimed at Simic. Cosma's arrangement was quite good, but unfortunately, he overlooked one detail. He underestimated Simic too much. In the 1998 World Cup in France, Croatia, participating independently for the first time, played dazzling artistic football and achieved a historic third place. Fans remembered great attackers like Boban Suker and Prosinecki, but professionals remembered another name, Dario Simic. This 23-year-old center-back stands only 180 meters tall, which seems somewhat inadequate for the position. However, he possesses excellent technique, great awareness, precise positioning, and decisive fierce tackling, making him an insurmountable wall in front of the Croatian goal. He debuted at Dinamo Zagreb at 17 and became the main center-back of this Croatian powerhouse at 18. During his 7 seasons at Dinamo Zagreb, he won 5 league championships, 1 second place, and 1 third place. After the French World Cup, his outstanding performances caught Murat's attention, leading to his transfer to the Nerazzurri for a hefty fee of €11 million. Unfortunately, his 4 seasons at Inter Milan coincided with a turbulent time for the club, with big-name stars and famous coaches coming one after another, yet none could fill the star hole. Ronaldo, Seedorf, Vieri, Roberto Baggio, Recoba, Zanetti, Samuel Branco. The superstars around him came and went, but none could bring home a Serie A trophy for Inter Milan. On May 5, 2002, Inter Milan lost the league championship at the last moment at the Olympics. After witnessing Ronaldo's tears of disappointment from the bench, Simic and Seedorf both joined AC Milan. His most skilled position should have been that of the right center-back in a 3-man defense, but since Ancelotti typically played with 4 defenders upon his arrival, Simic was merely seen as a substitute for Maldini and Nesta. However, Ancelotti quickly transformed him into a competent right-back, and he played a significant role in helping the team win the Champions League last season. Unfortunately, he missed the Champions League final at Old Trafford due to accumulated yellow cards, and had to let veteran Costa Curta take his place in a pinch. In the 65th minute of the second half, Ancelotti was forced to use a substitution, bringing on Junior to replace the aging Billy to guard the right side, barely managing to hold it together. With the arrival of Cafu this season, Simic's starting position as right-back was no longer secure. However, his ability to play both center-back and right-back kept him favored by Ancelotti. In the limited playing time he received, he always managed to complete his tasks excellently. Thus, seeing Perugia targeting him as the main attacking direction, this blonde-haired Croatian youth showed a faint cold smile at the corner of his mouth. This is just perfect. He raised his head to judge the ball's landing point, while taking small steps back to adjust his position, while also observing Zema, who was trying to come in from the side to contest for the ball. Once he accurately gauged the landing point, he suddenly jumped with all his might, using his left arm to block Zema's body as he charged through. Simic's body may not appear particularly strong, but he possesses astonishing jumping ability and is very adept at utilizing body contact. Zemalia was overshadowed by Simic's leap, suffering in the contest. Thus his jump height fell short compared to Simic's, leaving him to watch helplessly as Simic headed the ball back into Perugia's half. Moreover, Simic's knee deliberately made contact with Zemalia's back, leaving the opponent to suffer in silence. The Croatian used this small act of contesting to declare his territory. The right flank of Milan is mine. I don't think of me as an easy target. The ball flew to the midfield, where Gattuso contested the first drop with an opposing player. In such a situation, Gattuso was never afraid of anyone. He managed to poke the ball to Pirlo's feet first. Pirlo, before receiving the ball, habitually glanced up to observe the movements of his teammates. Though it was only about half a second, this habit and ability to anticipate the situation on the field is one of the key elements that allow him to stand out as a top midfielder in the world. Meanwhile, Shevchenko and Inzaghi up front had already caught sight of Pirlo's subtle movements and simultaneously started to charge behind the opponent's defense. Pirlo did not stop the ball, but instead sent a lofted pass with the instep of his right foot. The ball flew towards the gap behind the opposing left back and left center back like a precision-guided missile. Shevchenko understood and rushed in just in time. Fortunately, Perugia's defensive line was positioned relatively deep, and the gap behind was not too wide. As Pirlo's pass landed and bounced up, it was already quite close to the opponent's baseline, and the angle was not favorable. Shevchenko did not stop the ball, but instead unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot as the ball bounced. The ball emitted a loud bang as it flew towards the upper corner of Perugia's near post, like an arrow released from a bow. Perugia's goalkeeper barely had time to react, and could only watch as the powerful ball flew past. Unfortunately, the match had just started and Shevchenko's touch had not yet warmed up. This small angle shot went slightly off target. The ball did not enter the goal, but instead hit the side, netting, making a soft swish sound. In less than a minute since the start, Perugia escaped a close call. Seeing his powerful shot slide past the goal, Shevchenko held his head in his hands and let out a cry of, "Oh!" He could hardly believe that the ball didn't go in. Meanwhile, the Perugia fans in the stands erupted in a loud gasp. Oh! They didn't expect that just under a minute into the match the opponent would create such a close chance for a goal. Many fans were so startled that they covered their mouths with their hands, and a few fans who were vigorously banging drums almost tossed their drumsticks away in panic. In the studio of Italy's TV8, the two commentators also gasped slightly. "Oh my god, Shiva actually messed that up. That's so unexpected." Yes, usually he hardly misses such scoring opportunities. It must be because the match just started and his ankle hasn't warmed up yet. His body isn't warmed up either. Otherwise, with his shooting skills, he would definitely not have missed that shot. However, even though the ball didn't go in, it shows Milan's determination to win today. Absolutely, this shot should serve as a warning to Perugia. In the next few minutes, they will find it hard to regain their momentum. Indeed, the flow of the match unfolded almost exactly as the two analysts predicted. Although Shiva squandered a golden opportunity, right from the start their desire to win was glaringly evident. On the other hand, Perugia, having barely settled into their formation, almost allowed their opponent to score, further shattering their already fragile confidence. The Perugia goalkeeper prepared to kick the ball. He initially intended to pass the ball to the left back Grosso, but noticed that Shevchenko was positioned very high, tightly controlling Grosso's receiving position. Looking at other receiving points, he found that Milan's attacking players were all positioned very high up the pitch, with their overall formation pushing forward significantly. Due to Ancelotti's naturally low-key demeanor, he didn't explicitly propose the concept of high pressing. However, during that period, AC Milan was indeed executing a high-pressing tactic in matches. The two forwards cut off the passing lanes between the opponent's center-backs and fullbacks, while the two wingers closed in on the opposing wingers. The midfield and defense pushed forward as a unit, trying to minimize the space for the opponent to control the ball. If the opponent wanted to open up the game through ground passes, they needed very precise passing and receiving skills. And who could possess such skills better than AC Milan? The Perugia goalkeeper adjusted his position a few times only to find that every passing lane was tightly restricted by the opponent's players. With no other choice, he had to kick the ball long into AC Milan's half. Perugia's tall striker Sojo wanted to contest the first drop, but the experienced and accurate Maldini had already anticipated the ball's landing spot and secured his position. He jumped up over Sojo to head the ball back to midfield. Both teams found themselves entangled in a midfield battle. Perugia gained possession but couldn't find a forward passing lane. Seeing that Milan's midfield maestros had cut off all their passing lanes, they had no choice but to adopt the safest method, a backward pass. Meanwhile, Milan's formation quickly advanced with their defense, pushing up to about 10 meters behind the center circle. Both teams could only complete their passes in 2/3 of the pitch, which was an enormous challenge for Perugia's players. Even in their own half, they still couldn't manage more than 3 or 4 passes without encountering danger, resulting in blind long balls forward. Since Kaká joined AC Milan this season, he gradually replaced Rui Costa as the team's starting attacking mid. His stamina and speed were superior to that of the Portuguese player, making Milan's attacking movement significant. AC Milan seemed to treat Perugia's home ground with complete disregard, dominating every corner of the pitch. 10 minutes passed, and Perugia had not posed any threat in Milan's half. On the contrary, Milan had completed two threatening shots through Inzaghi and Shevchenko. As time went on, the Perugia fans in the stands began to get restless. Oh my god, what kind of match is this? How can we be so thoroughly suppressed right from the start? Exactly, even if the opponent is the reigning Champions League champion, it shouldn't be this one-sided, right? It feels like everyone has zero confidence. What is our owner Gauchi thinking? Selling so many key players this season, does he not want to invest in the team? If that's the case, he should withdraw his investment early and let an owner who cares about the team take over to spare everyone the mutual burden and discomfort. What's going on with Cosmi? His previous magic seems to have vanished. He used to have some brilliant ideas, but now it seems he can't come up with. In the live broadcast room of Italy's TV8, supporter Anthony and the two commentators were also engaged in a heated discussion. AC Milan has been so aggressive today, they seem to completely disregard their opponent, as if they want to swallow them whole. Yes, from the lineup the difference is enormous, so it's no wonder Milan looks down on their opponent. In the past 2 seasons Perugia had been quite competitive at home, but I never expected them to fall to such depths this season. Well, ultimately, it's the players who have to play the game. This season Gauchi sold so many key players at once, and didn't bring in any fresh blood with fighting spirit. Even if Cosmi is capable, a clever woman can't cook without rice. It's only been less than 15 minutes, and I can already hear soft boos from the Perugia fans in the stands. At this rate, it seems almost impossible for Perugia to hold out until halftime. Sure enough, as Giannini finished speaking, AC Milan scored. Perugia's right center-back received the ball, but Inzaghi quickly pressed forward, blocking his passing lane to the flank. This center-back, helpless and unwilling to kick another aimless long ball, could only pass to the defensive midfielder. This was the only passing lane he could see. Unfortunately, Kaká had already observed this lane. At the moment the opponent passed the ball, Kaká sprang into action like a cheetah, simultaneously reaching the drop point as the opposing defensive midfielder. Kaká, standing at 186 meters tall, gently nudged the opposing defensive midfielder, using his strength to gain the upper hand, and easily snatched the ball. Oh no, this is Kaká's favorite area to initiate an attack. With Giannini's exclamation, Kaká had already accelerated with the ball. Losing the ball in the defensive midfielder position is already very lethal, let alone that it was Kaká who intercepted it. He took 2 long strides, and his breakthrough speed was fully unleashed. This was pure torment for the 2 Perugia center-backs in front of him. Any attempt to tackle would surely result in Kaká breaking past them. Thus they could only choose to retreat. And this quickly put him within Kaká's shooting range. Kaká glanced up slightly to observe the goalkeeper's positioning, adjusting the ball to a shooting position with the outside of his right foot. Suddenly he lifted his right foot and unleashed a powerful shot. His kicking motion was incredibly fast, striking the ball with precision as he perfectly wrapped his foot around it. With a resounding bang, the ball soared off the ground like an arrow racing toward the opponent's goal. As he was facing the goal, the Perugia goalkeeper could not predict the shooting angle in advance, and could only stand still waiting to judge after Kaká took his shot. However, Kaká's shot was powerful and forceful. Once he struck, there was no time for the goalkeeper to make any judgment. The Perugia goalkeeper made a futile attempt to save, completely unable to touch the ball. With a gentle swish, the ball had already spun inside the net behind him. 1-0, AC Milan leads. P.S. The Kaká that everyone has been eagerly anticipating has finally appeared. For those who love Kaká, please give the author a 5-star rating. The author also gladly accepts any donations. As the soccer ball hit the net, Kaká performed his signature celebration. He ran wildly towards the AC Milan bench, raising his hands high with his index fingers, pointing skyward, murmuring a prayer. "Oh Almighty Lord, I am your devoted child. Thank you for everything you have bestowed upon me. Thank you for granting." It is well known that Kaká is a devout evangelical Christian. His faith in God began at the age of 12, and the swimming accident in September 2000 brought that faith to its peak. At that time, the 18-year-old Kaká had an accident while diving, resulting in a spinal fracture, and doctors believed his professional football career was over. However, miraculously, Kaká announced his recovery just 50 days later. He firmly believed it was God's guidance that restored his health. Since then, Kaká became an absolutely devoted Christian. Every time he scored, he would raise his hands to the sky, offering heartfelt praises to the Almighty Lord he held most sacred in his heart. Meanwhile, his Milan teammates also ran towards Kaká, roaring in celebration. Wow! Victory belongs to Milan. The Rossoneri are invincible. On the bench at the moment the ball crossed the line, Yi Xian and all his teammates jumped up as if propelled by spring. We scored. Yi Xian shouted the loudest. This was his first time witnessing a teammate's goal from the bench up close, and he felt his blood boil instantly. Kaká rushed to the bench, celebrating by high-fiving head coach Ancelotti, the entire coaching staff, and all the teammates sitting on the bench. In the moment Yi Xian high-fived Kaká, he felt himself completely immersed in the match. In stark contrast to the cheers from the Milan camp, the Perugia fans in the stands fell into silence. They were all seasoned fans who had watched matches for years. The early concession of their goal filled them with an ominous premonition. Oh God, we've conceded a goal just 15 minutes in, we won't be witnessing a massacre today, will we? Yes, the gap in strength between the two teams feels too vast. It seems our players have no power to fight back. Power to fight back. I feel like the Perugia players are not in good spirits today. They seem to lack any fighting spirit. Let's see how it unfolds. If they can avoid conceding more goals in the first half, perhaps adjustments at halftime could give them a chance. If they concede again, this match could really turn into a slaughter. In the live broadcast room of Italy's Channel 8, Anthony and two special guests were also discussing Kaká's goal. Wow, what a brilliant goal. Another classic Kaká long-range shot. Giannini unabashedly expressed his favoritism for Kaká. Yes, this kind of long-range shot is powerful and angled perfectly. It's simply torment for the Perugia goalkeeper. Lombardo also shared his insights. This Brazilian lad has fit seamlessly into AC Milan since joining. In less than a month, he pushed Rui Costa to the bench. His strength is terrifying. What's even more outrageous is that Milan acquired Kaká from Sao Paulo for a mere $8.5 million a steal. Exactly. Leonardo played a significant role in this deal. Berlusconi surely needs to give Leonardo a big red envelope for this. After the two guests praised Kaká, Anthony posed a question. Given that Perugia is already trailing early, do you think Milan will continue to press their advantage or slow down the pace of the game? Lombardo spoke up. Perugia is already in a very awkward position. Their players today seem generally unexcited, and it appears they lacked confidence in this match, falling into complete passivity right from the start. Now that they are behind, if they push forward, they could easily be countered by Milan. If they continue to be as passive as before, the home fans surely won't stand for it, will they? Yes, I've noticed some fans have started to boo already. I feel that Perugia's players are more focused on league matters and are not taking this Italian Cup match seriously. Exactly, this match is just the round of 16. Even if Perugia gets through, there are still several tough matches ahead. It's incredibly difficult for them to win the championship. So rather than wasting energy in this tournament, they might as well focus on how to avoid relegation. But even if Perugia doesn't have thoughts of a comeback, can AC Milan let them off the hook? I feel like Milan is extremely motivated today. Haha, I feel the same. It seems Milan doesn't care much about their opponent's attitude. They appear determined to secure a big win. Oh, if that's the case, Perugia's home ground is likely to witness a massacre today. It all depends on whether Perugia can hold on until halftime. If they concede again in the first half, it will be very hard to predict how this match will go. The match resumed. Serie had just kicked off from the center circle, and Milan's two forwards lunged forward like tigers descending from the mountains. Come on, this is Perugia, not Milan. This is the Renato Curri Stadium, not San Siro. Can't you be a bit more? No. Not only Inzaghi and Shevchenko, but the entire Milan team did not relax because they had already scored. Instead, they continued their high-pressing game, as usual. Led by Captain Maldini, the defense moved up about 10 meters behind the center circle, while the midfielders, Seedorf, Pirlo, Kaká, and Gattuso, were actively running and fiercely contesting. In front, the two formidable strikers Inzaghi and Shevchenko were making unpredictable runs, always ready to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. After conceding a goal, Perugia not only failed to respond, but fell back into complete passivity. Their backline struggled to deliver the ball smoothly to the midfield. Under the opponent's high press, they often couldn't make two passes before facing the danger of losing possession. In the end, they could only aimlessly clear the ball with a long kick, leaving their fate to chance. Such a choice had a very low success rate, leaving the two forwards to run around like headless flies. The ball would quickly return to the feet of the Milan players, launching a new wave of attacks. Perugia's goal was always in jeopardy. Watching the stars on the field displaying such serious attitudes, Yi Xian thought of Ancelotti's pre-match instructions: 70 minutes to settle the battle. Haha, these stars are truly creating opportunities for me to play. The big brothers of Milan are all doing great. Come on, Rossoneri, Milan is the best. Seeing the home team play so passively, completely unable to organize any decent offense, the home fans were displeased. Oh God, what kind of terrible football is this? It's already been 25 minutes, and they haven't even had a single shot on goal. If this continues, the opponents will exactly look at how listless they all are. I don't know if the opponents are really strong, or if they just lack ambition. Let me tell you, AC Milan is indeed strong, but our lack of fighting spirit is also true. I feel like their focus is on the league, and they really don't have much thought for this match. That's normal, after all. The league has promotions and relegations, but in cup matches, if you lose, no matter what, you can't win the cup. I just feel that AC Milan is being a bit excessive today. No matter what, this is our home ground, and their relentless attacks are really a bit bullying. Maybe they're thinking about the league match against Roma on Sunday. So they want to settle this match, quickly secure the victory, and then sub in some substitutes to save the starters' stamina. While the fans with a calm mindset could analyze this objectively, the diehard fans in the south stand had no such. Oh God, what kind of garbage football are these guys playing? Even my grandfather could play better than them if he got up from his grave and put on football shoes. I see they have no intention of winning, they're just stalling. Even if the opponent is strong, they shouldn't lack ambition. Like we even qualified for the International Toto Cup last season. Damn it, I see these guys are only thinking about how to avoid relegation and keep their jobs. They haven't even considered the feelings of us fans who came to the match today. At this point the fans in the south stand began to take action. They stopped beating the drums, stopped chanting slogans, and stopped waving their team scarves. Instead there were various shouts and protests. Gauchi fraud. Give us back our Perugia. Kesimi get it. You players are just a bunch of high-paid parasites. Mercenaries. Mercenaries. The south stand was in chaos. To be honest, the players of Perugia certainly did not dare to hope for a win in this match considering AC Milan's strength. However, they never expected the opponent to be so fierce away from home, and they certainly did not anticipate that the home fans would begin to turn against them before even half an hour had passed. The shouts and boos from the south stand quickly spread to all stands, and the Renato Curri Stadium was filled with boos. At this moment, AC Milan scored again. Milan gained possession in the midfield with Pirlo controlling the ball, lifting his head to observe the movements of his teammates ahead. Shevchenko made a cutin from the right flank, signaling to Pirlo. Kaká surged down the middle at high speed, heading straight for the opponent's penalty area. Inzaghi originally intended to push forward through the center, but upon seeing Kaká's movement suddenly, made a lateral run to the left, instantly drawing away one of the opponent's center backs. Pirlo understood immediately. His eyes seemed to be looking in Shevchenko's direction as he swung his right leg, seemingly aiming to deliver a long pass to Shiva's side, targeting the space behind the opponent's defense. However, unexpectedly at the moment his foot touched the ball, his ankle twitched, and using the inside of his foot, he suddenly delivered a ground pass. This surgical-like direct pass was not only bizarre and variable, but also extremely concealed, catching the opponent's midfield defense completely off guard. By the time they realized the situation was grim, Kaká had already received the pass, and was charging forward at high speed. Here he comes. This is the starting point of one of Kaká's series of long-range shots. The two center-backs of Perugia did not dare to slack off, quickly collapsing towards the center, while simultaneously pressing forward, trying to block Kaká's angle for a breakthrough shot. Meanwhile, Perugia's defensive midfielder was desperately chasing back, attempting to disrupt Kaká's ball control. Kaká took only 2 steps forward with the ball, before suddenly unleashing a shot. Oh god, from this position, there's still about 30 meters to the goal. Is he really going to shoot? While the Perugia players were in a state of panic, they suddenly realized something was off. Kaká wasn't shooting, he was passing. He made a powerful shooting motion, but in reality, it was a fake shot that turned into a pass. Like Pirlo, at the moment his right foot made contact with the ball, he suddenly reduced power, and with a twist of his ankle sent the ball to Inzaghi, who was circling in from the left side towards the opponent's penalty area. Inzaghi had previously moved from the center to the flank. Noticing that Kaká's advance drew the opponent's right center-back into the middle, he suddenly activated and curved back into the center, carefully watching the positioning of the two opposing center-backs to avoid falling into an offside trap. Kaká also understood using a fake shot to discreetly pass the ball to Inzaghi. The ball arrived just as Inzaghi was already receiving it 1 meter inside the penalty area. He did not stop the ball, but instead aimed at the positioning of the opponent's goalkeeper, directly flicking a shot with the inside of his right foot. The ball drew a beautiful arc, soaring over the astonished goalkeeper and flying into the back corner of the net. 2-0. As the saying goes, Inzaghi is known for his exceptional handling of the ball, superb with 1 touch average, with 2 touches, and subpar with 3 touches, truly deserving of his reputation. Wow. After scoring, Inzaghi performed his signature move, arms spread wide in front of him, wildly swaying his black hair, flowing with the movement of his head. He sprinted towards the bench to celebrate frantically. This is Inzaghi, a man who goes crazy for scoring. Whether it's a goal in the Champions League final, a league goal, or a goal in the Italian Cup, Inzaghi is always full. Wow, Inzaghi scored. Seeing Inzaghi score, Yixian instantly jumped up from the bench. Being able to observe Inzaghi's ghostly runs up close in real combat is truly invaluable for a young. Inzaghi celebrated passionately with everyone on the bench, and when he reached Yixian, he specially patted the back of his head gently, as if to say, "Kid, your brother, is your brother right?" Yixian rubbed his head in a daze for a while. "You're not my brother, you're my 9th elder." After losing the second goal, the fans in the stands were utterly outraged. Damn, this is really shameless, isn't it? This is Renato Curri, our home ground. How can they say they have the home advantage after playing like this? Look at them, each one as lifeless as the next, showing no fighting spirit at all. Is this still the Perugia we know? If I had known they would perform like this, I shouldn't have spent money to watch the game live. On such a cold day, wouldn't it be better to stay home and play games with my girlfriend? Dissent in the south stands quickly spread throughout the stadium, with boos and curses echoing across Renato Curri Stadium. The Perugia players could no longer hold their heads high. Damn it, you AC Milan are really taking it too far. We know you are strong and filled with stars, aiming for the treble. But this is our territory. Your ruthless attacks without mercy are a bit too much, aren't they? Letting us embarrass ourselves right under our fans' noses is quite a bully move. Their anger surged, and their fighting spirit was ignited. When skill fails, rely on strength. After the match resumed, Perugia's team suddenly elevated their enthusiasm several notches, and their tackling became more vigorous. In a match where a weaker team faces a stronger one, it's all about heightened fighting spirit, more vigorous running, and fierce confrontations. If skill and teamwork can't match the opponents, what else can be done if we don't use tough physical confrontations to suppress them? 2 minutes later, AC Milan received the ball on the left flank. Seedorf dribbled and feigned a breakthrough along the sideline, suddenly driving into the center. The opposing right midfielder Piano was shaken off by Seedorf, but he didn't give up easily and desperately chased from behind. His left hand rested on Seedorf's shoulder, trying to latch on to stop Seedorf's advance. However, the Dutchman was strong and skillful, and Piano's attempts to pull him back were futile. In desperation, Piano swept Seedorf's legs from behind, finally bringing him down to the ground. The referee's whistle blew foul. The Milan players rushed in and surrounded the referee. "Hey ref, that's a serious foul, at least a yellow card." His foul was dangerous and malicious, a card must be shown. If he breaks through, it would create a situation of overloading. This is a tactical foul, you can't ignore a yellow card warning. The Perugia players also rushed to the scene, mocking the Milan players' complaints. "Come on, that was just a normal foul, not enough to warrant a card. When did you learn to act like a bunch of wimps falling down at the slightest touch? If you can't handle this level of physical confrontation, maybe you should just stop playing football, let alone being European champions. How embarrassing." The fans in the stands suddenly became noisy. "Haha, that's more like it, it should have been played this way. Those Milan brats think they're so skilled, tackle them, hit them, let's see if they get scared. Go Perugia, play just like this. If we can make them afraid to take the ball, our chances will come. Seedorf, get up quickly, don't lie there like a wimp, there's nothing to see here." The previous boos and curses turned into applause and cheers, and the drums of war that had been silent for a long time began to beat again. Haha, it seems Perugia's morale has been revived. In the studio of Italy's Channel 8, host Anthony "Yes, this is the momentum a home team should have. Although it seems a bit late, as a home team, they must assert their identity in such a manner, otherwise it would indeed be a bit embarrassing." Lombardo added, "Indeed, Perugia had previously been too courteous to Milan, giving their stars too much space to pass and receive the ball, making it far too easy for them. Once they are allowed to control the game easily, it becomes too simple for those star players of Milan." Giannini also shared his thoughts. "Do you think the game will turn because of this?" Anthony asked. "It's hard to say. We need to observe for a while." Giannini replied, "I predict that Milan's strategy in this match is to strike quickly and decisively, and they definitely do not want any injuries in this game. After all, they have a tough battle against Roma in the league 3 days later, and the Champions League is about to resume. Therefore, once the intensity of Perugia's physical confrontations rises, Milan may hold back a bit. Yes, when a weaker team faces a stronger one, using aggressive actions to counter the opponent's technical advantages is a common tactic." Lombardo also analyzed. Previously, Perugia seemed disinterested, but conceding 2 goals made them a bit embarrassed. Now they have sent a signal to raise the intensity of the match, and it all depends on how Milan will respond. However, the initiative of the match is undoubtedly still in Milan's hands, as they are 2 goals ahead. They can speed up or slow down at will. Their advantage is very clear. It's all about how they choose to play. The referee on the field calmed the situation with a yellow card. After receiving the card, Piano was still a bit relentless, waving his arms at Seedorf, seemingly saying, "You are such..." The match continued. Milan earned a free kick on the left side of the front field. Besides Inzaghi and Shevchenko, who entered the opponent's penalty area, defenders Maldini and Nesta also came to contest for headers in front of Perugia's goal. Kaká, Seedorf, Gattuso, and others surrounded the perimeter, while the rest guarded against the opponent's quick counterattack. Pirlo sent the ball into the opponent's penalty area, targeting the center. Nesta and the opposing defender jumped simultaneously to contest the header, but the ball was eventually seized by the opponent, who cleared it from the penalty area. Jose Maria gained possession on the perimeter, quickly dribbling along the left flank. Gattuso turned back to chase, racing against the opponent. Meanwhile, Milan's right back Simic blocked Jose Maria's path, retreating while trying to delay the opponent's breakthrough speed, waiting for teammates to return. However, Jose Maria's dribbling speed was extremely fast, and with lateral changes in direction, he made it difficult for Simic to position himself, while Gattuso behind was unable to get in front of him. At the same time, several attacking points for Perugia surged forward at full speed, forming a situation of 4 players converging in an instant. This level of intensity and determination in their counterattack had never been seen before. Charge! The fans in the stands instantly became excited. They all knew that the current counterattack situation was a rare opportunity. Simic also saw the danger. He could not retreat any further. If he did, he would be too close to his own penalty area, which would be dangerous. He seized the moment, stepped out, and tackled both player and ball. The ball was kicked away by him, while Jose Maria was also brought down to the ground. "Jose Maria, I won't let you pass." The referee blew the whistle sharply. West Mickey committed a foul. The players of Perugia were extremely agitated and quickly rushed towards the main referee. "Referee, this is a tactical foul obstructing our clear opportunity to score. It should be a red card. This foul is far more serious than the previous one. We only received a yellow card, then this time, it must be a red card. West Mickey couldn't have possibly gotten the ball. He clearly went for the player. This has to be a red card." Several Perugia players surrounded the referee demanding an explanation, each one emotionally charged, seemingly believing that if the referee did not issue a red card to West Mickey, public outrage would be unavoidable. The fans of Perugia in the stands also joined in the commotion. Malicious foul, clearly a red card. Referee, you can't favor Milan. Referee, a red card, there's no doubt about it. You must enforce the law fairly. Red card, red card, red card. This shout initially came from the scattered voices in the south stand, but quickly spread throughout the entire stadium. They were applying pressure on the referee. This is the manifestation of home field advantage. These fans are very knowledgeable, fully aware of when and how to maximize their support for their team. The players of Milan were not idle either. Led by Captain Maldini, several key players quickly appeared beside Nesta, Gattuso, Seedorf, and Pirlo were among them, with the culprit West Mickey also present. Alright, you should be quiet, don't think about influencing the referee's judgment. This was just a normal foul, it had nothing to do with a malicious foul. This is not a clear opportunity to score. Do you think Maldini and I are just standing back there doing nothing? Maldini mocked sarcastically, standing in the crowd like a crane among chickens, arguing fiercely with the players of Perugia. Though Gattuso did not speak, his eyes widened with fierce determination, scanning the Perugia players surrounding the referee with an intimidating glare. Gattuso always gave the impression of being blunt and not good with words. But why use words when you can resolve things? Nesta stood quietly among the crowd as well. With Maldini here to mediate, he didn't need to say anything. However, he wore a mischievous grin, as if he found the scene before him quite amusing. Being handsome is an asset. His mischievous smile, filled with sarcasm, somehow made him endearing. Guys, don't stoke the fire, it's useless. From my experience of winning the Champions League with 3 teams, I can assure you that this foul is at most a yellow card. It will never be a red card. Everyone disperse. Seedorf, with the demeanor of an experienced veteran, expressed his professional opinion, seemingly ready to put this controversial foul to rest. With his hands behind his back like a coach, he was only 27 years old at this time. However, he had won the Champions League 3 times in 1995, 1998, and 2003. Most importantly, these 3 victories were with Ajax, Real Madrid, and AC Milan. Such credentials made it perfectly reasonable for him to act with authority on the field. The referee blew his whistle several times urgently and used body language to signal both teams to disperse quickly, insisting that his decisions were firm. He was seen reaching into his back pocket, clearly about to issue a card. Was it yellow or red? At that moment, both on the field and in the stands, tension was palpable. Milan's number 14, yellow card. As the main referee pulled out a yellow card from his pocket, a sigh of relief escaped the Milan camp, while the players of Perugia were somewhat dissatisfied. In the stands, the fans from the south stand led a chorus of harsh boos, which quickly spread throughout the stadium. Clearly, they were expressing their discontent with the referee in this manner, applying pressure. Hey guys, stay focused, don't let up. The first half isn't over yet. We need to keep attacking and suppress their counter. Maldini clapped his hands vigorously, loudly reminding his teammates. Indeed, if there was one shortcoming in this Milan team, it was that sometimes their style of play was overly elegant, lacking in aggression. There are too many technical players in the team disdainful of using brute force to charge recklessly, which sometimes leads to moments of disconnection. Maldini's reminder was indeed timely. Perugia earned a free kick on their left flank. Milan retreated completely, with 7 players standing in the penalty area to defend. Maldini's reminder had awakened everyone. It was far from time to relax. All of Perugia's tall players rushed into Milan's penalty area to contest for headers. For them, creating scoring opportunities in open play is incredibly difficult, so scoring from set pieces is This is also a common tactic used by weaker teams against stronger opponents. Perugia took the free kick. The ball soared into Milan's penalty area, heading straight for the back post. Neither Nesta at the front post nor Maldini in the center managed to reach the ball, but the attentive Colazza at the back post stayed focused, outjumping the opposing players to head the ball out of the penalty area. At the edge of the penalty area, Seedorf was positioned outside, and the ball fell perfectly within his control range. He rushed to intercept it, preparing to stop the ball. Meanwhile, Perugia's players quickly approached from behind him, ready to foul him. Without hesitation the moment he turned to control the ball. Unexpectedly, Seedorf seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. He had anticipated the opponent's rush, so he merely feigned a move to control the ball, without actually touching it, instead turning sharply to the right. The ball hit the ground and bounced just over the heads of the Perugia players. As the ball came down again, Seedorf had already circled behind the opposing players, gaining control of the ball and charging forward. With his deft footwork, he split the defenders, effortlessly proving he was indeed a master. At that moment, most of Perugia's players were still in Milan's penalty area and had not yet turned around, while Seedorf faced an open field ahead. Meanwhile, Inzaghi, Shevchenko, and Kaká had launched their assault, advancing from the left center and right towards Perugia's half. Woo! The stands erupted in gasps of astonishment. These knowledgeable fans had already sensed the impending danger. A strong team was countering a weak team, and it was a 3-on-2 situation. This scenario could be summed up in 3 words: it's over. Seedorf charged forward with the ball, and ahead of him were 3 major attacking threats fanned out. At this moment, most of Perugia's players were still chasing back from Milan's penalty area, including their two center-backs. The three players remaining in their half fighting a retreat were two fullbacks and a defensive midfielder. They turned sideways hoping to delay Milan's counterattack as much as possible, allowing their teammates to rush back for support. But how could Milan's four key attackers give them such an opportunity? Seedorf suddenly drove the ball through the center, while Kaká surged forward on the left, crossing paths with him, directly drawing away the Perugia defender originally marking him. Inzaghi, already attracting one defender on the left, now had Kaká bringing another, leaving the central defense of Perugia wide open. Shevchenko understood the situation and suddenly made a lightning-fast cut into the center from the right. Seedorf, on the same wavelength, pushed a perfectly weighted through ball with the arch of his right foot, sending it right to Shiva. Didn't even need to stop the ball, not even needing to adjust his running speed or rhythm. He simply continued running, and the ball was already in the perfect position and angle for him to shoot. This is Seedorf's brilliance. Most people only remember his stunning long-range shots, and his left and right feet are almost indistinguishable. They remember his versatility, as he can play nearly any position in the midfield, truly a jack-of-all trades. They remember his exceptional football intelligence and strong physique, as well as his superior insight and leadership on the field, almost equivalent to that of a coach. However, aside from his long shots, it seems that every one of his skills is very average, with no glaring weaknesses, but also no absolutely outstanding abilities. In fact, his passing and organizing ability is not inferior to teammates like Pirlo and Rui Costa. It's just that he usually plays as a left winger and doesn't occupy the center position, so his organizing ability is often overlooked. And he doesn't mind letting his teammates steal the spotlight. Looking at his performances as an attacking midfielder, he truly plays exceptionally well in the number 10 position. Shevchenko found himself in his comfortable shooting zone. He looked up at the Perugia goalkeeper, who by now wore a look of despair. In just under a minute into the game, Shiva had already given him a chance. Would he show mercy this time? The answer is no. Shevchenko drew back his right leg, preparing for a powerful strike towards the back post. But just as the Perugia goalkeeper shifted his weight towards the back post, Shevchenko suddenly eased up when he touched the ball with his right foot, opening his body outward to change the angle, twisting his ankle. He unexpectedly chose to push the ball into the near post with the inside of his foot. With the lightest touch, the Perugia goalkeeper found it impossible to readjust his weight in time. The ball slowly rolled past his left side and into the net, leaving him only to watch in despair. 3-0. AC Milan had completely secured victory. As Shevchenko pierced through Perugia's goal for the third time, the Renato Curri Stadium instantly fell into a deep silence. The diehard fans in the south stand fell silent, and the other fans in the stadium also ceased their clamor. 0-3. Perugia is undoubtedly hopeless now. The players of Perugia also fell silent at once. Most of the players who were desperately chasing back stopped in their tracks upon seeing Shiva score. They looked as dispirited as deflated balls. The spirit they had moments ago when surrounding the referee vanished. For them, it wasn't just the goal that brought despair, but the visible gap in strength between the two sides. They had just found some spirit and launched a somewhat effective counterattack, which even forced Milan's Simic to stop one of their attacks at the cost of a yellow card. However, this attack not only failed to bear fruit, instead it allowed the opponents to capitalize on the opportunity and launch a rapid counterattack, quickly widening the score gap. AC Milan has already mastered the ability to play fast when they want and slow when they choose. At least from the current situation, the two sides are clearly not on the same level. In the studio of Italy's TV8, Anthony and the two commentators also sighed in unison. It's over. Perugia really has no chance this time. They had just shown some momentum, but unexpectedly Milan suppressed them so quickly, Anthony remarked. Yes, Perugia had been listless before, lacking any fighting spirit. They just lifted their spirits with a counterattack, but unexpectedly they quickly allowed Milan to counterattack. With 3 goals behind before the first half is over, there's no point in playing anymore, Giannini said. Indeed, Milan's ball control ability is too strong. They usually press the opponents high, and the opponents are all figuring out how to launch counterattacks against them. Unexpectedly, once they are countered, it turns out to be so lethal. Now Perugia's recently revived spirit will likely be extinguished in an instant. Look, when Simic received the yellow card just now, Perugia's fans were still cheering, but now they're all silent. I guess they themselves feel there's no hope for this match. Anthony sighed. Indeed, in stark contrast to the celebrating Milan players, Perugia's players are dejected and lifeless. One by one they walked with their heads down towards their half to prepare for the kickoff, their body language fully conveying that the fans in the stands are equally low in spirits, seemingly already anticipating a terrifying slaughter today. The match restarts. This time the players of Perugia are completely different from when they conceded the second goal. They were ignited with fighting spirit, then, as if the whole team was eager to wrestle with Milan. But this time they seem to have been thoroughly demoralized by Shevchenko's goal. After the match began, they merely passed the ball back and forth in their half, not daring to make any threatening forward passes. After Milan's fast and brutal counter, they are already a bit scared. And the Milan players are not relentless either. They stand very solidly in their defensive positions, giving no openings to the opponents. Just as Giannini said, today's Milan truly exhibits the strength and capability to play fast when they want and slow when they wish. Seeing his team still helpless in a large deficit, even lacking the courage to go all out, Cosmi, known for his clever tactics, began to feel a bit uneasy on the sidelines. He grasped his bald head tightly, as if trying to squeeze out some useful tactics. However, he truly couldn't think of any useful tactics with the players on the field. He instinctively turned to glance at the bench behind him. Oh God, the substitutes sitting on the bench are even less useful than those on the field. He then shifted his gaze to the AC Milan bench not far away. Costacuta, Redondo, Ambrosini, Rui Costa. Damn, they're all legends. And there's also Matri, a young talent that Milan is heavily nurturing. Oh, and there's a young player with yellow skin and black hair, whose name I can't recall. Never mind, the first few are already impressive enough. Why is it that Milan's team is so strong? As a coach, why can Ancelotti keep such powerful players on the bench? Why is luck so favorable to him? Just as Cosmi was in deep distress, the referee blew the whistle to signal the end of the first half. At the moment, the whistle blew, Perugia's players, as if granted clemency, dashed towards the player tunnel. Meanwhile, the Renato Curri Stadium erupted into a chorus of harsh boos. In AC Milan's away dressing room, there was laughter and joy, the atmosphere very relaxed. Everyone played very well. We've fully executed the various tactics we devised before the match. In the second half, just continue to play according to our set tactics. Remember, don't get injured. Ancelotti's halftime comments were very simple, just a few short sentences, leaving the rest of the time for the players to communicate among themselves. He has always been like this. If the team plays very smoothly in the first half, just like today with a commanding lead, he tends to intervene very little during halftime. Not meddling is one of Ancelotti's coaching trademarks. However, Yixian felt a bit disappointed. Boss, if the starting players can secure the victory, let me and Matri have a go. It's already 3-0, isn't that considered but upon reflection, it seems reasonable. Ancelotti's coaching style is generally conservative. He doesn't like to take risks, avoid rotation, and doesn't prefer using young players. Moreover, the match has just played half. And if he truly gives himself half a match of playing time, that would be a bit too much. After all, he had just played a match representing Milan's reserve team and had only trained with the first team for a week. In this case, to give himself 45 minutes on the field, not to mention the conservative Ancelotti, any coach would probably not dare to do so. It seems I can only hope that my older brothers will continue to strive in the second half and expand the lead. Oh, how come I haven't seen Redondo in the dressing room? Just then, as the second half start time arrived, when Yixian walked out of the dressing room with everyone, he was surprised to see Redondo already standing on the sidelines. And the fourth official has already raised the substitution board. AC Milan's no. 5 Redondo is on no. 21 Pirlo is off. Wow, who said Ancelotti is conservative? Isn't this already a substitution at the beginning of the second half? Seeing Lei Dongduo already standing in the substitution area before the second half began, Yixian suddenly understood. No wonder Lei Dongduo had not been in the locker room during the entire halftime. It turned out he had been warming up for those 15 minutes. It seems Ancelotti was already confident in the first half, which is why he began devising the substitution strategy for the second half during the halftime break. Oh my God, Milan has made personnel adjustments after halftime. This is quite rare in Ancelotti's previous match. Indeed, in the past, whether coaching Parma or Juventus, Ancelotti faced criticism for his indecision in commanding on the field and hesitating in personnel adjustments. When the team was in a dominant position, he hesitated to make reasonable adjustments, resulting in key players not receiving effective rotations and rest, leading to a collapse at the end of the season. This has happened multiple times in the teams he has coached. That's why I said today he is surprisingly breaking his usual pattern by making immediate personnel adjustments after halftime, especially in such a crucial position as defensive midfielder. It seems he is confident about today's match. Yes, but just look at the player he brought on. It's hard not to envy Milan's depth on the bench. That's right, Lei Dongduo is one of my most admired organizing midfielders. By the way, Giannini, I remember when Milan first signed Lei Dongduo 2 years ago, you were so excited that you wrote an article in your column believing he would usher in a glorious chapter for Milan. Yes, I was truly thrilled at that time. After all, his performance at Real Madrid was evident. Who would have thought that during his first training session with Milan he suffered a severe injury and it kept him out for 2 years? What a pity. In the midst of the conversation, the second half of the match officially began. AC Milan kicked off to start the second half. After Inzaghi kicked off, Shevchenko passed the ball back to the defensive midfielder Lei Dongduo, and then the two forwards pressed forward into the opponent's half. Lei Dongduo held the ball calmly, controlling it at his feet. As he saw the opposing forward pressuring him, he feigned a move to evade the opponent's pressure, and then smoothly distributed the ball to the weak side. Although both are masterful organizing midfielders, Lei Dongduo's style of play is entirely different from Pirlo's. Pirlo has a broad vision and accurate long passes. He orchestrates the game primarily by relying on his long passes around the midfield and rarely ventures into high positions. Even when he does push forward, it's limited as he primarily strategizes around the midfield line. In contrast, Lei Dongduo's style is completely different. He primarily controls the game through his ball control and dribbling. His footwork skills are on par with any number 10 player, and his strong physique and exceptional ball protection ability allow him to easily handle the opponent's pressure. He drives the game with his ball control and dribbling, using himself as the axis to connect the entire attacking line, forming a collective force that maximizes the team's attacking power. This is his specialty. Unlike Pirlo, who always stands near the midfield line to control the game, Le Duo often runs all over the... When organizing an attack, he can pressure the opponent's baseline, and when defending, he can also track back to his own baseline, making him a true box-to-box player. On April 19, 2000, at Old Trafford in the second leg of the Champions League quarterfinals, wearing Real Madrid's number 6 jersey, and with the captain's armband on his left arm, Le Duo penetrated Manchester United's number 21 Henningberg with a back heel in the 52nd minute. He then horizontally passed the ball to his teammate Raul before the ball rolled out of play, helping Raul score with a simple shot into an empty net. No one could imagine that a defensive midfielder could exhibit characteristics of a winger, and that is precisely Le Duo's hallmark. With Le Duo orchestrating the play through ball control, AC Milan's offense and defense presented a completely different state compared to when Pirlo was on the field. Pirlo's orchestration primarily revolves around wide long passes, making the attack more direct and quicker, but involving relatively fewer players in the offense. In contrast, Le Duo's orchestration focuses on short penetrating passes with himself as the pivot, making the attacking methods more complex and involving more teammates. Cosmi clearly did not give the Perugia players much pep talk during halftime. The score was already like this, and the gap in strength between the two sides was evident. Rather than making a fuss in such a meaningless match, exhausting the players mentally and physically only to end in defeat, it would be better to focus on how to avoid relegation this season. Therefore, after the second half began, the Perugia players still did not show much fighting spirit. They did not apply high pressure on Milan's ball possession in their half, and only pressed closely when Milan entered their half. This relatively relaxed state of the match further facilitated Le Duo's organization of the attack. He easily controlled the ball, weaving back and forth across the midfield. No matter which side of the pitch he ran to, his teammates on that side would be completely activated by him, all participating in the team's attack. At the same time, he would not neglect to observe the positioning of his teammates on the weak side. Once he spotted a golden attacking opportunity, he would use a medium to long pass for wide-ranging distribution. This new organizational model left the Perugia players feeling unaccustomed, unable to match up, and the scene appeared extremely passive. After finally obtaining a few counterattack opportunities, they were astonished to discover that the nearly 34-year-old Argentine veteran Le Duo was an insurmountable midfield fortress. Unlike Pirlo's slender physique and weaker physicality, Le Duo is strong and has excellent strength in duels. Although he is no longer the young white-clad boy from the Bernabeu, 2 years of injuries have certainly diminished his capabilities. However, his football intelligence, insight, and ability to anticipate the situation on the pitch have become even. Every time Perugia attempted to initiate a counterattack, he would appear in the most critical position at the first moment to intercept their most direct and rapid counterattack route. Moreover, due to his exceptional unknown defending skills, Gattuso on the right side does not have to be as cautious as he does when protecting Pirlo, allowing him more freedom. Thus, Milan's right side posed an even greater attacking threat than in the first half. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Milan, under Le Duo's midfield orchestration, played with vigor, maintaining their advantage on the pitch without any lessening of intensity and appearing even more relaxed. Yi Xian sat on the substitute bench, utterly captivated. The perfect embodiment of a classical defensive midfielder, truly living up to his reputation. Even though he has aged, he still radiates dazzling brilliance. Lost in his thoughts, assistant coach Tassadi suddenly approached him. Matri Yi Xian, start warming up. Note: recently AC Milan's form has been poor, having lost the derby, leading to some complaints from the fans. The Rossoneri must be feeling down. However, can we still expect much from such investment? What if we get relegated again? We've survived 2 relegations already, oh what's there to fear? Go for it, Milan. Huh. Upon hearing Tassadi instruct him to warm up, Yi Xian was instantly bewildered. To be asked to warm up so early clearly indicated a significant opportunity to take the field. This moment was originally what he had longed for, but did it really appear so easily? He found himself somewhat uncertain. Enjoying the performance of the master teammates from the bench is quite the experience too. What do you mean? The coach is letting us warm up, which means there's a chance to play. Next to him, Matri nudged Yi Xian with his elbow, pulling him up from the bench. Beside them, Rui Costa and Ambrosini turned to glance at the 2 young players, their eyes filled with anticipation. The 2 youngsters were stretching, jogging, and sprinting in the warm-up area, busy and excited. They did not attract the attention of the Perugia fans present. These fans were already at their wits' end with the situation on the field, leaving no time to notice the 2 young players. However, the warm-up of these 2 was captured by the cameras of Italy's Channel 8. These photographers were seasoned professional football photographers, and apart from the unfolding situation on the field, they keenly observed the expressions of the coaches, the reactions of the fans, and any changes on the bench. Seeing 2 players stand up from the Milan bench to warm up, their cameras quickly followed suit. Upon seeing the broadcast footage, the host in the studio and the two special guests suddenly lost their composure. Oh my god, who is that young man warming up with Matri? Is it the one called? Never mind, it doesn't matter what he's called, is he the young man from the Dragon Kingdom? It must be him. His name is Yi Xian. Milan only has him as the sole Asian player, who else could it be? Goodness, what is Ancelotti thinking? Is he planning to let him play? To let a player from the Dragon Kingdom who just joined the first team less than a week ago step onto the field in the quarterfinals of the Coppa Italia? I never expected that this match, which seemed to lack any highlights, would actually have so many eye-catching moments. Well, let's wait and see what kind of performance Ancelotti and this player from the Dragon Kingdom can put on. Just then the situation on the field changed again. One could see Redondo controlling the ball in the center after completing two quick passing combinations with Kaká. He advanced with the ball along the left flank. Being a left-footed player, he had the ability to cover the entire width of the field based on the dynamics of the game, but he preferred advancing along the left side. Seedorf pulled away his marker to create space, while Inzaghi made a lateral run from the left side to the center, drawing away the center-back assigned to him, opening up a large area for Redondo. The understanding between masters is truly remarkable. Redondo advanced directly towards the opponent's penalty area, engaging in a fierce physical battle with the opposing defensive midfielder while keeping an eye on the movements of his teammates. He made a feint to continue his advance, suddenly using his left foot to deliver a half-high diagonal pass, sending the ball towards the back post of the Perugia penalty area. The opposing defenders were all captivated by Redondo's dribble and Inzaghi's run. None noticed that Shevchenko had already positioned himself at the back post. At the moment Redondo passed the ball, Shevchenko seemed to have a telepathic connection, having already made his run from the back post, darting into the gap between the left back Grosso and the left center back. Truly still as a virgin and swift as a hare. His movement was so rapid and his positioning so decisive that the Perugia defenders hardly had time to react. As he arrived at the ball, just as he secured his position, Redondo's pass was delivered. One could see the Ukrainian nuclear warhead leap high, powerfully heading the ball into the opponent's goal. The Perugia goalkeeper had no option but to pay homage to the goal. 4-0. AC Milan once again extended their lead on the road. In the stands of the Renato Curri Stadium, the fans who had been numb suddenly felt re-stimulated and began to stir. Oh my, this is just shameless, isn't it? 0-4, don't you feel ashamed with this score? There's still about half an hour left in the match. At this rate we'll continue to concede goals. Fine, let's continue conceding goals and see how shameless these guys can be. Let's see if we can concede double digits. Shoo! The entire stadium erupted in deafening boos. Milan score one more, Milan score one more. Many fans even began to cheer for AC Milan. The players of Perugia were nearly green with anger. Damn it, are you really booing us like this? Do you think we aren't trying our best? The gap in strength is too great, we genuinely can't compete. Just at that moment Ancelotti added salt to their wounds. He waved to Tassadi not far away. Tassadi understood. Hey, you two, come back, change your clothes, and prepare to go on. He quickly handed the substitution list to the fourth official. Number 43 Matri came on, while number 9 Inzaghi went off. Number 83 Yi Xian came on, while number 8 Gattuso went off. Since Yi Xian was born in 1983, he chose number 83 for his Milan first-team jersey instead of number 75 from the reserve team. What? Ancelotti can't be serious, can he? He actually let that player from the Dragon Kingdom come on. And he's giving him nearly half an hour of playtime. Exactly. Matri replacing Inzaghi makes some sense. After all, they have a league match against Roma in 4 days, so it makes sense for Inzaghi to conserve energy at this time. As for Gattuso, I heard he just recovered from injury, and now that they have it in the bag it makes sense not to burden him too much. But they still have Ambrosini on the bench. Substituting him for Gattuso would be a direct positional swap. Oh, why would they think of putting in a player from the Dragon Kingdom instead? And he's so young. Oh my god, what is Ancelotti thinking? Is he trying to humiliate Perugia by doing this? Look, I have stars like Rui Costa and Ambrosini on the bench, yet I'm putting in 2 young players, one of whom is from the Dragon Kingdom. Is he really thinking that even so I can still beat you? Is that what he's thinking? No way. Ancelotti has always been low-key, he shouldn't have such thoughts. Matri is fine, we know he's always been a key player in Milan's youth training. But this player from the Dragon Kingdom, could he really have some extraordinary qualities? I can't figure it out, it's truly perplexing. We can only wait and see. In the studio of Italy's Channel 8, Ugianini and the others were completely bewildered. Gattuso was very close to the sidelines and quickly ran towards the sideline upon seeing the substitution board raised by the fourth official. Hey kid, give it your all. If it weren't for my recent recovery from injury, I wouldn't have been substituted so early. You must seize this rare opportunity, he said while making playful gestures towards Yi Xian, clearly in a good mood. This guy looked fierce and intimidating, and due to his position on the field his style of play appeared very rugged. However, those familiar with him knew that he was actually a very kind and lively young man off the field. Inzaghi also approached the sidelines. He exchanged a high five with Matri and smilingly said, "Perform well and aim for a goal. And don't be nervous, just showcase the skills you've trained in these past few days." He then looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian felt a wave of emotion. Inzaghi and Gattuso were not only the absolute heroes of the team that won last year's Champions League, but also in their prime. Seeing the new player wanting to step into the spotlight, they not only showed no jealousy, but also encouraged him and alleviated his pressure. With such magnanimity, they truly deserved their status as pillars of Milan. Matri substituted for Inzaghi and immediately took a position slightly to the left of the two strikers partnering. Yi Xian was primarily a left-footed player, usually training as a left winger. However, today Ancelotti had him swap positions with Gattuso, placing him as a right winger. Before he entered the field, Ancelotti specifically approached him to offer some advice. Playing on the right is to utilize your left foot's cutting ability and long-range shooting capabilities. I've seen you train, and you have a powerful long shot. If you find the opportunity, don't hesitate to try and don't worry about mistakes. With Redondo's strong, unknown defense and positioning ability combined with your backup from Simic, you don't have to worry about leaving gaps behind you. Move more, support more, and touch the ball more. With more opportunities to touch the ball, you will adapt and not feel nervous. Yi Xian nodded repeatedly in response. The match resumed. Perugia kicked off from the center circle after conceding the fourth goal. Once the ball returned to their half, the center back sent a long ball to the front targeting Simic. Simic outjumped Perugia's tall striker and headed the ball back to the midfield. Redondo contested for the drop ball with an opposing player, and after a brief tussle the ball rolled towards Yi Xian's area. Just as he was about to stop the ball, he suddenly caught sight of a Perugia player rapidly charging towards him, namely Perugia's left winger Maria. Yi Xian didn't dare to stop the ball or attempt a forward pass. Instead, he quickly changed his mind and chose the safest option, using the instep to return the ball securely to the waiting Nesta behind him. Representing AC Milan's first team for the first time, the first touch. Not making a mistake was his highest. However, after he passed the ball back, he noticed that Maria had no intention of withdrawing. He was still charging. Yi Xian had clearly passed the ball first, yet the opposing player with no chance of intercepting still extended his right foot to challenge for the ball. Yi Xian was startled and quickly tried to jump to avoid Maria's charge. Unfortunately, the opponent's foot had already arrived. Even though Maria had reduced most of his force at the last moment, his right leg still collided heavily with Yi Xian's leg. Yi Xian soared into the air with no leverage to brace himself, letting out a pained cry as he was sent tumbling to the ground. Maria was a key player for Perugia last season, qualifying for the International Toto Cup. This season the team sold most of its main players, leaving only him and Grosso still holding the fort. Watching the team's performance deteriorate, his own play had already been quite unsatisfactory. To make matters worse, today they faced such a painful defeat at home, and the home fans were jeering at them, leaving him feeling a turmoil of emotions. Now seeing Milan field such a young player from the Dragon Kingdom, he felt even more insulted. Therefore he aimed to give Yi Xian a taste of his authority the moment Yi Xian touched the ball for the first time. Although he had eased off at the last moment, his momentum still caused Yi Xian to roll on the ground twice. "Hey kid, are you..." Seeing Yi Xian knock down the opponent right away, nearby Maldini was the first to protest. "Is such a big tackle meant to injure someone or break their leg? If you have the guts, come at me, don't bully the kids." Maldini glared as he ran towards Maria. Nesta and Redondo quickly joined him at the scene. Nesta was always the first to charge into such conflicts, while Redondo was famously known for being tough, whether at Real Madrid or the Argentine national team. Gattuso had just taken his seat on the bench when he saw this scene, and jumped up like a spring ready to fight, lamenting that Ancelotti had substituted him too early. The players from both sides quickly surrounded each other, while Matri hurried to check on Yi Xian's injury. "Are you okay, Yi Xian?" He squatted down with concern, and Kaka also hurried over to check on Yi Xian. Yi Xian rubbed his right leg, which had been struck by Maria, performed a few bending and stretching motions, confirmed that it was just a bruise and not serious, then stood up with the help of Matri and Kaka. "Wow, this kid's bones are tough. Luckily I jumped up in time to avoid it, otherwise I might have been injured. Sai, it seems the intensity of the match is much greater than training." Seeing that Yi Xian was okay, Maldini's expression finally relaxed a bit, while the referee had decisively shown Maria a yellow card as a warning. The match continued. Milan took a free kick from the right side of the backfield. Simic sent a long ball towards the opponent's penalty area, aiming for Matri's head. Although Matri was only 21 years old, his height and weight had already surpassed Inzaghi, categorizing him as a powerful striker. He jumped simultaneously with Perugia's right center-back to contest for the ball, accurately locating the first drop point, and outjumped his opponent to head the ball back to Kaka behind him. His first touch after entering the field was likewise smooth and accurate. However, by this time Perugia had retreated entirely, setting up a defensive formation in their half, leaving very little space for the Milan players. They simply could not endure another blow of conceding a goal. Kaka received the ball, and the two defensive midfielders closed in from the left and right sides, resolutely preventing Kaka from advancing through the center. Once he started dribbling, it would spell disaster for any opponent. Kaka controlled the ball in place, swaying his body side to side to find a suitable path to advance, but the two defensive midfielders were tightly marking him, and the attacking midfielder had quickly formed a three-man encirclement from behind. Seeing Kaka about to be surrounded, Yixian quickly approached Kaka, leaving him a comfortable passing lane. Move more, support more, touch the ball more. Yixian remembered Encelada's instructions clearly. Kaka saw Yixian running over to support, and chose not to force a breakthrough, instead lightly tapping the ball with the outside of his right foot to accurately pass it to Yixian on the right. Yixian firmly stopped the ball, but still chose not to pass it forward. Instead, he immediately passed it to the defensive midfielder Redondo. For a newcomer making his first appearance, ensuring the success rate of passing and receiving the ball and minimizing mistakes is the way to go, and it's the best way to overcome nervousness. On the sidelines, Ancelotti secretly nodded. This Dragon Kingdom kid's first match has only just begun. The match unfolded with seamless precision under AC Milan's players' feet. Redondo, stationed calmly at defensive midfield, masterfully dictated the tempo. Though Ancelotti had given him no special instructions, this veteran Argentine possessed an uncanny ability to read the game and fully understood what a newcomer needed most at that moment. His immediate priority was to steady both rookies with reliable, composed play, helping them overcome their nerves and settle into the rhythm of the match. Especially for Yixian. Matri, though yet to make a league appearance, had already featured in the Coppa Italia. Yixian, by contrast, was a complete novice. Thus, over the next 5 or 6 minutes, Redondo deliberately slowed the pace, frequently directing the ball down the right flank to grant Yixian more touches. After several successful passes and receptions, Yixian's tension gradually eased and his touch warmed with growing confidence. When the ball drifted left, Seedorf and Redondo signaled to Matri to drop deeper and receive more frequently. Matri possessed the physical presence of a target man, dropping deep to link play and execute one-two combinations with midfielders came naturally to him. After several such back-and-forth exchanges, he too found his footing in the match, while Perugia's defenders remained blissfully unaware of the gathering threat. Observing Milan's deliberate slowdown, most of the ball circulating safely in their own defensive and midfield zones, and even forward passes merely resulting in Matri laying the ball off, Perugia's players assumed Milan were content to hold their lead. After all, they were already 4 goals ahead. But they were gravely mistaken. Redondo regained possession in midfield, scanning left and right for his teammates' runs. At that instant, Yixian surged inward from the right flank, cutting diagonally through the right half space. An unprecedented move for him. Milan lined up in a 442 formation with a diamond midfield, while Perugia deployed a 4,231 anchoring 2 defensive midfielders. Yixian's sudden inside run as right winger demanded split-second coordination between Perugia's left winger and the same side defensive midfielder to decide who would mark him. Yet in that fleeting hesitation, Redondo's pass arrived perfectly at Yixian's feet. Perugia's left defensive midfielder, sensing danger, lunged sideways to cut off his dribbling path. Perfect. Seeing his opponent hastily shift laterally, off balance and vulnerable, Yixian knew his moment had arrived. He feinted sharply right, sinking his right shoulder low and driving his left leg outward in a decisive step. Undeniably, he was preparing to burst wide. Gattuso, watching from the bench, tensed. Damn, it's that move, the very one that wrecked me. Perugia's defensive midfielder fell for it completely. From his vantage, Yixian's body language was irrevocable. He could only be committing to an outside run. Young man from Longwa, you're far too naive. If you could slip past me so easily, how could I ever hold my ground? As he thought this, he slid left to block the anticipated path, only for what followed to shatter his expectation. Yixian, having committed fully to the rightward sway, froze mid-motion. His left leg poised to step, halt. His left knee bent deeply. His center of gravity dropped to its absolute limit. Almost simultaneously, his right foot's inside edge gently nudged the ball leftward toward his body, while his left foot swept forward in one fluid, effortless motion, gliding past the defender as if parting mist. What? That feint was all a decoy. Yet how is such deception possible? So utterly convincing. In truth, Yixian's movement was disarmingly simple, a mere body sway. Yet precisely because it was so exaggerated and executed with blinding speed, it became devastatingly effective. His extreme weight drop made the feint appear irrefutably real. Fail to react, and he'd glide past. React, and he'd explode in the opposite direction. Yet who, having committed so absolutely to the first feint, could instantly reset their balance and execute the counter-movement? Yixian could. Already past his marker, he surged forward with serene control, igniting an eruption of euphoria on Milan's bench. Hey Gattuso, did you see that? Isn't that exactly the move he drills on you in training? Laughed reserve goalkeeper. Ambrosini chimed in, grinning there. Now you can feel a little better. It's not just you he beats. Perugia's defender couldn't stop him either. Gattuso widened his fierce eyes, feigning outrage. Ambrosini, don't stand there mocking. Dare you try marking him unknown in training next time. See if that feint doesn't send you sprawling. Ancelotti stood impassive at the touchline, but inwardly his heart soared. Huh, excellent. You've earned your place on the pitch today. A collective gasp rose from the stands. Good God, what did that dark-haired boy just do? How did he break past his marker in an instant? I missed it. It felt like he did nothing, and yet our defensive midfielder turned to stone. Unbelievable. Has it truly come to this? that a young man from Longwa can so effortlessly dismantle our defensive midfielder. Chaos erupted in the stands. While on the pitch the tide turned violently. The moment Yixian completed his dribble, Kaka exploded forward down the center, a whirlwind surging toward the heart of Perugia's penalty area. Simultaneously Matri surged left, and Shevchenko stretched right, creating perfect passing lanes for Yixian. 3 arrows loosed in unison. Perugia's backline had no inkling danger would strike so suddenly. They were out of position, uncoordinated, and had failed to assign markers. Yixian advanced 2 steps, his gaze seemingly fixed on the distant Matri, then lifted his left foot as if to deliver a pass to him. But at the instant of contact his ankle flicked, sending a precise through ball straight ahead. And there, cutting diagonally across his path, Kaka arrived, perfectly timed. Through ball and diagonal run, brilliant. Perugia's entire defense reeled, disoriented by the dizzying interplay, too slow to reorganize, while Yixian's pass placed Kaka in the ideal position to shoot. He had no choice but to shoot. Kaka glanced briefly at the goalkeeper's stance, then launched a thunderous right. This was his signature strike. Perugia's keeper, forced to gamble, covered the near post, avoiding fatal error, and entrusted the rest to fate. Kaka struck with the outside of his right foot, a low-driven shot that rocketed unerringly into the far corner. 50. Yixian registered an assist. In the moment the ball hit the net, Kaka first pointed his hands to the sky, having a brief chat with his omnipotent god. He then quickly turned and ran towards Yixian, excitedly gesturing at him as he ran. Although the goal was scored by him, he was well aware that Yixian had skillfully evaded his opponent's defense and provided the assist with a precise through ball. The credit for this goal should largely go to Yixian. Meanwhile, the other teammates were all rushing towards Yixian in unison. They understood what it meant for this newcomer from the Dragon Country to achieve an assist on his debut. The fastest among them was undoubtedly Matri. This young man sprinted towards Yixian with the speed of a 100-meter dash, almost making Yixian believe he was going to tackle him directly. From 3 meters away, Matri jumped high to give Yixian a big bear hug. "Little Yi, you are amazing. To get an assist on your first appearance is incredible. Congratulations, my friend." Yixian was tightly embraced, nearly gasping for breath, yet his heart was filled with exhilaration. He was deeply moved by Matri's profound friendship and selfless sentiment. The AC Milan first team was currently filled with stars, and every position was fiercely contested. Just look at Kaka. Having joined for less than half a season, the not yet 22-year-old Kaka was already showing signs of pushing Rui Costa to the bench. He was an outstanding representative of Portugal's golden generation. Although he and Matri did not play in the same position, it was clear that his goal-scoring and assisting abilities were on par with those of a forward. If he could secure his position in the team, Matri's rise and advancement would be a potential threat. However, Matri had no such concerns and was genuinely happy for him. This handsome young man had a heart as bright as his appearance. "All right, little Matri, with your sincerity, I will find a way to help you stay in the first team." After Matri and Kaka, Shevchenko, Redondo, Simic, Maldini, and Seedorf all rushed to Yixian's side, offering sincere congratulations to this young man from the Dragon Country. To be honest, Yixian's performance in training over the past few days had left everyone feeling a bit mysterious, as he usually appeared quite ordinary, just barely qualified to train with the first team. Yet there were moments when it seemed like this kid suddenly had a breakthrough, showcasing extraordinary skills that rivaled those of top stars. Everyone was somewhat worried, fearing that perhaps it was just a flash of brilliance, and he might not be able to perform during It now seemed that such worries were unnecessary. The stands at Renato Dall'Ara Stadium fell silent. There were no cheers, no battle drums, not even the previous booing and jeering. Everyone wore a look of bewilderment, completely unsure of what had just happened. What kind of magic did that black-haired player from the Dragon Country use, as it seemed he had effortlessly evaded his defense? Then he assisted Kaka in scoring. "I've heard that many Oriental people possess magical abilities. Could this Dragon Country player be one of them?" The studio of Italy's Channel 8 was equally silent. 3 men looked at each other, speechless, unable to say a word. They were all stunned by Yixian's lightning-fast and seemingly effortless dribbling. "Anthony, don't look at me, I'm also waiting for the slow-motion replay," Giannini said with a bitter smile. "Honestly, I didn't clearly see what happened during that dribble. We must rely on the slow-motion replay to comprehend it fully." Lombardo added, "Finally, the slow-motion replay appeared. My God, this Dragon Country player has such strong individual breakthrough ability. This is simply unbelievable," Giannini exclaimed. "Indeed, I haven't seen anyone execute such simple movements to evade defenders since Maradona. Where on earth did AC Milan find him?" Lombardo marveled. "Heavens, what luck AC Milan has had to discover so many prodigious young talents in succession. Kaka only cost 8.5 million euros, and this Dragon Country player seems to still be on an apprentice contract, not even having signed a professional contract yet. It looks like this season they truly have a shot at the treble," Anthony said enviously. "Rest assured, with today's match, I believe a generous contract will soon be presented to him." On the field, after receiving his teammates' warm congratulations, Yixian jogged back towards his half, while glancing towards a corner of the stands. The seemingly slow-witted Ancelotti quickly caught onto this detail. In fact, since Yixian completed that impressive dribble, Ancelotti had not taken his eyes off him for a moment. Following Yixian's gaze, he looked up to the stands and saw a stunningly beautiful blonde woman radiating sunshine and vitality waving at Yixian from a corner. At that moment, this striking blonde was smiling and gesturing towards Yixian. Wow, this kid actually has a girlfriend in Italy. Ancelotti was stunned. Just then a ding echoed in Yixian's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the system's random task, providing an assist in the first team, earning an S-level reward with all basic attributes increased by 5 points. Yixian's heart surged with joy. Haha, S-level reward, I've finally been waiting for you. He focused his thoughts, and all basic attributes increased by 5 points. Ball control 78 points, shooting 79 points, strength, agility, coordination, speed, and stamina, all at 75 points. Passing 75 points, dribbling 63 points, heading 58 points. He now had several basic attributes above 75 points. Such ability would allow him to play as a starter even in mid to lower tier Serie A teams without any special skills. His confidence soared. He had a premonition that according to the system's operational habits, if he could score another goal today, he should receive another S-level reward. If that's the case, he would have really hit the jackpot today. He looked at Pimenta in the stands, who was genuinely happy for him, and couldn't help but recall what happened last night. Last night, in a small cafe at the entrance of Milanello, Pimenta sat opposite Yixian. Are you going to Perugia tomorrow to watch our away game? Of course, but I feel almost certain that I won't even make the roster. Haha, what's wrong? Don't you have any confidence in yourself? It's not that I lack confidence, it's just that my teammates are really too strong. Well, I just don't have much confidence. Is that so? Then it seems I have more confidence in you. Really? Do you think I have a chance to make the roster? Not just making the roster, I even think you have a chance to get on the pitch. Come on, Pimenta, don't comfort me just because I'm your client. I really don't think I have a chance to play. Yixian, you are my client, and I naturally want to help you build confidence. But what I'm saying is not just for that reason. I have deeper analysis. Would you like to hear it? Of course. I would love to. Your competitors in the positions you can play are indeed very strong, and some are almost at a master level. But you have your own advantages. What advantages? Besides being younger, I really can't see any advantages. Your advantage is your ability to break through. Break through? There are many players in Milan who can break through. Yixian felt a bit disappointed. What kind of advantage is that? No, you are mistaken. Although it's all about breaking through, there are significant differences in the methods. Currently, the strongest players in Milan in terms of breaking through are Kaká and Serginho, but their breakthroughs have a common feature: they rely more on speed. Once this method of breakthrough is intercepted by the opponent, it is easy to get injured, and there must be a large space. If the opponent tightens their defense, they basically have no way to proceed. Pirlo's ability to escape in place is quite strong, but his speed is limited and his acceleration forward is insufficient, which is also the reason why he has been mediocre playing as a trequartista. Rui Costa and Redondo both possess the ability to escape in place and accelerate forward, but unfortunately both are getting older and are about to lose their starting positions. As for Inzaghi, there's no need to mention him. Therefore, your ability to escape in place and then rapidly advance is nearly unique in the current Milan team. Of course, it would be even better if you could use it more frequently in the match. But even as it is now, as long as you leverage this advantage, it will still be unstoppable. Tomorrow, your opponent Perugia is limited in strength and is deeply trapped in relegation this season, so they will lack motivation for the Coppa Italia. If you can gain an early lead, perhaps Ancelotti will really give you a chance to play. Now it seems that Pimenta's analysis was completely correct. No wonder Raiola would hand over his agency empire to her, and Brazilian superstar Rivaldo would cooperate with the just over 20-year-old Pimenta to set up a football school. This Brazilian woman is not only stunningly beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent. While lost in thought, the match on the field continued. After conceding another goal, the entire Perugia team completely lost their fighting spirit. After the kickoff from the center circle, the center forward passed back to the defensive midfielder, who mechanically passed back to the center back, making it feel more like a formality. Facing Milan's 3 players, pressing the Perugia center back showed no hesitation and launched a long clearance. The center forward and Zé Maria had a symbolic tussle. Realizing it was fruitless, simply retreated to their half to participate in defense. Zé Maria slowly jogged back to his half, while shaking his head helplessly. When Yixian first came on, he didn't hesitate to earn a yellow card to demonstrate his strength and fighting spirit. But now he had completely lost his spirit, devoid of any fighting will. His teammates were also thinking the same way, just wanting the match to end quickly and end this painful ordeal. In a typical match, Milan would definitely know when to stop. Playing away, leading by 5 goals, the outcome was already determined. Continuing to relentlessly pursue the opponent would seem a bit unethical. But today's situation is different. Ancelotti had clearly stated before the match that the second half was meant to provide training opportunities for two. Since it was for training, they had to take it seriously. Thus, the entire Milan team maintained a very serious attitude toward the match, with all tactical movements strictly adhering to the pre-established guidelines. Redondo, stationed as a defensive midfielder, calmly orchestrated the game, controlling the rhythm and direction of the Shevchenko, Matry, and Kaka, three attacking players, frequently interchange positions, creating chaos in Perugia's defense with their movements. Seedorf and Yi Xian, the two wingers, followed Redondo's guidance, sometimes stretching wide, sometimes cutting in, further disorienting Perugia's midfield. Yi Xian received the ball on his right side. This was precisely the intention behind Ancelotti arranging him to play as a right midfielder with his weaker foot to cut inside more often. Just ahead of him, Shevchenko quickly made a horizontal run along the edge of the opponent's penalty area. Perugia's left back Grosso closely followed behind him. Meanwhile, in front of Yi Xian on the left, Kaka was sprinting straight toward the heart of Perugia's penalty area. Although he wasn't dribbling and was merely making a run into the empty space of the opponent's penalty area, the momentum he generated was truly intimidating. Both players were making runs while keeping an eye on Yi Xian's direction, leaving him with viable passing lanes. From Yi Xian's perspective, passing to either of them was incredibly simple and direct. He just needed to lightly push a straight pass. But at that moment, a ding echoed in his mind. A golden holographic interface appeared before Yi Xian's eyes. The god's perspective automatically activated. From his standing position, several golden lines extended in various directions, with each line leading to one of his teammates. Moreover, each golden line displayed two numbers. These were two percentages, one indicating pass success rate and the other indicating threat level. The success rate for lateral and backward passes was nearly 100%, but the threat level was 0 and negligible. He quickly assessed the three forward passing lanes. Kaka's pass success rate was 81, with a threat level of 43. Shevchenko's pass success rate was 70, with a threat level of 35. Matry at the back post had a pass success rate of 89, with a staggering threat level of 90. Yi Xian understood. It turned out that his old buddy Matry had created an excellent opportunity at the back post. The Perugia defenders had already experienced the threat posed by Kaka's previous central runs, so upon seeing Kaka cutting in from the middle like a whirlwind again, the two center-backs did not dare to neglect their duties and converged toward the center, preparing to block Kaka's advance. Even if you have no ball at your feet, once you do get the ball, it's truly overwhelming. However, this meant that the center-back originally marking Matry was now unoccupied. Originally, Perugia's right back intended to shift his defense along with Matry, but at that moment Seedorf had already moved to the flank. This Dutchman had a high football IQ. He did not believe Yi Xian would choose to pass over the heads of several players to Matry at the far post, while ignoring the closer Kaka and Shevchenko. However, upon seeing Matry's movement, he instinctively reacted, intending to use the flank to tie down Perugia's right back. Indeed, his flank movement distracted the opponent instantly, leaving them unsure whether to focus on their primary duty on the right side or to shift into cover for their teammate. In that moment of hesitation, the story unfolded. Yi Xian did not choose to simply push a straightforward pass to Kaka or Shevchenko. Instead, he lightly nudged the ball outward with the outside of his left foot, opening his body and adjusting his posture to aim toward the far post. What? This kid wants to switch to the weak side. Giannini in the studio was stunned. In front of Yi Xian were two clear passing lanes, both high in success rate and quite threatening. But it seemed Yi Xian had no intention of passing like that. Instead, he aimed to pass to Matry at the far post. Such a pass, once successful, would indeed pose a great threat, but the passing lane was long, requiring the ball to traverse multiple Perugia defenders. A slight deviation in power or angle could lead to interception or disruption, making it evidently less safe than passing to Kaka or Shevchenko. Moreover, in that fleeting moment, being able to see Matry at the back post was no easy feat. Was this kid going to take the harder route, choosing the difficult over the easy? Not only did Giannini in the studio exclaim in surprise, but Ancelotti on the sidelines also raised an eyebrow. Is this kid trying to pull something? He has two options in front of him, yet he chooses the most difficult one. Is he getting a bit too confident? Moreover, Kaka and Shevchenko, who were making runs in front of Yi Xian, were also momentarily stunned upon seeing his body positioning. While this kid clearly saw our movements, yet chose not to pass, what is happening? Just then Yi Xian had already taken. He swung his left leg back, pushed off the ground with his supporting leg, and slightly leaned to the right. His left arm stretched out to maintain balance, as the instep of his left foot struck the lower middle of the ball, sending a diagonal long pass. The ball traveled with a low arc and high speed. It sailed over Perugia's two defensive midfielders, gliding over the head of Perugia's right center-back, landing perfectly on Matry's head at the back post. What? He actually did it. The Milan bench erupted in exclamations. On the bench sat Rui Costa, who hadn't played, and Pirlo, who had been substituted. Both of these players were unquestionable masters of passing, capable of delivering various jaw-dropping passes. Whether long or short, their vision and passing technique often captivated fans, sometimes leading to However, in that moment, neither of the two masters had spotted Matry at the far post right away. They only noticed Kaka and Shevchenko making runs at the front and center. Unexpectedly, this young brother had a broader vision. As Yi Xian's lofted pass approached the back post, the intuitive Matry had already made his run, perfectly positioned behind Perugia's right center-back. The poor center-back realized that Yi Xian's pass was about to sail over his head, hurriedly halting his retreating steps toward the center, trying to backtrack, to fill the significant gap behind him. But it was already too late. Matri leaped high, his golden head flicking back, executing a lion's header. Thanks to Yi Xian's accurate pass placement, Matri was well prepared. Thus his forehead made precise contact with the middle of the ball, producing a sharp bang sound. Clearly this strike was perfectly timed and powerful. The ball flew toward Perugia's goal like a cannonball. Perugia's goalkeeper, like everyone else, had been completely focused on the runs of Kaká and Shevchenko at the front and center, not paying any attention to Matri's run at the back post, and stood near the near post. He simply couldn't believe that Yi Xian would pass up an easy pass in favor of a more difficult long pass to the back post. He neither could see it nor dared to try. What if a rookie like him made a mistake in passing? He certainly wouldn't have such ball distribution rights in a prestigious team like this, nor would he have any room for error. But unexpectedly Yi Xian did just that, and it actually reached Matri. This unfortunate goalkeeper had already conceded 5 goals today, and was feeling a bit dazed. He rushed to adjust his position as the ball flew toward the far post, but it was already too late. Matri's header was powerful and close to the goal, leaving him no time to react, and he could only watch helplessly as the ball flew into the net again. 6-0. Yi Xian assisted again. At the moment the ball entered the net, sparse applause erupted from the south stand of the Renato Giri Stadium. This applause was originally from extreme fans intended to jeer at the home team. However, unexpectedly, just a few seconds later the applause quickly spread from the south stand to the entire Renato Giri Stadium. Moreover, this applause was no longer meant to embarrass the home team. These fans had decided to let go of their concerns for Perugia today. This applause was dedicated to Milan, and even more so to Yi Xian. What is the name of that young man with black hair? I think I heard a very strange name announced by the loudspeaker just now. I don't know either. The names of people from Long Country are always quite strange. It seems to be Xian. Yi. Grandfather. Forget it, but I really can't believe he is actually from Long Country. I thought Long Country people could only play table tennis. Who knew they could play football too? Indeed. Moreover, this person from Long Country seems not only to be able to play, but also plays very well. How long has it been since he came on the field? He has already made 2 assists. Matri scored with a header, immediately turning around and raising his hands high towards Yi Xian, a radiant smile blossoming on his face. This was his first goal for the Milan first team. However, this time he did not run towards Yi Xian because Yi Xian had already run over. Good job, little ma. I said I would find a way to pass to you. You just need to run into position and enjoy the meal. Yi Xian ran towards Matri, shouting excitedly, his voice resembling a wailing ghost. It seemed he was truly happy for Matri. Little Yi, that pass was really superb. I saw that the runs of the other 2 big brothers were also very threatening. Ew, I thought you might not even see me. But unexpectedly you really saw me and passed the ball. Yi Xian hadn't finished speaking when Kaká came running over from not far away wearing an angelic smile. Yi Xian, you truly have remarkable vision to spot Matri's run among the crowd, and the pass was so precise. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have been able to observe the situation at the far end. Immediately after, Shevchenko, Seedorf, and Redondo also gathered around. Well done, little brother. You have such broad vision and superb technique. Indeed, this is a case of youthful heroes emerging. Redondo said. Haha, little brother, I didn't expect you to have such strong passing ability. From now on my goals will rely on your passes. Shevchenko joked. Seedorf teased, kid, your current skill seems to be better than mine when I was your age at Ajax. We need to have some serious practice sessions. Several seniors were exchanging banter about Yi Xian, making him feel embarrassed, scratching his head, and Ancelotti stood by the sidelines watching everything unfold, subtly patting his thigh with his right hand. For Ancelotti, who was usually stern and expressionless, such body language was quite significant. It felt as though several fans in his heart were fanning a cool breeze, quite refreshing. Just as Yi Xian was about to abandon Shevchenko and Kaká to pass long, Ancelotti felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. Was this kid from Long Country too unaware of his place? After just a decent performance, he was ready to squander such ball possession. Who do you think you are? What do you think this is? At AC Milan, no one has the right to possess unlimited shooting power, nor can they waste their teammates' good positioning. In Milan, there is only one principle: selflessness and reason. No one can showcase personal heroism here, let alone a newcomer from Long Country. However, when he saw Yi Xian's pass accurately find Matri at the far post, assisting him in scoring a beautiful goal, he was taken aback. Goodness, this 20-year-old kid really has such broad vision and such exquisite footwork. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he probably wouldn't have dared to believe it. It seems that this black-haired boy from Long Country truly possesses an enigmatic quality. From now on, he must carefully observe his performance. Meanwhile, in the studio of Italian TV Channel 8, there was silence. The 3 big men exchanged glances, staring at each other. They all seemed to feel they had encountered an unprecedented problem, momentarily unsure how to address it, waiting for someone else to broaden their thinking. Finally, it was Giannini who spoke first. Incredible, simply incredible. Is this guy really from Long Country? Is he truly only 20 years old? He has Shevchenko and Kaká, 2 superstars, pulling for him, and he is aware of their presence. Yet he dares not to pass to these two, but instead sends a long ball to Matry at the far end. What is even more astonishing is that he not only spotted Matry, but actually passed the ball to him. Such vision, such technique, such courage. Who would believe this is a young man making his debut in Milan? This is simply like a veteran player who has played in Milan for 7 or 8 years. Lombardo chimed in. Indeed, not everyone at Milan has the right to make threatening passes. This kid dares to express himself like this as a newcomer. Could it be that he has received instructions from Ancelotti? If so, Ancelotti must think highly of him. Anthony thought for a moment before speaking, but we all know that football development in Long Country has always been poor. In the 2002 Korea-Japan World Cup, they were fortunate to qualify for the final stage by being 2 co-hosts. But they ended up losing all 3 matches without scoring, ending their first World Cup journey with their tails between their last year. Their national team captain joined Perugia, but ended up not getting a minute of playing time in a whole season, becoming a mascot. If the national team captain's ability is like this, how could a mere youth training player possibly possess such astonishing strength? Lombardo scratched his bald head, smiling wryly. Yes, I am also pondering this question now. One can only say that AC Milan has truly hit the jackpot this year. They just bought Kaká for €5 million at a bargain price, and now they have acquired another seemingly outstanding young player from Long Country without spending a dime. If this momentum continues, aiming for a treble this season may not be a pipe dream. At this point, Anthony suddenly remembered something. By the way, this kid from Long Country seems to have not yet received a professional contract. He is still an apprentice player. Giannini chuckled. If that's the case, Galliani will certainly have a lot of work to do next. The match resumed. Now the players of Perugia looked disheveled, glancing at the countdown timer on the big screen. Every time was dragging on painfully for them, making each minute feel like a year. They truly wished the match would end it. In fact, most of Milan's players shared the same mindset. They were all professionals, and since they often crossed paths, there was no need to inflict further pain on Perugia in this away game. Advancing to the quarterfinals of the Coppa Italia was already a foregone conclusion, and Ancelotti had achieved his goal of using the match to train the team. With less than 10 minutes left, they could consider slowing down the pace of the game. The Perugia players' half-dead expressions did not escape their notice. As fellow professionals, they understood that their opponents were likely feeling miserable. However, Yi Xian was an exception. He didn't intend to hold a grudge against Perugia, nor was he trying to show off his abilities. He simply needed to complete random tasks assigned by the system to level up. Based on his current understanding of the system, he knew that if he could score a goal in the remaining time, he would definitely receive extra rewards from the system. He had several basic skills that could allow him to play for a relegation team in Serie A, but there were still some skills that were lacking, preventing him from establishing himself in Serie A. He had to make good use of this hard-won opportunity to play and level up. He urgently needed a goal. A breathtaking. So when his teammates began to slow down the pace of the game, he was still running tirelessly up and down the field. Carlo, don't you think this kid from the Dragon Kingdom seems a bit reluctant to give up? On the sidelines, AC Milan's assistant coach Serie leaned in to whisper to Ancelotti. A faint smile crossed Ancelotti's face as he replied, "Look at his positioning, it's even more advanced than before. I feel like he wants to push himself to score a goal." Score a goal? Does he think he hasn't stolen enough of the spotlight? He already has 2 assists. Serie said, youngsters who doesn't want to compete fiercely. 2 assists are indeed not bad, but wouldn't it be even more perfect with 1 more goal? Serie observed the situation on the pitch and thought for a moment before saying, but it seems like the other players have already decided to ease off. This kid might struggle to make much of an impact now. Ancelotti nodded and said, that's true. However, there's something about this kid that I can't quite figure out, or perhaps he can still surprise us. Time ticked away second by second. The Perugia players fell back in unison, forming a defensive wall in their half. They were now devoid of desire, simply wishing for the match to end quickly and relieve them from today's painful ordeal. The Milan players shared an unspoken understanding. They controlled the ball skillfully in their half, passing it back and forth with great synergy. In the words of Milan president Berlusconi, they were hiding the ball. Since Perugia's attempts to press were merely for show, their players hardly engaged unless the ball ventured too deeply into their half. Thus possession remained firmly in the hands of the Milan players for an extended period. It seemed that the final moments had indeed become the epitome of garbage time. It looks like this match is going to end this way. I believe apart from Perugia's fans, most viewers watching today's broadcast must be very satisfied. In the studio, Anthony was prepared to declare the match concluded. Yes, scoring 6 goals in a match, each one for Milan fans and neutral viewers, this match must be worth every penny. But Perugia's fans cannot share in the joy. The fans are fine, but I think this match is even a bit cruel for Perugia's players. They were already mired in relegation troubles and now faced such a slaughter at home. Hopefully this won't affect their confidence in avoiding relegation. Lombardo had shifted his focus to the upcoming league matches. The 3 commentators thought the match was over, but Yi Xian did not share this sentiment. He was still running diligently, hoping to seize an opportunity to score in the limited time remaining. Kaká noticed the intentions of this newcomer. Taking advantage of a stoppage, Kaká leaned close to Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Hey Yi Xian, are you thinking of trying out a long shot today?" Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment, but nodded shyly in acknowledgement. No worries, I'll help you. Help me. How will you help me? He'll move forward 5 meters to take your place at center forward, blocking their center backs. Just find the opportunity to move closer to my original position, and you might find a chance for a long-range shot. Yi Xian was almost overwhelmed with excitement and wanted to give Kako a bear hug. But if you're not in your position, will the coach scold you? With the score like this, he won't scold us. Our coach is very kind. Besides, he previously reminded me to step forward and try playing as a false forward when there's a chance. Yi Xian nodded, gratefully speechless. 3 minutes later, Seedorf initiated an attack from the left. He passed the ball to Matri in front of him, intending to do a 1-2, but it was intercepted by a Perugia defender. However, the Perugia center back had no intention of organizing an attack. Seeing Kaka pressing him, he simply cleared the ball with a long kick into Milan's half. Maldini outmuscled the opposing center forward and headed the ball back to midfield. Redondo received the ball in the midfield, easily turning to shake off the opposing attacking midfielder's attempts. Looking up, he saw Kaka charging towards the opponent's penalty area like a center forward flanked by Matri and Shevchenko, creating a 3-pronged attack. Redondo didn't hesitate and sent a lofted through ball with the outside of his left foot. Not only did Redondo have exceptional ball control, but his passing technique was also varied, allowing him to deliver passes with different parts of his left foot. However, this time the Perugia center back was very focused, stepping in ahead of Kaka to head the ball out of the penalty area. Since Kaka had pushed forward from his attacking midfield position, the ball's landing spot was originally supposed to be a vacuum for Milan. But unexpectedly, as Kaka moved forward, Yi Xian had quietly shifted laterally to the center, filling the gap left by Kaka. The ball was headed out by the opponent, landing perfectly at Yi Xian's feet. He used his left foot to control the ball, lifted his head to observe briefly. At a distance of 28 meters from the goal, neither of the two center backs pressed forward, held back by Kaka. This was a golden opportunity for a long shot. He nudged the ball slightly to the left with the outside of his left foot, creating an angle for the shot, and unleashed a powerful strike. A super long-range shot, 3 points for sure. System, can you let me hit the target today? P.S. Dear friends, please give me a 5-star review, and I'll add another chapter this afternoon. Is it okay? Yi Xian had no intention of hesitating. He pulled his leg back and shot with fury. His left ankle was completely locked, the top of his foot straightened, and the 3 outer toes struck the ball like a whip. At the moment of contact with the ball, Yi Xian sensed that this shot was going to be something special. The system is truly a benevolent one, with a super long-range shot 3 feet guaranteed to hit. It doesn't make you wait for 3 attempts each time. Sure enough, the ball left the ground like a cannonball, whistling toward Perugia's goal with a faint sound of wind, and it was following a very peculiar trajectory in the air. Just as the ball left his foot, it had an obvious outward spin, seemingly heading towards the corner flag of Perugia. However, after flying 7 or 8 meters in the air, the ball suddenly curved inward, as if an invisible string was pulling it. It's not particularly strange for a powerful shot to produce such a curved ball. Many strong players can achieve this, but what happened next was utterly astonishing. Just when the Perugia goalkeeper thought he had accurately read the trajectory of the ball and adjusted his steps towards the center of the goal, the ball's flight path changed once again. The invisible string that seemed to guide the ball suddenly appeared on the other side, pulling the ball toward the outside of the goal. The ball flew less than 30 meters in the air, changing its path, 3 times tracing in shape. Such a bizarre change completely exceeded the limits of the Perugia goalkeeper's imagination. When Yi Xian shot, he was guarding the near post, and upon seeing the ball change direction in midair, he quickly adjusted to the center of the goal. Unexpectedly, just as he steadied himself, the ball once again flew toward the near post. This change was truly beyond his comprehension and left him with no chance to adjust again. So he could only stand there looking foolishly like a wooden post as he watched the ball, with its bizarre trajectory, fly straight toward him. With a crisp sound of bang, the ball struck the lower edge of the crossbar and bounced into the goal. In that moment, Yi Xian was stunned. At the instant his left foot made contact with the ball, he felt that he struck it perfectly with full power. His sensation was extremely good. He even had a premonition that he might score. However, when he saw the ball he kicked flying in a bizarre-shaped curve, he was dumbfounded. Wow, is there really such a bizarre curve in the world of shooting? And it was shot by myself. When he saw the ball hit the net, he instinctively turned to glance at the substitutes bench, then ran towards Ancelotti on the sidelines, as if he were going mad. He knew that although Ancelotti achieved remarkable success as a coach, he had a small flaw in his coaching style. His personality was steady and serious, giving people a sense of mature security. However, reflected in the teams he coached, he often seemed a bit conservative, lacking innovation. He didn't like to rotate players, always preferring to use his familiar veterans to the end, and was extremely cautious about utilizing young players. Thus today he had boldly given Yi Xian half an hour of playing time, which was a rare opportunity, even in the So Yi Xian wanted to express his sincere gratitude to his coach at the first moment. Behind him Zamiki, he wanted to congratulate his newly joined young brother immediately. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian used a skilled Then from a full 2 meters away from Ancelotti, Yi Xian jumped up and lunged at Ancelotti, giving the coach a, "Thank you, coach. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to play." Ancelotti, who usually had a wooden expression, was startled, his face showing a mix of terror and embarrassment, which was quite humorous. Wow, it seems that only Gattuso dares to express such deep feelings towards me. Isn't it said that people from long country are usually reserved and introverted? Why is this guy so blunt? Just then all the players on the field rushed over like crazy. They wanted to congratulate you. In less than a week since joining the team, he had already made 2 assists and scored 1 goal in his first match. Such a debut seemed unprecedented in Milan's century-long history. But the substitute players had already enjoyed the early advantage. Gattuso, who had just been substituted, jumped from his seat and ran over vigorously, patting Yixian's head, making a series of sharp howling sounds. Hey, you little brat, you really know how to play the fool. You acted so low-key during our first meeting that I thought you were just a gym equipment manager. Who knew you were this amazing? Haha, but it doesn't matter. One day, when you become a superstar, I can brag to my kids that at the beginning you were just a gym equipment manager in my eyes. Haha. The first player to be substituted, Pirlo, also came over. His personality was the complete opposite of Gattuso's. He approached with a faint smile and said softly, "Little Yi, your long-range shot is really impressive. I noticed that the point of contact when you shot was quite special. We must practice together when we have a chance." Rui Costa also walked over. But before he could finish speaking, the players on the field had already swarmed over. Kaka, with a sunny smile, said, "How's it going, little Yi? My idea was pretty good, right?" As he spoke, he winked at Yixian, clearly proud of his clever positional change on the field. Matri also ran over. He grabbed Yixian's shoulder and shook it vigorously, cheering excitedly. "Little Yi, you really did great. I saw your shot zooming in, and it seemed to take several twists along the way. Look at how stunned the Perugia goalkeeper was. He looked like a puppet, completely frozen." Yixian couldn't close his mouth from smiling, and just as he was about to speak, the captain Maldini also jogged over with a smile. "Little Yi, congratulations. It seems that what I said when welcoming you to the team about hoping you would establish yourself soon was a bit conservative. Oh, what a pity. It's a pity you're not a center back. Otherwise I could get some rotation opportunities just like them. With 3 lines of combat, I'm a bit exhausted." Seeing even the usually strict Captain Maldini joking with Yixian, Ancelotti quietly stepped aside and stood with assistant coach Tassati. "Carlo, when we signed Kaka during the summer transfer window, I felt we were so lucky. I didn't expect even bigger surprises to come later. If Yixian can maintain such performance, I believe that the treble this season is really not an unattainable dream." At that moment, Tassati's words made the usually taciturn Ancelotti hesitate to express his thoughts. However, a smile could no longer be concealed on his face. Suddenly a ding-dong sound echoed in Yixian's mind.